The other three leaders, who had just woken up from a long sleep, were all staring at the floating screen of light. They were full of expectations. After all, His Majesty the godly king had given them an order, which was to find someone who could reach the top of Wuqi Tower. They'd been waiting for this for a long time. This soldier. He's riding Golden Claw God, and based on its speed, that soldier has never used the godly power-burning technique. All those three leaders kept observing Luo Feng on the screen. As for the other 9 soldiers, the leaders glanced at them and ignored them. They had seen many elite soldiers in all this time, and their attention only would be drawn when there were soldiers who were powerful enough. They kept watching. Time passed, and the 3 leaders were silent. "Brilliant body technique," said one of the towering leaders in sanguine armor. "He has many ingenious techniques. He's only a law master, yet he created such techniques, and he's proficient. He's literally playing with the rock giant during the combat." Little did he know that Luo Feng had fought many great beings in the space of inheritance for perfecting his body techniques, and he had even fought the 3 ancestral teachers many times under such pressure. It was easy for him to fight the stupid rock giant. Even eternal, true gods in the world of Jin were qualified to engage in trial battles with beings like 3 ancestral teachers. "Even I am moved," said the towering leader. "You're an eternal true god." "You're an eternal true god, even you are moved," said one of the other 3 leaders. When His Majesty the godly king left, all 4 leaders were sealed true gods of void space. After a long period of time, one of them became an eternal true god. However, based on the order of His Majesty the godly king, all 4 leaders had responsibilities, so they couldn't leave the world of Jin at all. All 4 generals were eternal true gods, but they couldn't leave the world of Jin either. After His Majesty the godly king left, some eternal true gods had been born, and they had left world of Jin one by one. However, none of them had come back. All 4 leaders were amazed by Luo Feng's body technique. If the body technique had been performed by a true god of void space, they wouldn't have been amazed at all, but it was performed by a law master. The comprehension between law masters and true gods of void space were at completely different levels. They had never seen a law master who was able to do that. "He has the best technique out of all the candidates we've seen since we started to guard Godly King Valley. He has an excellent body technique, and he's great at other techniques as well," said one of the other 4 leaders. The towering leader said, "Perhaps it's likely that he'll be able to reach the top of Wuqi Tower." The other 3 leaders immediately went quiet. They were all solemn, and the atmosphere was grave. They all stared at the screen. Accomplishing the dream of His Majesty the godly king was more important to them than becoming eternal true gods, even more important than their own lives. On the 2nd floor of Wuqi Tower, in those 10 miniature universes on the dark red ground, the first 5 soldiers all looked in despair as lots of their godly bodies were consumed. Although the second 5 soldiers also looked embarrassed, they had only been in the miniature worlds for a short period of time, so they looked much better. As for Luo Feng, he looked completely fine after all. Ever since being transported to the miniature worlds, his godly body hadn't been consumed at all. He hadn't even performed the first level of Duan Mie yet. With Golden Claw God, his power was much stronger, so he was perfectly capable of fighting true gods easily. The first 5 soldiers lost much of their godly bodies, though they're still Alive, some of them will die in no time. Golden Claw God Luo Feng glanced around the 9 miniature worlds in the distance. Only he was able to take a peek around at a crucial moment like this. All 5 of them suddenly started to scream in agony. All 5 dark red rock giants in the miniature universes at the front started to scream with madness. The screaming of the rock giants was much different from the bellowing before. Not only did it sound odd, but it could also affect someone's soul. Even the soldiers in other miniature worlds were affected. Luo Feng and the other 4 soldiers from the same group couldn't help looking into the distance. Following the mournful screaming, all 5 soldiers from the first group panicked as they sensed that dangers were coming. Hua hua hua. Out of nowhere, a giant rock hand extended out of a crack beside the rock giant, and there were burning fluids surrounding it. There were 4 giant rock hands, and each was at least 1,000,000 kilometers wide. Attached to those giant rock hands were thick arms. They showed up out of nowhere and grasped for the elite soldiers. One of the elite soldiers, with a tattoo on his face, tried to dodge it. But half of his godly body was grabbed by that giant rock hand. The giant rock hand held the soldier tightly. The ancient engraving picture kept diving, and lots of flowing light was poured from it, giving the soldiers much less time to dodge it. Ho! The dark red rock giant roared as it hit the soldier with its fist. Pung! That soldier who was hit was in anguish. Pung pung pung. He was being grasped and struck at the same time, which constantly consumed his godly body. Break break break, the soldier kept fighting, and he even tried to use his godly hammer with his godly power, and he finally broke out of that giant rock hand right before the rock giant tried to hit him with its fist again. However, he had already lost a great deal of his godly power. Hua! Suddenly, another giant rock hand burst out of the crack. All of a sudden, all 5 soldiers were crumbling. It was a real life or death situation for them. And they were being crushed under the combined attacks of the giant rock hands, the dark red rock giants, and the ancient engraving pictures. The soldiers didn't have enough time to react to the attacks. They were all on the verge of collapse. The other 4 soldiers in Luo Feng's group all panicked. No. We're in deep trouble. Those 5 soldiers are suffering from the combined attacks, and soon we'll be them. Golden Claw God Luo Feng was contemplating. Apparently, 4 giant rock hands showed up at the same time, and they're around the dark red giant. Besides, the engraving picture is descending. Luo Feng immediately realized that it was dangerous. Those 4 giant rock hands alone were not a threat. However, once the soldiers were captured, the rock giant would be able to ravage them however they wanted. Fortunately, there were only 4 giant rock hands. What should I do, he wondered. Without any signs, the 4 giant rock hands showed up. Without any signs, what should I do about them? Luo Feng was nervous. If the ancient engraving picture hadn't been declining, he would certainly have flown higher so that he could dodge those rock hands. Instead, the ancient engraving picture was declining, giving the soldiers less and less time to dodge the flowing light and making it difficult for them to fly into the sky. They must be kept at bay. Luo Feng shook his head. Some of the soldiers will die for sure. They were indeed in a hopeless situation with the ancient engraving picture descending. It was more and more difficult for the 5 soldiers to survive. Countless streaks of light kept striking below, and the engraving picture was dropping, hitting the soldiers over and over. The power contained in each streak of light could rival that of a true god. Huge hand rock giant and an engraving picture. The space kept being narrowed, and it was difficult to dodge the rock hand. Soldiers in the first group were all burning their power and screaming, performing the best techniques they had to dodge those attacks. They would try anything just to stay alive longer. No, a strange beast with 12 wings was suddenly seized by the rock hands. The dark red rock giant started to pound the strange beast with 12 wings. With a wail, the strange beast with 12 wings was annihilated, and all that was left were armors and valuables. The dark red giant raised its head and roared, excited. Hua! The rock giant and the rock hands all turned into crimson fluid and slipped into the cracks in the ground. The armor of the dead strange beast soldiers also fell into the cracks. The miniature world disappeared. Only 9 miniature worlds were left on the second floor. The other 4 soldiers from the former group were still struggling. It still hasn't ended. It should have stopped now. I've lost most of my power. If it goes on, I won't be able to hold it. The other 4 soldiers were all anxious to law masters. Losing a small part meant a tumble in power. Godly power would only be slowly consumed at the start of the battle, yet as the battle went on, godly bodies would be consumed at a much faster pace. The more godly bodies were consumed, the more godly power would be lost. It was a vicious circle. Everyone was in a panic. The soldiers from Luo Feng's group were all apprehensive as well. We have to save our godly power. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive the second floor. Just as they were feeling apprehensive, Ao, 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 5 shrill voices drilled into the souls of those 5 soldiers. The other 4 soldiers in Luo Feng's group were horrified. Why so soon? We arrived much later than them. They had been transported to the miniature worlds half an hour later than the former group, yet the ultimate nightmare arrived only 10 minutes later. Hong Long. Luo Feng surged and looked at the sky. That enormous ancient engraving picture kept falling down. The dark red rock giant also rose, following Luo Feng. Its job was to kill him. Hua 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 hua. Each of the rocky palms was 1,000,000 kilometers wide, and the arms were exceedingly long. They extended and tried to seize Luo Feng, but he flew into the sky in advance. With a buffer of time, he could easily dodge the giant rock hand. In that ancient palace, the 4 sealed leaders from Godly King Valley, 1 eternal true god, and 3 true gods of void space were all staring at the screen, looking forward to seeing how Luo Feng performed on the second floor of Wuqi Tower. Watching the screen, the leaders could see Golden Claw God Luo Feng easily dodge the giant hands. He was toying with that dark red rock giant. Those beams of light couldn't even touch him. However, as the ancient engraving kept diving and the distance grew shorter, Luo Feng found it harder to dodge all the attacks. He was hit from time to time. Duan Mia, the first level of burning godly power. Luo Feng couldn't help it. The 4 leaders smiled as they watched Luo Feng on the screen. Ha ha ha, this soldier Milky Way finally starts to perform the godly power burning technique. He's so patient that he has just now started the technique. As a soldier from the special army, he must know the first level of godly power burning from the basic inheritance. After performing the godly power burning technique, Luo Feng's attacks, defense, and speed were immediately improved. Everything became easy for him. Again, it was a piece of cake for him to handle the rock hand, the dark red rock giant, and the traces of light all at the same time. After several minutes, the ancient engraving kept diving, it almost touched Luo Feng, forcing him to fly down a bit. He couldn't linger close to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dodge the beams of flowing light. The leaders spoke up one by one. The second floor is nothing to that soldier, Milky Way. That's right, although he might suffer some losses at the final moment, his godly body has barely been consumed, it has no effects on him. In the miniature worlds on the second floor of Wuqi Tower, it still hasn't ended yet. The teenager in the dark red armor was trying his best to run away. The engraving picture was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the ground now, so he couldn't fly high. The giant rocky hand from the cracks couldn't easily seize him. Pung pung pung. The teenager kept getting hit by the flowing light, yet he didn't care whatsoever. It was impossible for him to dodge the flowing light, and all his attention was focused below. Hua! The rock hand rushed out. The armored teenager tried to dodge it, but realized he wasn't fast enough. No, said the teenager as the palm, which was 1,000,000 kilometers wide, reached out, extending a portion of it out of the crack. I've lost too much of my godly body, and my power's been significantly weakened. I can't dodge it, even if I try. The armored teen felt pitiful. At the same time, he controlled his weapon to internally attack that rock hand. Ho! The dark red rock giant rushed toward the armored teen and slapped him. Relentlessly, he was slapped 20 times instantly. So finally, he fled out of the giant, rocky hand, yet the light started to fall on him. I can't. The armored teen could feel his godly body quickly growing weaker and weaker. Pung! The giant hand burst out of the crack again. Before it could even touch the armored teen, he was annihilated by the flowing light. Only pieces of armor and machine-type valuables were left. Another soldier had died. Hong hong hong. Half a minute after the armor teen died, 3 surviving soldiers had their miniature worlds dissipated, and the rock giants were reduced to crimson fluids and flowed back to the cracks. The soldiers who survived were all dazed. Ha! I'm still alive, still alive. I was in despair. Finally, it ended. If I had stayed there 1 second more, I would have been dead. The 3 soldiers who survived were overjoyed. They had been through hell to survive the miniature worlds. The best of them only had 1/10 of his power remaining, and the weakest had less than 1/1000th of his power left, which meant he would have died if he had stayed there any longer. But the 3 of them had ultimately survived. The 3 soldiers immediately recovered from their rapture. What should we do? Our godly bodies couldn't be weaker, and we're more fragile than ever. This is only the second floor of Wuqi Tower. There's still the 3rd floor, 4th floor, and 5th floor. How are we going to survive those? That's right, we're already so weak. The 3 soldiers were all worried. We're not the only ones who are weak. It's a fair game. Perhaps Wuqi Tower will provide us with some valuables to recover our godly bodies. What do you mean by not the only ones? Look at that soldier from Python River Army. He's still suppressing the dark red rock giant. A soldier pointed into the distance, and the other 2 soldiers followed his gesture. The soldiers from the next group, especially Luo Feng, were still at the peak of their power. After performing the first level of burning godly power, he can even suppress that dark red rock giant. He often uses that dark red rock giant as a shield to block the flowing light and the giant rock hand. How can he be so powerful? The 3 soldiers who survived exclaimed their surprise all of a sudden. Hua hua hua. 3 light pillars arrived and covered the 3 soldiers. They immediately disappeared. They're being transported to the 3rd floor. Luo Feng glanced around. 2 of the 5 died, and the other 3 are extra weak. This may be the case for my group as well. With the ancient engraving picture falling, the soldiers in Luo Feng's group suffered even worse. Eventually, soldiers began to die. There were also 3 soldiers from Luo Feng's group who survived. I've survived. Haha, I've survived. The other 2 soldiers were thrilled, but they both kept their distance when they saw Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced at the thin Su Zhong and chuckled. He's lucky enough to still be alive. Su Zhong was terrified and regretful. He knew that Milky Way was onto him. Hua hua hua. 3 light pillars appeared, covered Luo Feng and the other 2, and transported them away. The 3rd floor of Wuqi Tower was a vast plain. Luo Feng and the other 2 soldiers appeared on it. The 4th group has arrived. Both the 3rd and the 4th group have 3 left. Luo Feng, looking into the distance, he saw beings in the distance. Some of them were soldiers, while some were strange beasts. There were many of them. 11 soldiers were on the plain. 11 soldiers. Luo Feng thought 6 survived from the 3rd and the 4th groups. The other 5 must be from the 1st and the 2nd groups. The 3rd floor of Wuqi Tower requires all the soldiers to gather together. Luo Feng observed them carefully. Suddenly, the survivors from the 3rd and the 4th group were all terrified. They teleported and tried to stay away, sealing the space ripples around them. Huh? What? The survivors from the 1st and the 2nd groups were all dazed. It was clear that the soldier before them was apparently on a whole different level than the other soldiers. They were scared by no more than a look from him. We need to stay away from him as well. All of them are trying to stay away from him. That soldier from Python River army must be terrific. The survivors from the 1st and the 2nd groups didn't know Luo Feng's power, but they were careful enough to stay away from him and seal the space ripples around them. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. Time flew, and on the 6th day, another round of soldiers arrived. There were 2 of them. After a short while, the 6th group of soldiers arrived, and there were 3 of them. 2 months passed. 38 soldiers had already gathered on the plain on the 3rd floor of Wuqi Tower. Some of the new soldiers were friends of the soldiers in the first 4 groups, and they soon learned how terrific the soldier from Python River army was. Most tried to stay away from him, yet some were confident enough not to. He's only a tribal warrior, yet you're all so terrified of him. A giant plant life form said with resent. There were colorful flowers on its body, and on the largest flower were several eyes and mouths. I killed tens of thousands of tribal warriors before I joined the army. The plant life looked at Luo Feng with blatant provocation. Your godly body is almost 100 million kilometers tall, said one of the soldiers from afar. Of course you don't need to fear him. Luo Feng didn't care whatsoever about the emotions of those around him. He was just standing there. Finally, 2 more soldiers arrived, and something happened in the world of the plains. Hong Long. A whirlpool that looked like ripples of water appeared in the sky. All 40 soldiers who had survived looked to the sky. Wang. Space and time trembled. All 40 soldiers, no matter where they were transported directly under the giant whirlpool. Hua 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 hua. Screens of light fell from the whirlpool in the sky. They covered an area with a diameter of 1 billion kilometers, separating it from the outside world. Entirely the diameter of the whirlpool was also 1 billion kilometers. Hua! A giant eye appeared at the center of the whirlpool. It looked down at those below. All of a sudden, the soldiers felt that their souls had clotted. Wuchi Tower, an ancient voice echoed in the ears of all soldiers. Your lives are in danger on the first 3 levels. However, if you can survive the first 3 levels, you'll be safe. From the 4th level, you'll have a chance to get inheritance and valuables, continued the ancient voice. Of course, that's only after you survive the 3rd level. High up in the air, that gigantic divine eye was looking down at 40 warriors. An aged voice continued to resonate within their minds. All you 40 warriors, based on the powers you have displayed in the first 2 levels, on this 3rd level, only 15 of you will be able to survive. The 15 of you who can survive the 3rd level will make it up to the 4th level and earn yourselves various incentives until you endure the crisis on the 3rd level. Entering the battleship is forbidden. Doing so would render you an immediate failure, and you will fall straight into annihilation. The words of the aged voice gave Luo Feng a shock. How could there only be 15 survivors? The majority of the warriors instantly started to worry. Those who could make it past the 3rd level would definitely be extraordinary, but still, more than half of them would die. Other than a handful like Luo Feng, the other warriors would certainly not be daring enough to say they would survive this level. Hong hong. Another 2 explosive sounds rang, and huge branches and leaves could be seen. Spreading out, they radiated a dazzling golden light that continuously lashed at every tribal warrior. Upon receiving such a direct lashing, one pitiful warrior, who had been left with less than 1% of its godly power, was annihilated to nothingness. What? It killed a warrior. The other fortunate survivors looked on in shock. Even Luo Feng looked over at the warrior who had made a move earlier. Was a plant life form and one of the radiantly colored flowers that formed part of this. It sneered, saying, Wuchi Tower mentioned that only 15 could survive, but it did not forbid us from fighting one another. The more I kill, the fewer opponents I am left with. Haha, meet your doom. The torture from the miniature world that they had all just experienced on the 2nd level had left most of these warriors with severe injuries. The weakest ones did not even have 1/1000th of their peak power left. Escape. Beware. Let's go. Several warriors who considered themselves to be severely injured were quick to scuttle off in all directions while trying their best to maintain a safe distance from the more powerful warriors. However, high up in space, the divine eye had enshrouded an area that was within 1 billion kilometers of the domain of light. No matter how hard they tried to escape, there was no way they could make it out of this area. At that point, the area that was within the divine eye's domain of light, there was total chaos. Luo Feng stood rooted to his spot, ignoring everything in his surroundings. Besides, there was not a single warrior who dared approach him. Even the most arrogant warrior, who was a plant life form, did not dare to attack him. Hong long long. The gigantic divine eye high up in space suddenly lit up. Streaks of golden light shone down and gradually spread out. Ah, this is. Several warriors who had still been fighting earlier on suddenly felt as though their souls' life imprints were struck by a sudden impact. Many of them temporarily stopped fighting one another. First and foremost, they had to Focus on mounting a vigilant defense. No one knew what kind of danger lurked. In the third level, if it was some very terrifying danger and they remained distracted with all the fighting, then they would truly be courting their own doom. A short moment later, 3 out of the 40 warriors were annihilated. All 3 had already been near death from severe injuries sustained while on the second level. They had just been trampled to death. Even their automaton type treasures, armors, and weapons were taken away from them. Luckily, this Milky Way did not make any move. Su Zhong looked at Luo Feng from afar, then tilted his head back to look high up into the sky where the divine eye was. The many warriors on land were all looking up at the divine eye. The divine eye had released an endless golden light that enshrouded everything beneath it. The powerful impact of its willpower was, to the relief of the warriors, bearable for them all. This third level, what kind of danger does it contain? Just this one divine eye. The second level started out with mere diagrams of secret engravings, but after that, out popped the rock giant and all who knows there might be some kind of bizarre danger that may emerge on this third level. The warriors were all filled with apprehension. There were even some who immediately flew up into the air, not daring to stay near to the ground lest something suddenly appear from the grassland. The endless golden light shone down on the grassland and upon every single warrior. Its power was gradually increasing. The impact of the willpower is becoming stronger. Could this be the third level of Wuqi Tower, a test of willpower? One after another, the warriors were resisting. No one was willing to concede defeat so easily. They were all aware that this third level was the final level that contained the threat of death. Starting at the fourth level, there would only be various incentives and rewards to gain. Who would not want to take that gamble? Luo Feng endured the impact of the willpower as he silently sighed to himself. No wonder those warriors who were severely injured had been unable to get any treatment. This was a test of willpower. The loss of a godly body would have a great impact on combat power, but would only affect the influence on willpower by a minute amount. The impact of willpower is gradually increasing. Luo Feng turned his head and looked into the distance at that Su Zhong, who had taken the form of a bird. This impact of willpower has no influence over me at all. I must seize the moment, while the impact of the willpower is still weak, and get rid of him first. So Luo Feng's speed skyrocketed, and without further delay, he flew towards Su Zhong far in the distance. Su Zhong was in the midst of resisting the impact of that willpower while remaining watchful over his surroundings. He might have had bird, which boasted impressive escape skills, but earlier on, when he had been on the second level of Wuqi Tower, he had sustained serious injuries because of bird's relatively weaker frontal combat skills. Even though he had been able to recuperate for recovery during the downtime upon entering the second level, he only managed to recover around 50% of his godly body. His power was left with only 1/10 of what he had started with. Of course, he had to exercise extra vigilance. Su Zhong spotted a streak of light flying toward him from a far Milky Way. Su Zhong was dumbfounded. He was terrified of this Milky Way. So Su Zhong transformed into a large white bird and picked up speed as he flew. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Milky Way, we are both from the East Army. Why must you pursue me so painstakingly? If I don't kill you, who else should I kill? Luo Feng returned the voice transmission coldly. Su Zhong suddenly felt his heart sink earlier on, when they had just started. On the first level of Wuqi Tower, he had launched a sneak attack on Luo Feng. At the time, he had told Luo Feng, "You are a new recruit if I don't kill you. Who else should I kill now?" The tables were suddenly turned. Su Zhong was desperate as he replied via voice transmission, "Milky Way, so long as you spare me, I am willing to offer this automaton-type treasure as a gift to express my apology." Humph! Luo Feng merely replied with a cold snort. While his goal was to break through levels in this Wuqi Tower, Luo Feng was not really interested in killing, but he truly abhorred people like Su Zhong. To one's face, they acted as though they were brothers, yet the moment one turned his back, they would pounce back. When Luo Feng had still been a nobody, he had once been met with a sudden ambush by his partner, Mo Luo. While journeying about Demon Note Mountain, since then, Luo Feng had cultivated a deep hatred for such a character. Su Zhong, of course, he had to kill him. Luo Feng pursued as Su Zhong fled. Su Zhong took the form of a big white bird, and although his power was only 1/10 of what he had started with, his speed of flight was still much faster than Luo Feng. Blaze up! With a move of intention, Luo Feng executed the first volume of extermination. And the speed of Golden Claw God Luo Feng immediately soared. He had his sure Wu wings, which were adept in acceleration during flight. He might not have brought it with him to the world of Jin, but he had studied it meticulously. For over 8 million eras he had also studied Sure Wu wings as an overall treasure, along with many other secret techniques and the body technique. Flowing gold was highly suited for acceleration. Hua! Luo Feng's speed skyrocketed. Milky Way, Xu Zhong looked behind him with a flustered expression. "What will it take for you to let me go?" Luo Feng transmitted his voice message with great indifference. "When you are gone for good, naturally, I will let go of you." They flew, one after the other, both moving at a terrifyingly fast speed. The area under the domain of light was shrouded by the divine eye. It was merely 1 million kilometers wide. Given their current speed, they would not require more than a second to traverse the entire region within the domain of light. This was why Su Zhong had been following an arc-shaped route while flying, turning corners as he tried his best to fly. Luo Feng could not reach him even after half a minute of hot pursuit. Perhaps, because he was in the face of imminent death, Su Zhong was putting in his utmost best, or perhaps Bib Bird was exceptionally skilled at flying. "If I execute the second volume of extermination, I can capture you in an instant." Luo Feng shook his head to himself. In Nine Smoke Marsh, he had dared to execute the second volume of extermination because the area had not been under the control of warriors, but at Wuqi Tower, every move he made was apparently under close observation. Thus, it was only natural for him to refrain from executing the second volume of extermination. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Luo Feng continued to give chase, forcing Su Zhong to stay vigilant without any chance for a breather. Su Zhong was extremely agonized, resentful, and regretful. Time continued to pass. The divine eye, high up in the sky, was radiating a golden light that contained a willpower with an impact that was continuously on the rise. In the beginning, they had all been able to bear the impact easily, but now, a number of warriors were feeling the pressure. The impact of this willpower has reached the ultimate limit of a law master. Some of the warriors were already in extreme agony. They might have all been elite warriors, but in respect to willpower, most could be regarded as having achieved the breakthrough of the bottleneck to attain the willpower at true God level, while there were still a handful who fell short of this standard. Kill. While trying to bear the impact of this willpower, there were warriors who persisted in fighting and killing, especially warriors who personally felt that they were lacking in terms of willpower. All the more, they were giving their all to eliminate opponents. The more we kill, the fewer opponents we have. So long as the last 15 are left standing, everything comes to an end. Kill. Everything fell into darkness. Over 30 warriors transformed into streaks of flowing light and flew at high speed while occasionally crossing paths with one another under such circumstances where they had to fight for their lives while resisting the impact of the willpower. The moment they let their guard down, they would likely be hit. Those who were slower or had weaker powers would gradually begin to be annihilated. The number of warriors was starting to drop as the impact of the willpower of the divine eye high in the sky gained strength. The warriors were all growing fearful. Earlier, when they had all been fighting one another, the impact of the willpower of the divine eye had only been a small threat, but now, the impact of that willpower was gradually beginning to exceed the limit of endurance for a number of these warriors. No. As the impact of the willpower exceeded the ultimate limit of a law master. Hong. 9 warriors, who were flying at high speed while dodging and fighting, started experiencing convulsions throughout their entire bodies. The next moment, they fell into a state of unconsciousness, then collapsed. Obviously, the impact of the willpower was too much to bear, and high up where it was, the divine eye shot out 9 streams of eye-piercing purple light. Shwa. 9 streams of purple light struck the 9 unconscious warriors who had fallen, causing them to be annihilated, only leaving behind pieces of armor, automaton-type treasures, and some other belongings. Luo Feng, who was in the process of pursuing Su Zhong, was flying past. At an extremely fast rate of speed, he whistled past and, with a single wave of his hand, collected all the belongings that one of the 9 warriors had left behind. That's quite a large number of treasures. He swept through the surroundings. This 3rd level of Wu Qi Tower offers quite a good opportunity to seize large amounts of treasures. If I miss this chance, I don't know if I will ever encounter another opportunity in the future. Every warrior was, in essence, a moving treasure vault. Nearly every warrior would at least possess 2 automaton-type treasures. After all, they had made it through the 1st and 2nd levels. In the distance, Su Zhong was still trying his best to escape. I must escape. I want to escape. I cannot die. This impact of the willpower is getting too strong. I don't think I can bear it any much longer. Buzz. The divine eye shone upon the grasslands and onto every warrior. The willpower of those golden rays contained an impact that was growing stronger with the passing of time, albeit quite slowly. Warriors who were unable to bear the increasing impact only had one way out: death. Only 15 could survive. The godly eye in the sky kept giving out an enhanced mental shock, making it more and more difficult for soldiers to resist the attacks. No, Su Zhong could feel that he was losing his consciousness under the effect of the godly eye. Stay conscious, for the love of God, stay conscious. He took a look at the golden claw god flying like a streak of black light. It didn't slow down at all. Stay conscious. Su Zhong couldn't have been more apprehensive. However, it was apparent that his mind was crumbling as the mental shock was being strengthened. Under the shock, He couldn't fly smoothly anymore. He transmitted his voice at the last moment of his life. Milky Way, I shouldn't have done that. I was wrong. Spare my life, spare my life. Hua. Golden Claw God Luo Feng immediately caught up with Su Zhong. Die. Luo Feng's claw slashed at the giant white bird, and beneath that single attack, the giant white bird started to plummet. Hong Long. The giant white bird dropped onto the plain, and Luo Feng landed beside it. Luo Feng looked at the giant bird, known as Bib Bird, which had already lost consciousness. The soldiers fighting in the distance looked toward him, and they all knew that the soldier lying there was crumbling and would soon be destroyed by the godly eye. It would definitely leave some valuables behind. Yet none of them dared to fight Luo Feng for them. Shua. A trace of purple light shot out of the godly eye and struck Bib Bird. Suddenly, Su Zhong, under the protection of its machine-type valuable, was annihilated. Only some pieces of armor, space bracelets, and machine-type valuables were left. Luo Feng waved his hands and claimed all the valuables left. He surged and rushed toward the soldiers who were fighting each other. The number of soldiers was plummeting. 28, 26, 23 soldiers kept dying, some killed by the godly eye and others killed by fellow soldiers. Scram, a voice rumbled, and Golden Claw God Luo Feng turned into a streak of light, dashing toward a soldier who had been killed by the godly eye, seeking to seize the valuables left behind. It's that soldier, Milky Way. That soldier, Milky Way. 3 soldiers were racing toward the fallen valuables, but they all fled when they saw that Luo Feng was heading in the same direction. If they had been right next to the fallen valuables, they might have stood a chance of getting them. However, they were relatively far away, and even if they could get a step ahead, they would have been overtaken by that soldier, Milky Way. Then it would be a nightmare for all of them. Of the 2 soldiers who gained the most valuables, one was Luo Feng, and the other was the plant life form. In fact, the plant soldier had claimed more valuables than Luo Feng. The area only had a diameter of 1 billion kilometers, yet the plant life form soldier alone was almost 100 million kilometers tall. After spreading out its branches, it covered a large area, so it easily claimed many valuables. With that advantage, suddenly, the most beautiful flower on the plant life form cried out in a shrill voice. No, it can't be. Die, die, all of you die. The plant life form soldier was quite powerful in some aspects. However, the mind shock from the godly eye in the sky made it difficult for it to survive as a plant life. It had a great advantage when it came to fighting, so it hadn't sharpened its willpower well enough. Although its willpower had reached the level of a true god, it was only mediocre compared to other elite soldiers. No, it realized it couldn't resist any longer. Its will was crumbling. All the soldiers in the distance looked toward the plant soldier. It's dying. It can't hold it anymore. They tried to stay back, but they all watched greedily, knowing that it had gathered the most machine-type valuables. Luo Feng was floating in the sky, watching. No, die, all of you, roared the plant soldier, slashing with its branches. Each branch had flowing golden light on it. They swept back and forth, trying to kill more soldiers. However, the soldiers all stayed as far away from it as possible. Those who still survived had only lost a small portion of their power, so even if they were ensnared by the plant soldier, they wouldn't die quickly. No. The flying branches were all drawn down, followed by a shriek. Apparently, it had lost its consciousness. How Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, he immediately surged, racing toward the plant. Life form like a streak of light. So. Other soldiers also flew toward it, they all longed for machine type. Valuables, even if the valuables weren't suited to them, they could exchange them for military credits and obtain one that was a good fit. Hua! A cold streak of purple light fell on that plant life form, and it was annihilated. Only valuables were left. A strange beast soldier, with 2 pairs of wings, and a 3-horned head raced toward it like lightning. It was the fastest out of all the soldiers there. Mine. Who? It flew close to the plane and immediately took all the valuables there. Damn you, yelled a furious voice. The strange beast soldier took a look and smirked. Soldier Milky Way, I'm indeed not as powerful as you, but I fly much faster than you. Hong. Luo Feng raced toward him. Really, he said. Luo Feng immediately changed. The golden claw god disappeared, and Luo Feng turned into a silver-white, flying beast, the Bib Bird. Bib Bird, gasped the flying beast soldier, horrified. Hua! Bib Bird. Luo Feng sped up, moving much faster than the strange beast soldier, and caught up in no time. Luo Feng's eyes were cold after Su Zhong had died. He had gotten Bib Bird. He had already planned to get as many valuables as possible on the 3rd floor, so he had immediately transferred Bib Bird to Boat of Mausoleum, giving it to Golden Horned Beast for a trial. Golden Horned Beast had subsequently studied Bib Bird in the space of inheritance, where time traveled 10,000 times slower than in the outer world. It had spent more than a day studying it in the space of inheritance, yet, in the outside world, less than 10 seconds had passed. How, said the strange beast soldier, feeling tense. Usually, it took a long time for someone to fully comprehend a new machine type valuable. How had Milky Way learned how to use Bib Bird so soon after acquiring it? Little did it know that Luo Feng had already achieved so much in engravings, and with the space of inheritance, it had taken him only an instant to fully comprehend it. Everyone says you're powerful, the flying beast soldier shrieked. I don't believe you're that more powerful than me. Go down. The Bib Bird caught up with the strange beast instantly. The wings performed the blade technique, light of water and fire, like a streak of light, striking the strange beast soldier, which plummeted to the plain below, forming a huge crater. Luo Feng transformed from a giant silver bird back into Golden Claw God. After all, Golden Claw God was better at attacks. Die! Golden Claw God surrounded the flying beast soldier, striking it relentlessly. The shadow submerged the flying beast soldier like waves. How, said the flying beast soldier. It tried to fight Luo Feng. However, once the flying beast soldier was attached to Luo Feng, it couldn't even run away because Luo Feng was so much stronger. Hong Long Long. Under the endless rays of blade light, the flying beast who had endured the 2nd floor of Wu Chi Tower lost much of its power, was crushed. After only 30 seconds, the flying beast soldier was annihilated. Humph! Luo Feng took the valuables. Clearly, it was an elite soldier. It lasted longer than that true god from 9 Smoke Marsh, even under severe injuries. The other soldiers looked on in amazement. In the past 30 seconds, a powerful, strange beast elite soldier couldn't even flee. Instead, it had been crushed to death. Terror, intimidation, a variety of emotions flooded their minds. This was the first time Luo Feng had killed a soldier on the 3rd floor. Su Zhong had been Killed by the godly eye. By killing this strange beast, Luo Feng had made it clear to these soldiers that it was wise for them to stay away from him. Wang. The godly eye in the sky gave out endless golden light, and the power of its mental shock grew stronger and stronger. Ah! Only 15 can survive. The soldiers went mad under the suppression of the mental shock, and it was pushing them to their limits. They tried to fight each other harder and harder. The number kept declining. 2018-16. Finally, 15. When there were only 15 soldiers in the area illuminated by the godly eye, the mental shock power had already reached the level of top-tier true gods. Close to limit-level true gods. All the soldiers except for Luo Feng had found it difficult to bear. 8 million eras. Luo Feng glanced at the soldiers in the distance and sighed. Mental shock. Even a mental shock at the level of limit true gods was nothing to him. Back when he had obtained the inheritance from Duandong River, his mind had already reached true god level. For a long period of time, he had the space of inheritance to train himself, which was the perfect place to cultivate supreme being's willpower. Could also be sharpened in the space of inheritance. Luo Feng had spent more than 8 million eras there, improving his willpower from true god level to a whole new level. He speculated that his willpower had reached the level of a true god of void space. It was normal for true gods to have the willpower of true gods of void space. Even some true gods in Universe Ocean had achieved that, not to mention those in the world of Jin. However, it was rare for Universe Masters to achieve willpower at the level of a true god of void space. I had the space of inheritance, thought Luo Feng. If I couldn't achieve it, I'd be a sorry excuse for an inheritor of Duandong River. Every inheritor of Duandong River could easily reach willpower at the level of a true god of void space when they were only Universe Masters. Hua hua hua. The godly eye vanished. 15 light pillars arrived, enveloping all 15 soldiers and transporting them away from the third level of Wuqi Tower. Inside the silver palace next to the towering Wuqi Tower in Godly King Valley, the 4 leaders sat on their thrones. They all watched the floating display screen, which showed everything happening in Wuqi Tower. Haha, he easily went through the third level, said the Black Mist. In my opinion, his willpower must be at the level of a true god of void space. If he went through the third level that easily, his willpower is at such a level. Yet he's only a lawmaster. He's indeed exceptional. The silver-armored female leader said, look at the blade technique he shows. While using Golden Claw God, it's so exquisite that it's at least at the elementary true god level. Body technique, blade technique, and willpower, he's exceptional in all aspects. He's definitely the strongest one I've seen since I became a leader. The leader stared gravely at the screen. I hope he can reach the top of Wuqi Tower. If he can, then we'll finally live up to the expectations of His Majesty, the Godly King. The other 3 leaders were silent. The expectations of the Godly King. All gazed at the screen displaying the scene of the 4th floor of Wuqi Tower. The 2nd floor is for prizes. I wonder which prize that soldier Milky Way will choose. The 15 surviving soldiers on the 4th floor of Wuqi Tower had long expected this. According to what Wuqi Tower had told them before, there were only death traps in the first 3 floors, which meant only the first 3 levels would pose a danger to their lives. From the 4th floor up, there would only be prizes. They would be safe from now on. All the soldiers were full of expectations. Prizes in Wuqi Tower. What kind of prizes? Time and space trembled. The 15 soldiers were transported to the 4th floor. And they all looked around. Hub Luo Feng looked around, and the portals around him extended on the walls. Beside the portals were many trees and bodies. It was as if there countless living and dead creatures were sealed on the walls beside the portals. Amazed, Luo Feng thought, there is a portal on my left side and one on the right. The 15 soldiers glanced around, hesitant. None dared to do anything. Instead, they waited for the guide of Wuqi Tower. A light appeared, surrounding the soldiers. Lucky soldiers, you're all indeed the lucky ones, because you have reached the 4th level of Wuqi Tower, and from now on, you'll be safe. No soldiers are allowed to fight each other, otherwise, you will be executed. The first line of the introduction immediately relieved all the other soldiers. They glanced at Luo Feng. They weren't as tense or as frightened as before. Instead, they relaxed. There are many prizes on the 4th level of Wuqi floor, said the voice. There are 4 portals around you, and they represent 4 different prizes. The one with dimming white light is the portal of valuables. Once you enter, you can acquire valuables such as machine-type weapons, and valuables used to recover your godly bodies. The one with dimming golden light is the portal of inheritance. There are some special techniques through that portal, and if you're lucky, you might get some extraordinary techniques. The one with dimming purple light is a path to true gods. It will guide you on how to make a breakthrough and how to become a true god. That's the law path. The one with dim black light is also a path to true gods, but it's following the path of godly power. You will be stronger, but it's hundreds of times more difficult. You can only choose one of these 4 portals. The prizes you earn from those portals will decide whether or not you can enter the 5th floor. Choose lucky soldiers. Then the ancient voice faded away. Luo Feng and the others all looked around at the 4 portals representing different prizes. A giant black snake, strange beast with skulls, crawled to the golden portal. The techniques in Wuqi Tower must be extraordinary. With the special techniques, I'll be able to wield more power when fighting great beings at the same level. I've been stuck at Law Masters for too long a time, said a short tribal warrior. I must become a true god. The godly power path is too difficult, so I might not gain anything. He entered the purple portal. The soldiers selected their portals one after another. Some thought they could get guides on how to become true gods in the army, so they chose techniques or valuables. Some wanted to become true gods as soon as possible, so they chose the path to true gods. Though 8 of the 15 soldiers chose the paths to true gods, 6 of them chose the law paths. All of them knew that law paths were more common and easier, while the godly power path was much more difficult. They weren't even sure whether they could succeed on the law path, so they didn't dare to try the godly power path. After all, it was only a guide. The godly power path, said Luo Feng. I'll see what kind of special guide His Majesty, the godly king from the world of Jin, has prepared. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. He chose the godly path to true gods. Immediately. Valuables, he had acquired enough. Luo Feng didn't think he could get any exceptional valuables after only 3 levels. Techniques, he had plenty of powerful techniques from Duandong River. The law path, he had given up on that a long time ago. The only choice was the godly power path. It had been left by His Majesty, the godly king, so maybe he would be inspired. All the 4 leaders gazed at the screen. Luo Feng and the other soldier stepped onto the godly power path to true gods, and they both sighed. All the leaders exclaimed their approval. Well chosen. The only precious portal on the 4th level is the godly power path to true gods. This is the great achievement of His Majesty, the godly king. That soldier Milky Way made a wonderful choice. Other great beings in the army didn't know about this, but they were the leaders of godly King Valley, so they were responsible for guarding Wu Qi Tower, the ideal peerless talent that His Majesty, the godly king required. Would need to become a true god by following the godly power path. There was, after all, another way to prove oneself to be the peerless genius of the godly king, which was to reach 90,000 times life gene level on the godly power path, and to solve all 10,081 Rhinoceros Emperor game solutions. All the once, if someone met both criteria, they would be sealed immediately and would obtain Wu Qi God based on these two requirements. It could be inferred that the peerless genius the godly king required should follow the godly power path. After all, when Wu Qi Tower was being built, only the godly power path to true gods was carefully designed by His Majesty, the godly king, to help the successors. Luo Feng walked through the hallway. On the walls on either side, many bodies and objects were sealed as if they were specimens on display. Godly Power Guide, where is it? Luo Feng kept searching carefully. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed, and he stared at a wall to one side. He discovered that those seemingly simple bodies and objects could be combined into an intricate engraving picture, plus, some of the specimens bulged from the wall, while some others were concave. They formed a three-dimensional image. The three-dimensional image inspired Luo Feng. Perhaps it wasn't clear to other great beings, but it was to Luo Feng. He had studied the structures of creatures using his remote ocean many times, and his godly body had already broken through the perfect life gene level. This is the most detailed structure of a perfect life form, Luo Feng said. He immediately memorized the structure. If someone couldn't understand the structure, then no matter how many times they looked at it, they wouldn't be able to memorize it. However, Luo Feng had already achieved a degree of life structure, and his studies were already superior to that stereoscopic picture. On the left, Luo Feng looked to the other side. When all those specimens were combined, they could indeed form a three-dimensional image of a perfect life form. The one on the right is a flesh and blood type life form, and the one on the left is a plant type life. Luo Feng memorized them all and walked forward on the two walls. As he continued forward were countless specimens making up three-dimensional pictures, and they were all perfect life forms. However, even though they were perfect life forms, there were some differences among them. Even the perfect gene structures of flesh and blood creatures had hundreds of variations. Incredible, it's so detailed. Luo Feng was amazed. He kept walking forward. After only a short while, he reached the end of the portal. There was a door at the end with an incomplete three-dimensional image on it. Luo Feng smiled. Flesh and blood type. Luo Feng pointed and injected his godly power inside. He quickly completed the three-dimensional image, forming a perfect image of a creature he had studied. Countless perfect creatures. If it had been an energy-type life form, it might have taken him a long time. However, he was very familiar with flesh and blood type creatures, so he completed it instantly. Hong Long. The wooden door gave out cyan light immediately, covering Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng disappeared. He's entered it. It's only been a while, and he's completed the task already. His godly body must have surpassed the perfect life gene level already, said the towering leader. Besides, he's following the godly power path that Soldier Milky Way is very ambitious. He doesn't just want to become a true God, instead, he wants to achieve a higher life gene level, he bellowed out his words. All the other leaders were similarly thrilled. Let's see how much he can get. Even the leaders were not eligible to see the deeper area of godly path to true gods. Wu Chi Tower contained some great secrets. The 4 leaders could inspect it, yet they could only inspect a part of it. As for some special areas, like the 8th or 9th floor, they couldn't even take a peek. They couldn't inspect the deeper area of the godly power path either. It contained a huge secret. It was strenuous to become a true god, and the analysis of life forms was strictly confidential. Luo Feng had the inherited technique from the original universe creation. They couldn't clearly inspect certain powerful life forms, and they surely couldn't detect the drop of godly blood on Sherwu Wing. True gods of void space, and even eternal true gods weren't able to analyze the structures of creatures. The comprehensive three-dimensional images were precious beyond words. Of course, they required understanding before they could be memorized. If someone couldn't understand the pictures, he wouldn't be able to remember anything. Those pictures of creatures were only an aid, however. No powers from the ancient civilization were willing to share them, not even Duandong River. Time and space trembled deeper down along the godly power route of the true God path. Luo Feng appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, Luo Feng mused, a river. Directly ahead, a passageway was there. As usual, the 2 sides of the passageway were also the same walls filled with countless specimens. However, the wide yet deep passageway before him was a river. This Luo Feng stood on top of the river as he looked down beneath his feet with astonishment. His godly power had reached out to detect, and thus, he discovered that this river contained an endless, mighty godly power that had no master. It was like the godly power without a master in the ocean law of the primal universe, where he could absorb it for his own use in whatever quantity he pleased. This godly power is without a master, and such a great amount of it. Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised. His godly body was as tall as 10,000 kilometers, while the width and height of the passageway were around 100 million kilometers. Its length stretched for tens of billion kilometers. Such a massive passageway, and almost half of it was filled with godly power, condensed and gathered to form a river. That godly king has left so much unclaimed godly power here, Luo Feng contemplated. For those who remained here to comprehend, once they achieved a thorough comprehension, they would achieve a breakthrough in their godly body. Then, most certainly, they would need to replenish their godly power. Could it be for this reason? Regardless of the reason, if he let godly power go to waste without absorbing any of it, he would be a fool. Hua. With a move of intention, Luo Feng eagerly sucked up the godly power water beneath him. Earlier on, when he had been progressing from the first to the 3rd level of Wu Chi Tower, Luo Feng had indeed exhausted much of his godly power, especially because his earthling original body suddenly achieved a breakthrough in life gene level to reach 16,000 times his golden horned beast body had to replenish the godly power that his earthling original body had lost. Thus, the godly body of his golden horned beast was always lacking a great amount of godly power. Since there is so much godly power, I might as well take it all in one go, and enable my godly body to attain the highest life gene level that I have so far comprehended. Luo Feng hesitated no further, his eyes lit up. Godly body. Reassemble. Hung. Luo Feng's earthling body was completely disassembled in an instant. It transformed into mighty godly power. Every life structure of this godly power was reconstructed. Then everything came crashing together rapidly to condense and give form to his earthling original body. Who? Luo Feng's godly body was swallowing from the river in its surroundings like crazy. It sought to replenish its godly body as quickly as possible. At the same moment, Golden Horned Beast was also undergoing a reassembly of his godly body. Shortly after, it too started to replenish its godly power. After a short moment, everything came to a halt. Now, my godly body has a life gene level of around 28,000 times, but I am still far from my target, Luo Feng said to himself. Previously, when Hadben was about to make his way to Godly King Valley, he had managed to obtain a large quantity of blood, scales, and hair samples from the endless remote ocean of the primal universe. That was when he had managed to achieve a breakthrough by comprehending the life structure at 16,000 times life gene level in one swift move. In the following period of time, as Luo Feng was rushing to get about places, especially while on the third level of Wu Qi Tower, waiting for the other batches of warriors to arrive, he had remained in the space of cultivation where time was accelerated at a rate of 10,000 times. Even with time passing by so fast, Luo Feng managed to achieve multiple breakthroughs in succession and finally attained a level of 28,000 times life genes level. This was still regarded as reaching a small bottleneck within a short period. At that moment, Luo Feng was certainly making good use of the chance to absorb as much godly power as he could so that he could bring the state of his godly body to its strongest form in one swift move. Yet even with the inherited technique, creation, and a great quantity of blood, hair, and scale samples, there was not once when he was able to attain the first stage requirement of 30,000 times in one swift move. To be more truthful, Luo Feng was indeed a little disappointed. After all, 30,000 times was only the first stage. Life diagram. Luo Feng stepped onto the river of godly power and looked at the numerous complex, three-dimensional life diagrams on the two sides of the river. Blood and flesh type, rock type, energy type, metal type, plant type. There were various kinds of three-dimensional life diagrams, and they had life gene levels that ranged from 10,000 times more to 30,000 times more. The number was far too many. Luo Feng's grasp of the life diagrams on blood and flesh life forms was the fastest. As for the others, he was apparently much slower. In the first place, Luo Feng had placed emphasis on studying the blood and flesh type, while putting others on hold for the time being. But of course, while he focused on studying blood and flesh type, he would also gain additional knowledge about other life forms. Every day, time passed as Luo Feng was studying these life diagrams in the faraway primal universe. Endless remote ocean was also studying them, and in the space of inheritance, within the space of cultivation, his golden horned beast body was constantly carrying out experiments. It had only been 15 days, yet, ever so easily, Luo Feng achieved another breakthrough. His life gene level soared up to 32,000 times. This was mainly because Luo Feng had a good foundation to begin with. Originally, his life Gene level was already at 28,000 times, and with a little more contact and comprehension, it was a matter of course that he would be able to achieve a breakthrough to reach the stage of 30,000 times life gene level. Hong. The lofty Luo Feng was surrounded by the surging river, which was pouring into him continuously. Godly body, stage 1. Its height could surge up to 10 times of course. There had to first be enough godly power. Thereafter, he could absorb a tremendous amount of godly power. Luo Feng soared to a height of 1 million kilometers. Even his golden-horned beast body experienced the same growth spurt to 1 million kilometers in length. Haha. Luo Feng laughed heartily as he stood at this end of the river's passageway. Similarly, there was a wooden door, and on that wooden door, there was an incomplete piece of life diagram. Still a blood and flesh life form. Luo Feng mused to himself, could it be a test that His Majesty, the godly king, set under that wooden do, based on the warriors entering? So, if it's a plant-type warrior entering, the test at the wooden door would be a life diagram of a plant-type great being. Luo Feng did not hesitate and was quick to supplement this life diagram. This life diagram was at a 30,000 times life gene level, and Luo Feng was able to resolve it after a brief moment of careful contemplation. Buzz. The wooden door released cyan rays of light that enshrouded Luo Feng, transporting him into an even deeper region along this true God path. Luo Feng appeared out of thin air right ahead. A passageway was there. As usual, the two sides of the passageway were also the same. They were still walls. The difference was that the passageway of the river had become wider and deeper. The three-dimensional life diagrams on both sides of the wall were more complex and massive. The first phase was perfect life gene level. The second stage was 10,000 times to 30,000 times. The third stage must be 30,000 to 60,000 times. Luo Feng's gaze swept over the surroundings. He found everything incomparably mysterious and severe. In the previous two phases of the passageway, I was able to pass through easily because I already had the foundation. This phase of the passageway, I don't think it will be that easy. Luo Feng flew ahead and looked to the left at the first life diagram, which portrayed a blood and flesh type. Based on Luo Feng's speculation, this should be a life diagram that had a life gene level of around 35,000 times. However, one look at this life diagram and Luo Feng was stuck. There were many areas that he could not comprehend. If he was unable to comprehend it, then no matter how he looked at it, or even if he shut his eyes, he would not be able to recall anything. Only through thorough comprehension could he remember. Luo Feng temporarily put on hold the studies on the other types of life forms, and specifically observed the life diagrams of blood and flesh life forms. For the first diagram, he stood on the river, unmoving, and for more than 3 months, he watched as he was watching endless remote ocean in the primal universe was executing the inherited technique, creation, to observe those true God samples of blood, scales, and hair, while his golden-horned beast body was relying on the 10,000 times acceleration in time to consistently study and analyze the samples. What might have seemed like more than 3 months was actually a few thousand years, but he did finally finish a thorough comprehension. For the second diagram, Luo Feng stood and watched for more than a month. For the third diagram, he looked on for more than half a year. Luo Feng purely focused on the life diagrams of the blood and flesh life forms from low to high. He observed. Thereafter, he would compare them with Some of the life structures of true gods observed by endless remote ocean, who was making use of the inherited technique creation, then he would study them in more detail under 10,000 times acceleration in time. He continuously researched the different changes in life diagrams and the significance such changes represented. How mysterious it was, as though he was creating a technique, and Luo Feng's grasp of life gene level was continuously on the rise, too. After a year and 6 months, Luo Feng's life gene level had skyrocketed to 40,000 times. After around 80 years, it had reached 50,000 times. However, during the following 1,000 years or so, Luo Feng remained stagnant at this phase, unable to achieve a breakthrough. Yet Luo Feng could not bear to lead this passageway. This true God path was an incomparably precious plot of land. Even the pulse of Duandong River did not have such a detailed series of life diagrams to begin with, and he had to stay here to comprehend, because the moment he left, anything he had not comprehended thoroughly before would be forgotten right away. There was no way he would be able to recall anything. One era, the maximum time given to complete a mission to receive a title, was one era. When the next era comes, it will be time for the next mission term. I have to try my best and put in my all to gain much more within this era, even more than what I have already gained now. Such precious life diagrams, all placed before me, where I can view them to my heart's content. I even have the inherited technique creation. Too great advantages are working to my benefit. If I miss such an opportunity, I might have to devote a period of up to 1,000,000 times longer in the future, or even longer, but still, it might not be as rewarding as what I stand to gain now. Luo Feng did not dare go easy on himself. Outside Wuqi Tower, so a warrior was removed and sent out. On the 3rd level of that silver-gray palace, beside Wuqi Tower, 4 figures stood by the railings as they looked down at the warrior who was being moved out. From within Wuqi, the other warriors are being sent out one by one. Lamented the burly commander, they have maxed out the limit on their period of stay on the 4th level. That warrior Milky Way had accomplished even more and can stay on longer. How rewarding it had been for him on the godly power route of the true God path. Up until now, no one knows. The other 3 commanders also looked toward Wuqi Tower. They could not see what was happening inside, but they were all clearly aware that, since warrior Milky Way was able to venture even further along the true God path, it would mean that he could enter the 5th level and continue making his way to the peak. I wonder how much he can gain during this half-era. Luo Feng was not the least bit aware that he could only stay on this true God path for, at most, half a century. Yet it was pointless to know this, because he was already trying his best to comprehend, and he was comprehending like crazy. It was his 4,200th year on this true God path. Almost at the end of the entire passageway, before an extremely large life diagram, Luo Feng stood unmoving. He had been standing there like that for more than 2,000 years. Suddenly he smiled. The furrowed brows, previously so closely knitted, were finally released now. He was fully at ease. The moment he gained understanding, he was enlightened. All at once, this feeling of enlightenment was immeasurably incredible. So, this is it. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Hung. His godly body disassembled instantly. Soon after, every bit of godly power underwent a drastic change as the elements crashed into one another and condensed together at the same time. The surrounding river surged and tumbling Waves, they too added on to the condensation of godly power, a towering godly body was continuously growing bigger. Very quickly, Luo Feng's legs had touched the surface of the ground of the passageway, and his head was almost touching the ceiling. Luo Feng's godly body stood as high as 100 million kilometers. His life gene level had exceeded 60,000 times. Even with a massive body of 100 million kilometers, it was not in the least bit cumbersome, unlike other kinds of massive life forms that could hardly move about. Luo Feng's current life gene level reached as high as 60,000 times. He had gained such a massive godly body, yet his speed and agility, on the contrary, became stronger rather than slower and more cumbersome. His earthling original body and golden horned beast body had both reached their state of limit. Next phase. Luo Feng rapidly shrank himself and walked to the wooden door where he had used up some time to complete repairing those imperfections on the incomplete life diagrams. Hua. The cyan light shone upon him, and Luo Feng was transported away to the other end. There was a passageway before him with walls on both sides. There was no trace of godly ocean water within the passageway, and there was not a single specimen to be found on the walls. It was just emptiness. Emptiness. Luo Feng was taken aback. Luo Feng looked at the walls on his sides, yet there were no specimens or life diagrams. Blank. What does this mean? The life diagrams here are not in the form of specimens. Luo Feng walked forward, perplexed. He carefully observed everything on the portal, trying to find something. He couldn't find anything. Luo Feng found nothing special. Suddenly, ethereal voices reached ears. The voices were thin and weak, yet Luo Feng felt that they were everywhere around him. Gradually, the volume increased, and there were spots of black light merging in the space around him. Countless spots started to gather in front of Luo Feng to form a blurry figure. It was a blurry figure, giving out black light. It looked ordinary, but Luo Feng couldn't but feel the desire to worship it. The blurry figure's back was to Luo Feng. "You're only one step away from becoming an ultimate true god," said the blurry figure slowly. "Remember, if you want to reach the ultimate level of a true god, you're on your own. I hope that you can reach the top of Wu Qi Tower." The blurry figure turned to face Luo Feng, glanced at him, and vanished. Luo Feng stood there, dazed. He hadn't been able to even see the figure clearly, and hadn't been able to tell what it looked like. However, he had a strong desire to worship when facing that blurry figure, and he wanted to fight and even die for him. "It might only be a virtual consciousness," Luo Feng said, thrilled. "It's much more powerful than the last generation of Duandong River." The last generation of Duandong River had died long ago. However, it had left behind a virtual consciousness in the form of an energy body to select inheritors. Only after that had it dissipated. The virtual consciousness wasn't a life form, but it still carried all the memories of the original being. Memories were themselves a form of strength, as well they knew all the chaos laws, and they carried all the memories, so they were indeed extraordinary. Luo Feng speculated that it was a virtual consciousness left by His Majesty, the godly king. The blurry figure of the virtual consciousness alone had made him want to risk his life. If the real majesty of godly king were here, Luo Feng might have been willing to kill himself for the godly king. It must be His Majesty, the godly king. Wu Qi Tower was built by His Majesty the godly king, and the life diagrams contained in this true god path are all invaluable. I don't even have that in the Duandong River inheritance. Even those great beings working directly for His Majesty the godly king aren't qualified to read them. It's highly likely that only His Majesty the godly king can leave a virtual consciousness here. Luo Feng immediately felt that this goal of being sealed was tremendous. When he had accepted the sealing task, the only thing he had wanted was that powerful machine-type valuable, Wuqi God, as well as the opportunity to train himself. However, the life diagrams on the true God path thrilled Luo Feng so much that he hadn't even considered the implications. Even the ancestral teachers couldn't get precious life diagrams like those. His Majesty, the godly king from the world of Jin, wouldn't just give them away. Besides, the virtual consciousness that had appeared made Luo Feng realize that things were more complicated than he had anticipated. I bet that giant object in Universe Ocean was the dead godly king, thought Luo Feng. His Majesty, the godly king, died. He built Wuqi Tower before he died, made Wuqi God, and set all those tasks. Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind suddenly. Hung. A light pillar arrived and covered Luo Feng. So Luo Feng disappeared through the portal. On the 5th floor of Wuqi Tower was a snowy world. Shua. Luo Feng appeared. Luo Feng looked around at the endless, snowy world. This must be the 5th level of Wuqi Tower. He couldn't help but smile. He'd gained a lot on the 4th floor. He'd already expected what he was going to attain before entering World of Jin, but he hadn't expected to acquire so much in the past 4,000 years. His godly body had reached 60,000 times life Jin level, and he was only one step away from 90,000. That virtual consciousness that seemed to have been left by His Majesty the godly king said that I'm on my own if I want to reach the limit of true gods. Luo Feng remembered, aside from the evolution of his godly body, he realized that the sealing task had a huge secret behind it. He had many questions in his heart. How did that giant object, which might be His Majesty the godly king, die, and why is he floating in Universe Ocean? Why did the original mind guide us to the giant object? Great Thunder Star Master used a completely different force before he died. Where did that come from? In the Silver Palace outside Wuqi Tower, all 4 leaders guarding godly king Valley were waiting on the thrones. They couldn't see Luo Feng, as he was in the deeper area of True God Path. Hua. Scenes appeared on the screen. The 5th floor of Wuqi Tower, exclaimed the black mist on the throne on the left. He's entered the 5th level. It's only been less than half an era, and he's already entered the 5th level. No matter what, he's on the 5th floor now. The silver-armored female leader, the towering male leader, the strange beast leader, and the black mist leader were all gazing at the screen, excited. Can that soldier Milky Way enter the 8th floor? The 5th to the 7th floor can be of great help to those great beings. But they're also very challenging. Many soldiers in the world of Jin have gotten to the 5th floor, but most of them were eliminated on the 5th, 6th, or even 7th floor. Only one could get to the 8th floor. These 3 floors are indeed challenging. Milky Way is incredible. He might actually get through the next 3 floors. There was a huge secret hidden in Wuqi Tower the 4 leaders couldn't see. The 8th floor or the 9th floor, only one from the past generations of elite soldiers had successfully ventured to the 8th floor, but he had eventually failed. The 8th floor was the final hazard, and if someone could succeed there, he would reach the 9th floor. Once he reached the top, he succeeded and would be sealed. On the 5th floor of Wuqi Tower, in the vast snowy world, Luo Feng looked around. Only me, Luo Feng thought. What about the others? 15 soldiers had been on the 4th floor. Hung. The wind and snow started to tumble, and they enveloped Luo Feng. He heard an old voice saying, "Soldier Milky Way." All the other soldiers were eliminated. From now on, you'll be the only one continuing the journey. There will be a powerful creature on the 5th floor, and if you can defeat him, you'll enter the 6th floor. If you fail, you'll leave Wuqi Tower. Luo Feng considered only the first 3 levels were deadly. He was safe now. Luo Feng looked into the distance, noticing a being walking toward him. He wore a white cape and appeared to be moving slowly, but he continually approaching Luo Feng. He had a handsome face, and there was a red mole between his eyebrows. He had pointy ears, and he smiled at Luo Feng as he said, "Soldier Milky Way, my energies will be on your level. You're proficient in blade techniques, so I'll fight you with blades." The white-caped man reached out his hands. The snow around him gathered, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he became aggressive. It was as if his entire body had become a blade. That hostility weighed heavily on Luo Feng. Blade. Luo Feng reached out his hands, and Blood Shadow Blade appeared. He stared at his competitor just as aggressively. "Great," the white-caped man smirked. "First attack." Hua. The white-caped man moved like a phantom. The shadow of his blade flashed. Blade shadows kept appearing, and instantly, billions of them were flashing in front of Luo Feng as if he was trapped in an entire world of blade shadows. "Illusion is nothing to me," Luo Feng's mind yelled, and everything disappeared. But a blade had already reached Luo Feng. Dang! The ice blade struck against Blood Shadow Blade. The white-caped man was blasted back. The white-caped man flew at Luo Feng more quickly, as if he was already furious. Second strike. He was like a ball of burning fire. He slashed low, wielding incomparable force. The world was divided into 2. Seal. Luo Feng's Blood Shadow Blade shook, and a thin trace of blade light raced toward it. Then it became thicker. When the 2 touched, the blade light became a miniature world, enveloping its competitor. The miniature world cracked as the 2 beams of light collided. "Strike 3, the white-caped man yelled, and his godly body spun, turning into a blowing wind. Strike 9. Strike 36. Strike 99. Strike 163. The white-caped man was like a madman. He immediately performed another type of blade technique. After each previous strike was resisted, none of the blade techniques were the same, however. Luo Feng, who was putting forth the utmost effort, went from excited to mesmerized as he fought the white-caped man like crazy. "I understand now, so this is why he is trying to do." Luo Feng understood now that the 5th level wasn't a challenge, but a prize. No wonder the ancient voice said that there would only be prizes from the 4 level. The blade techniques performed by the white-caped man were guiding Luo Feng. Through these different ways of fighting, Luo Feng was being indoctrinated. The blade techniques of the white-caped man all belonged to the basic laws: gold, wood, water, fire, mud, wind, thunder, light, time, and space. Although chaos laws were mysterious, and those superior to true gods pursued the ultimate chaos laws, the foundation of the 10 basic laws remained integral when it came to merge laws and the morphing of the universe. The 10 basic laws were the building blocks. Luo Feng, however, only had a brief understanding of this foundation. However, the white-caped man had already demonstrated 16 different blade techniques, based only on gold law, and each technique had a different conception. Besides, every one of the techniques the white-caped man performed had reached top-tier level 6. How incredible the white-caped man was! How was he able to create so many extraordinary blade techniques, based only on the basic laws? Luo Feng's understanding of the 10 basic laws was skyrocketing, and each strike was more efficient than comprehending for more than 10,000 eras. How could Luo Feng not be exhilarated? Strike 233. The blade technique of the white-caped man amazed Luo Feng. All the blade techniques were at top-tier level 6, so they weren't a threat to him. However, the white-caped man was able to create them based only on the basic laws, which awed Luo Feng. When fighting the white-caped man, golden-horned beast body in the space of inheritance was also reflecting on the blade techniques. Strike 360. After Luo Feng resisted strike 360, the white-caped man flew away and stood still on the ground. Luo Feng was perplexed. Since none of the 360 blades can hurt you, prepare for more powerful blade techniques, said the white-caped man. The ice blade suddenly gleamed, and a roaring strange beast appeared. It was a strange beast that looked like a single-horned lizard. Luo Feng was shocked. A golden beast god. Hell! The roaring golden beast god cried out in a shrill voice. It had its head lowered, and its horn was pointing forward. It raced ahead, burning its life energy. Hung. A trace of golden light was left in the space. Hua. The gleaming light of fire and water shone, resisting the blade of light. Merged laws of gold and space. Luo Feng was astounded. A blade technique at level 7. The previous 360 strikes only contained one basic law, and each strike was at top-tier level 6. At Nirvana incarnation, however, the new strike had merged the laws of gold and space, and its power reached level 7, forcing Luo Feng to use light of water and fire to resist it. That white-caped man said that he would use the same energies used by Luo Feng, but he was exerting much more power. Luo Feng resisted the former 360 strikes because he was using his blood shadow blade to perform Nirvana incarnation. Apparently, the 5th level was used to test fighting skills. As for godly power blood shadow blade, they were all nullified. The 4 leaders laughed. He had already understood the secret behind. He knew the benefits on the 5th floor already. One of them exclaimed, "Haha, that soldier Milky Way kept fighting, but he didn't use all his power to defeat his enemy." Apparently, he wanted to know more blade techniques from his enemy. The previous soldiers who ventured onto the 5th level would soon understand the secrets behind it, and then they would happily comprehend and absorb the knowledge. Luo Feng was indeed comprehending the truth. The previous 360 strikes greatly inspired him. Because of the inheritance from Duandong River, he knew how important the 10 basic laws were. Luo Feng had already comprehended the 10 basic laws, but he had never reached that level of comprehension. Understanding laws was like understanding elements. After learning about those elements, it would take abilities to make combinations in universe ocean. With merge laws or time and space laws, techniques at top-tier level 5 were already a supreme technique. However, it was a threshold that was difficult to break. Luo Feng was able to create Nirvana incarnation at top-tier level 6 based on Golden Space Law, and he created Light of Water and Fire with Water Law. Fire Law, and Gold Law. Those so-called limits and perfection were just thresholds. For example, a life gene level of 10,081 times could be called perfect, but Luo Feng had reached 60,000 times life gene level already. With the help of the space of inheritance, Luo Feng comprehended more, and while fighting that white-caped man, his blade techniques were being improved gradually. Strike 399. The white-caped man turned into a huge tornado. There were traces of golden light in the tornado. The traces of golden light kept multiplying, covering Luo Feng. Luo Feng waved his blood shadow blade. Hong 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 hong. Those traces of golden light exploded with blood shadow blade as it was waved. At the center of the tornado, the frantic blade light blasted everything around it, and all the energies and time and space were also blasted away. Everything disappeared. The white-caped man rebounded, taking 3 steps back and glaring at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, holding blood shadow blade, was thrilled. Finally, he had created a blade technique at top tier level 7. Nirvana Incarnation was a blade technique at top tier level 6, and Light of Water and Fire was at level 7. After creating Light of Water and Fire, it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough last time in 9 Smoke Marsh. Luo Feng had killed that strange beast, True God, while being watched by 10,000 true gods. He had tried everything at that time. During that fight, Luo Feng's blade technique had already improved and had been on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he hadn't cultivated enough. In the last 360 strikes, Luo Feng had solidified his foundation in laws, so when he combined Water Law, Fire Law, Gold Law, and Space Law, he created a forceful blade technique. That blade was an explosion, tearing and destroying everything. I created that blade technique in Wuqi Tower, thought Luo Feng, and this time I must enter the 9th floor and reach the top of Wuqi Tower. Nobody can stop me, and I'll crush everyone standing in my way. I'll call this move 9 Days Path. The 3 blade techniques Luo Feng had created were Nirvana Incarnation, Light of Water and Fire, and 9 Days Path. It would definitely be scripted on Blood Shadow Blade. However, this was Wuqi Tower, so Luo Feng didn't rush to do that now. My blade technique is already at top tier level 7, and it's the average level compared to all the inheritors from Duandong River. Luo Feng was joyful. Only 2 previous inheritors from Duandong River had created techniques at level 8 when they were universe masters, and most of them created those at top tier level 7. After reaching a certain level in blade techniques, I can finally start to comprehend the 3rd level of engravings of Shiwu Wing, and I can do the same thing on Star Tower. The more powerful the user was, the better the supreme true treasure could be utilized. Luo Feng had killed Pei Xing Master and had gotten another pair of wings. However, he had failed to comprehend the 3rd level of his Shiwu wings, as they were far too complicated. Now, his blade technique had reached top tier level 7, so he'd entered a whole new level, meaning he should be able to comprehend them. The 1st level of Shiwu Wing was Time and Space in Chaos, and the 2nd level was Golden Country. What would the 3rd level be? Luo Feng greatly looked forward to it. In the palace on the 3rd floor of the Silver Palace, the Black Mist leader exclaimed, "He's made a breakthrough on his blade technique. It's an average true god level." Top tier level 6 blade techniques were at the elementary true god level. Top tier level 7 was at an average, true god level. Top tier level 8 was a senior true god. The axe technique, created by huge axe creator, was at this level, and with the supreme true treasure he could wield power at top tier level 9. Top tier level 9 was a limit level true god with supreme true treasures. They could wield power at a higher level like Jiafan Z. Top tier level 10, they were supreme true gods, and such a level could only be attained through the use of supreme true treasures. Of course, some beings could surpass that level. Luo Feng was able to create blade techniques at top tier level 7 as only a universe master, so after becoming a true god, he could easily surpass the so-called limit. Teacher Origin had created the virtual universe, before being suppressed, without any supreme true treasures, so it was already at top tier level 10. During the long period of time he had spent being suppressed by the original mind, Teacher Origin had made another breakthrough, and he had already reached the level of true gods of void space. However, he was being suppressed the whole time. His godly body couldn't be improved, because he didn't get godly power supplies, and his miniature universe couldn't morph. It was still full of chaos air. A law master is able to create blade techniques at ordinary true god level. The towering leader exclaimed, "It's incredible. When I was a law master, I was not as good as him." Even though it's difficult to pass the 5th level, the only thing he needs to do is to resist the attacks, said the silver-armored female leader with a sigh. However, this soldier Milky Way is so powerful. The 5th level required attack techniques at level 7. The first 360 strikes from that white-caped man were all only at top tier level 6, and the merge blade techniques after those were only at level 7. As long as Luo Feng wasn't crushed, the white-caped man would admit defeat in the end. Strike 450. Luo Feng performed his marvelous blade technique and kept hitting the white-caped man, striking him away. The ground was cracked, leaving a long gully. Hua! The white-caped man stood up and said, "You are indeed powerful, I admit defeat." He threw away his ice blade, and it turned back into snow and dissipated. He took a step forward and walked into the distance, then he disappeared from Luo Feng's sight. Luo Feng was left standing there. It ended just like that. Luo Feng was dazed. He was growing anxious. Almost there. After creating 9 days' path, Luo Feng had fought the white-caped man with all his strength. He had tried to create better blade techniques, and every time, Luo Feng was basically suppressing the white-caped man. He absorbed some knowledge from him every time they fought, and he immediately merged that into his blade technique. Luo Feng wanted to create blade techniques at level 8. Only 2 of the inheritors of Duandong River could do that as universe masters, so Luo Feng wanted to do the same thing. However, it was very difficult. The white-caped man was gone, and Luo Feng still hadn't succeeded yet. It's not an easy job to create blade techniques at level 8. Luo Feng sighed. The white-caped man had performed 450 strikes, and 360 had been built on basic laws. As for merge laws, there had been 90 strikes. All the merge laws showed that the white-caped man was trying to demonstrate as much as he could. He admitted defeat. I succeeded. The realization suddenly struck Luo Feng. If I hadn't used the blade techniques, and had used some techniques from Supreme True Treasures, what would that have led to? With Supreme True Treasures, techniques could be enhanced. Luo Feng realized that Wuqi Tower had been left by His Majesty the Godly King, and it would be able to tell whether the candidates were using their own techniques or supreme true treasures. Otherwise, it would have been a total joke. Hong. A pillar of light covered Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng disappeared from the snowy land on the 5th floor. On the 6th level of Wuqi Tower, Luo Feng appeared and immediately surveyed his surroundings. This was a world of mountains and hills and appeared immeasurably vast. The aged voice resonated from the sky high above. You just need to stay alive to pass the 6th level, then you may enter the 7th level. Warrior Milky Way, you are very close to the peak of Wuqi Tower. Luo Feng smiled. He just needed to stay alive. What a basic requirement. It seemed to him that this would be an extremely difficult level. Hong. Somewhere far away from Luo Feng, within the world of mountains and hills, the vast expanse of a particular region suddenly started to tremble as though some massive creature was about to emerge from beneath. The land started to crack, giving rise to uneven bumps, and a great many shattered mountain rocks started crumbling and tumbling off in all directions. Gradually, a dark green shadow began to emerge from underground. There really is a beast emerging from underground, Luo Feng muttered softly under his breath. The massive green creature emerged from underground with a loud rumble to fully appear on the surface. It had one of the ugliest faces Luo Feng had ever seen, looking a bit like a dark green toad. However, every inch of its skin seemed to contain an eye at first glance. It seemed to have at least a few hundred eyes. Roar! The beast tilted its head back and let out an angry roar. Anxiety! Every eye on its body emitted a golden ray of light. The golden rays shot out in all directions, reaching a maximum distance of 100 million kilometers, then dissipating. Based on the amount of golden light, Luo Feng arrived at an immediate verdict on the number of eyes on this beast: 1,000 eyes. The 1,000-eyed beast let out a loud howl before looking at Luo Feng. Half of the eyes on his entire body were looking at him at the same time. Its booming voice, which resonated throughout heaven and earth, declared, "It's been so long, so very long. I finally have the chance to emerge once again. Warrior, I will deal with you slowly, very slowly. The longer you endure, the happier I will be." On this 6th level of Wuqi Tower, it is difficult, very difficult, to chance upon a single life form. Luo Feng laughed. The longer he could endure, his godly body was now as tall as 100 million kilometers. With such a massive godly body, as well as the rampage he had gone on, scouring and collecting treasures on the 3rd level, especially after that plant life form warrior had been annihilated, he had earned himself a pile of automaton-type true treasures. The various automaton-type true treasures, when put to good use via effective combination, would enable him to unleash extremely strong combat power. I will survive, thought Luo Feng. If you seek to force me into giving up on survival, it will be extremely difficult. Roar! Suddenly, the 1,000-eyed beast raised its head and gave an earth-shattering, ferocious roar. The surrounding earth broke up into pieces of continents that started floating up. Every continent had a diameter of around 100 million kilometers. At a brief glance, there was at least 1,000 of them. Then these continents rapidly compressed and condensed together, forming numerous black blades. Each blade was around 300,000 kilometers long. 1,000 blades were suspended in void space as the 1,000-eyed beast gazed at Luo Feng. Warrior, it said, I hope you have lived long enough. Hua 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 hua. 1,000 black blades, arranged as if to create a military formation, flew so quickly that they sounded as though they were whistling toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng frowned. He was in trouble. The most difficult opponents to deal with were the ones who had control over a large number of spiritual force weapons. If the opponent had merely one such weapon under its control, there wouldn't be cause for alarm, but controlling 1,000 of these. Any single great being, when controlling a spiritual force weapon, would usually go all out in order to get his spiritual force weapon to unleash its strongest combat power. This was why the common practice was to control one such weapon at any one time. To control 10 or even 100 at a time would only serve to weaken the weapons. If that were the case, it would be much better to control one spiritual force weapon at a time instead. There were some unique circumstances. Luo Feng, for instance, had several other bodies, so naturally, he was able to divide consciousnesses. Every consciousness was fully capable of unleashing an outburst of the strongest combat power. This thousand-eyed beast had been born with the ability to divide out into 1,000 consciousnesses, and every single consciousness was able to release an outburst of the strongest combat power. Thousands of blade shadows, flowing like electricity, instantly enshrouded the sky above Luo Feng, then swooped down quickly, leaving Luo Feng no room for escape. As soon as he managed to ward off the first blade shadow, the other 999 had already moved to surround him. He was entrapped within their blade formation. Bang! Luo Feng executed his warm-up method, and with Blood Ghost blade in his hands, it was as though his entire being was a gigantic blade. With a single bang, he established contact with the other blade and very quickly made use of its strength to fly backward. However, upon being thrown backward, the black blade was quick to recover and gave chase. The other black blades around him also charged toward him. How troublesome! Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Spiritual force weapons and great beings. The difference is that the speed at which these spiritual force weapons move is far faster than great beings. However, to me, this is pointless. Luo Feng started executing his body technique without inhibitions. To him, this form of quantity-based attack was meaningless. If it was a collective attack, Luo Feng might have perhaps been scared and attempted to escape, but this was merely a siege. Every one time, there could, at most, be 8 to 10 blades attacking him. He certainly did not fear such attacks. The 5th level, 6th level, and 7th level. Out of these 3 levels, the 6th level would most probably be the easiest level for this warrior. Milky Way Black Mist Commander looked at the screen and further commented, "Warrior Milky Way's body technique is the most astounding thing about him. And the aspect being tested on the 6th level is mainly one's body technique. Earlier on, a handful already made it past the 6th level," said the silver armored female commander, "with body techniques much stronger than any of them. It would naturally be much easier for Warrior Milky Way to pass the 6th level." She smiled lightly and added, "I am just wondering to what extent of his skill will this warrior force Thousand Eyes to execute?" The burly commander by the side also nodded. "Warrior Milky Way is taking things so easily. Thousand Eyes must feel as if his dignity is at stake. He will attack even more aggressively and continuously until he can suppress this Milky Way and deprive him of any possibility of retaliation. Then it will rest its case." "I am going to place my bet," said the evil-looking beast commander seated at the far right. "Thousand Eyes will execute its Thousand Eyes Heartlight in Order to defeat warrior Milky Way. It was indeed a breeze for Luo Feng. Previously, to hone his body techniques within the virtual space in the space of inheritance, Luo Feng had made use of all possible ways, and in the virtual space, he had sparred with generations of super great beings to learn from their skills. Among them, there were certainly a substantial number who controlled spiritual force weapons. Luo Feng had even tried sparring with opponents like the 3 generations of ancestors, so what could possibly be new to him? His body techniques included various warfare methods to help him deal with close-range combat, spiritual force weapons, and restraining-type weapons. Bang 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 bang. 1,000 blades surrounded Luo Feng, and everything seemed to become a single, blurry, knife-like shadow. This shadow clashed and crashed against the other blades. Crisp sounds of blades knocking against one another were heard. And most of the time, these sounds were made when Blood Ghost Blade was colliding with another blade surrounding it. Occasionally, Luo Feng's godly body would receive a blow, but no matter what, he tried his best to situate himself in the most advantageous position. If we are to go on like this, even one era later, you still can't do much harm to me. Luo Feng looked at the faraway thousand-eyed beast. The thousand-eyed beast tried its best to control his weapon in such a situation. How could it now realize how easy things were for his opponent? It was also shocked. Since the day it had first stepped foot here, Luo Feng was by far a warrior with the most powerful body techniques that it had ever encountered, and it seemed like, up till now, it had yet to force this warrior to reach his limit. The thousand-eyed beast let out an angry roar. You little warrior. Suddenly, the attack method of the 1,000 blades laying siege to Luo Feng all at once changed. Previously, all the blades had surrounded him in order to attack, but it was merely a simple coordinated method of attack. But at that moment the blades attacked, it would be 10 blades acting together. At one point, 1,000 blades were divided into 100 teams, and every team had 10 blades working in perfect harmony. Therefore, their collaboration enabled their power to soar by more than 10 times instantly, forcing Luo Feng, who had previously been able to take things easy, into a tight corner. Just what kind of a beast is this? Luo Feng muttered. 1 heart for 1,000 blades, and every blade technique is so powerful. Luo Feng was going crazy as he tried his best to put up resistance. Not only must he dodge and evade, but he also had to attack at the same time. His body technique was truly at a full force outburst. This was it. At times dodging, at times attacking, the perfect combination of attacking and dodging to borrow strength from one another. This was the strongest body technique. At one point in time, it was as though everything within heaven and earth was falling apart. Hong Long Long. 9 days path was a blade technique that was often executed. Once this blade technique was executed, every blade in the surrounding would be immediately ripped apart, bombarded, and then thrown off into the distance. At that time, the entire 1,000 knife formation was thrown into a complete mess. Hong Long Long. Anywhere Luo Feng traversed would be bombed and torn apart, leaving behind destroyed lands. Furthermore, he was relying on borrowed strength when dodging. Thus, he was completely in control, as well as placed in a totally advantageous position. I was wrong. The evil beast commander watching the scene on screen was shocked as he exclaimed, even with 1,000 eyes executing 1,000 eyes Heartlight, it still could not defeat warrior Milky Way. Earlier on, during the fight, he merely seemed to be dodging the attacks. Who would have expected him to incorporate his blade technique into his body technique? This had allowed his body technique to attain an even higher level of strength. Attacking was the best form of defense one powerful attack could lend strength to a dodge, making it easier by 10 to 100 times. Yet, on the other hand, any mistaken attack would bring about a nightmare. That was why it was extremely difficult to incorporate an attack into a body technique. It required a great deal of experience and someone who was extremely gifted to be able to refine and create such a body technique. Even Luo Feng himself, who had spent more than 8 million eras to create this body technique, was extremely proud of it, judging by the accomplishments of generations of heirs of Duandong River. Even Luo Feng felt that his ability to comprehend was extremely high. Executing Thousand Eyes Heartlight. Thousand Eyes must be going crazy after being cornered into such a desperate situation. The four commanders were discussing among themselves. As expected, even if Thousand Eyes Heartlight was executed, Thousand Eyes would only gain a slight advantage. The burly commander said there was no way he could defeat that warrior Milky Way. His body technique was at the level of Law Master and had achieved perfection to become absolutely formidable. In the world of mountains and hills within the 6th level of Wu Qi Tower. Warrior, you are indeed very impressive, said the thousand-eyed beast. Even I am unable to defeat you. You are truly one of the most powerful warriors I have ever come across. Maybe you will be able to reach the peak of Wu Qi Tower. The dark green, thousand-eyed beast suddenly bore a hole and penetrated deep within the ground with a loud crash. Then he disappeared from Luo Feng's line of sight. The 1,000 blades in Luo Feng's surroundings instantly became countless flowing lights that flew out into the distance. Thereafter, they landed with loud crashes to become mountains and hills. Luo Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Such madness! 1,000 blades, all wielded with one heart. Luo Feng was muttering to himself. His energy outburst, from the start until the end, is comparable to mine. Yet, at the very end, he could release an outburst at this level. Luo Feng was also aware of this. It was that he was weak, but his opponent was strong. His opponent might have just been maintaining this energy. The true identity of this opponent might have been a true god of void space. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the sky and enshrouded Luo Feng. Instantly, Luo Feng disappeared from the world found on the 6th level of Wu Qi Tower. On the 7th floor of Wu Qi Tower was an ice-cold world. A nearly transparent ice mountain was close in front of Luo Feng. The 7th floor. Luo Feng was excited. There are 9 floors in Wu Qi Tower in total. The first 8 floors are the tests, and if I can get to the 9th floor, I'll succeed. The more Luo Feng thought about it, the more Luo Feng was convinced that there was a huge secret hidden on the 9th floor of Wu Qi Tower. There are only 2 hazards left, the one on the 7th and the 8th floor. Luo Feng looked around warily. No matter how powerful he was, he needed to be cautious. The closer he got to approaching the final victory, the more cautious he needed to be. Hua! Space ripples spread in the sky where cold air was spreading, and a giant single eye appeared. A godly eye. Luo Feng was dazed. The 3rd floor featured the final death trap on Wu Qi Tower. It had the same godly eye, which produced a powerful mind shock. Why does the 7th floor have a godly eye as well? Is it also a mind shock? Luo Feng was hesitant, but it must be the same as the 3rd floor. There should at least be something different. Wang. The godly eye gave out a blurry golden light, covering Luo Feng. Soldier Milky Way, the ancient voice, was echoing in Luo Feng's ears. If you pass the test of the godly eye, you'll enter the 8th floor of Wuqi Tower. Which will be your final test in Wuqi Tower. The ancient voice faded. Hong. The blurry golden light gave out a forceful mind shock, irritating Luo Feng. It was indeed a mental shock as powerful as the one on the 3rd floor of Wu Qi Tower when the test there had ended. Mind shock. Luo Feng looked up at the godly eye. He had to take it directly, without running away. It was invisible, so there was no way he could hide from it. He had to resist it directly. Mind versus mind. Why does the 7th floor still have a mind shock? Luo Feng was perplexed. Then he stopped thinking and tried to fight that mental shock with all his power. The 4 leaders stared at the screen. That soldier Milky Way's mind is very strong, so it should be easy for him to pass the 7th floor. The voice of the towering leader was rumbling. Let's see how much he can learn from the godly eye technique. Godly eye technique was created by Majesty of Godly King, said the Black Mist leader. It's a special technique, and in the world of Jin, only the special ones can be sealed. Those that have special contributions and those with great potential can be bestowed. Okay, 6 soldiers made it to the 7th floor of Wuqi Tower. 5 of them failed, and 1 of them succeeded and made it to the 8th floor. The worst of them didn't even finish the 1st volume, and the best finished the 3rd volume. Let's see how many volumes this Milky Way can learn. Luo Feng didn't know that he was fighting the mind shock using all his strength. Sometimes he looked at the godly eye in the sky, and sometimes he looked at the nearly transparent ice mountain around him. I'm just supposed to fight the mind shock like this, Luo Feng thought. What's the limit of this godly eye? Even though Luo Feng had strong willpower, everything had its limits. If that godly eye attack went beyond his limit, he would pass out and be transported out. It's a great chance to sharpen my willpower, though, thought Luo Feng. There are 8 levels of hazards in Wuqi Tower. I don't think the 7th floor will stop me. Luo Feng kept resisting it. The blurry golden light covered everything below. Luo Feng looked as if he were wearing a golden cloth. The mind shock was getting more and more powerful, and it reached the level of the limit of a true god in no time. But that was nothing to Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced at the ice mountain. What's that? On the surface of the ice mountain, ancient characters appeared. They were all characters from the ancient civilization, and they covered the mountain. The characters were from the 1st volume of Godly Eye Technique. Godly Eye Technique. Luo Feng was exhilarated after reading the 1st line. Haha, all the floors after the 3rd level have prizes, although there are hazards as well. There are lots of prizes. The 7th floor gives techniques directly. Secret techniques were different from techniques at the universe. Night level didn't mean anything to universe masters, and with great beings becoming more powerful, they needed to create techniques that were suitable for them. Those techniques at a lower level didn't help them at all. However, secret techniques were different. Duanmia, Donghua, and Undying River were all secret techniques, and they were universally useful. A powerful secret technique like Undying River could certainly boost someone's power. Secret techniques were invaluable even in the ancient civilization. Luo Feng had obtained a whole set of Duanmia before, but under the restrictions of the original mind, he had only been able to read the first 3 volumes. However, Once someone became a true god of void space, he would be able to read the latter material of Duan Miao, while someone was only a universe master, or a true god. Duan Miao could help them trump many godly power-burning techniques. And it would help them remain at an advantage after they reached a higher level. Disadvantage would remain. In the world of Jin, only the first several levels of godly power-burning techniques were spread. "I got a secret technique," Luo Feng said, elated. "Let me see which secret technique it is." "Does Duandong River have it also?" Duandong River only had one inheritor for each generation. However, His Majesty the Godly King had built an entire superpower. Perhaps those techniques owned by His Majesty the Godly King were not owned by Duandong River. Luo Feng looked carefully. As for the mental shock, it was nothing to Luo Feng. Godly eye technique is a technique for the mind. Luo Feng was overjoyed. A great gain, a great chance. He had the Duandong River inheritance, and he was also familiar with the ancient civilization, so he knew exactly how important godly eye technique was. Godly eye technique was a secret technique using the mind. Perhaps the ancestral teachers from Duandong River had been able to create 3 or 4 volumes, but if the ancestral teachers were proficient in it, they wouldn't have been able to create them at an exceptional level. 3 or 4 volumes were nothing to a powerful group or an inheritance. Only those that were complete, those techniques that were exceptional across the entire ancient civilization, were useful, like Duan Mia, Donghua, and Undying River. For example, Luo Feng read the introduction of the first volume of Godly Eye Technique. Willpower. Every great being has willpower. Some have stronger willpower, while others have weaker willpower. When a weak being dies, everything will go away. However, when a great being dies, his willpower will remain. A drop of blood or scales, all of them will contain great mental pressure. When great beings are still alive, they will fight each other, and when the minds fight each other, great beings can toy with their enemies' heads. If the willpower between the two competitors is too large, the stronger one could put the weaker one into a coma, rendering him powerless. Luo Feng nodded his head. A great being had a soul, a consciousness, and willpower. If their souls were destroyed, they would be dead forever. As for one's consciousness, it was built on the soul. The more powerful someone's soul was, the greater his consciousness would be. When two great beings fought each other, if there was a huge gap of consciousness between them, like between true gods and universe knights, the stronger could crush the weaker soul easily. However, willpower was different. Willpower wasn't correlated with souls. Even if someone had a weak soul and a weak consciousness, he could still possess mighty willpower. When someone was weak, willpower didn't help much. The best it could do would be to resist illusions, and when someone died, his willpower would dissipate and be rendered useless. However, when someone became a true god of void space, or even more superior, willpower would become of great use. Even when a supreme being died, his willpower would remain, such as in the drop of godly blood Luo Feng had. However, even in the ancient civilization, some great beings only knew how to use willpower through primitive means. They didn't know how to utilize it in a more flexible way. Willpower was not material, so how could one use it? Only supreme beings who comprehended willpower could create some techniques based on willpower. They were not like burning power techniques. Even true gods of void space could comprehend the first level of a godly power burning technique. As for a willpower technique, even eternal true gods couldn't Comprehend them only those who mastered chaos laws could comprehend them. Godly Eye Technique was a secret technique created by His Majesty the Godly King. Only those whose willpower has reached the level of true gods of void space can practice Godly Eye Technique. It's kind of like practicing hearts. Luo Feng was reading pondering the first volume of Godly Eye Technique. Other than some of the practice guides of secret techniques, there were also guides on how to improve one's willpower based on the material one needed to focus on his heart, analyze it, learn more about it, and keep improving oneself. The Godly Eye kept emanating blurry golden light, and the willpower shock inside kept being strengthened. It had already surpassed the limit true God level. There was a huge gap between limit true gods and true gods of void space. However, Luo Feng couldn't still easily resist it. Characters kept appearing on the ice mountain, yet this was still the first volume. Apparently, it was a long volume. Then characters stopped showing up, and the first volume of Godly Eye Technique was shown on the ice mountain in its entirety. It took a long time to show only the first volume. If someone's willpower isn't stronger than limit true gods, he might not be able to read the first volume. Luo Feng sighed. He saw another ice mountain in the distance, and characters began to appear on its surface as well. Oh, the second volume of Godly Eye Technique. Luo Feng was amazed and began to memorize them. Many characters started to emerge from the transparent, icy mountainside, and with a single glance, Luo Feng could read the new techniques instantly. It was whole volume. Luo Feng was relieved. After only a while. Again. Luo Feng turned around and looked at another ice mountain in the distance. He could see characters appearing wildly on the transparent, icy mountainside. It was the third volume of Godly Eye Technique. The characters kept emerging, seemingly without end. The Black Mist leader looked at the screen in the palace. Is this already the third volume of Godly Eye Technique? So fast? Wow, the first 3 volumes are all there already. Milky Way has already learned the first 3 volumes. Which means that compared to all the previous soldiers who attempted this task, he is the best candidate. There are 9 volumes in total. Let's see which volume he'll end with. Did His Majesty the Godly King put all the 9 volumes there? The towering leader asked, perplexed. The other leaders shook their heads. Who knows? The best soldier previously only finished the first 3 volumes. Who knows how many volumes His Majesty the Godly King put in there? Even though the 4 of them were leaders, and all 4 were sealed great beings, even they weren't qualified to get all the 9 volumes of Godly Eye Technique. After all, to a powerful group, the more advanced a technique was, the more important it was to the group. They were offered on a merit-based system, which meant that those who made more contributions would obtain more techniques. The 4th volume. He started the 4th volume. The willpower shock is incredible right now. Yet that soldier Milky Way doesn't seem to be affected much. Perhaps he can comprehend more. The 4 leaders were all curious about how much Milky Way could learn. Luo Feng was relieved. Finally, he had finished the first 4 volumes. Each volume had lots of material, and it had taken a while for it to be completely revealed on the ice mountain. He had been afraid that he might not be able to resist it. The 5th volume. Luo Feng looked toward another ice mountain, and many characters emerged on it. It was the 5th volume of Godly Eye Technique. Luo Feng grew irritated after just 1/3 of the 5th volume had emerged. No. He took a look at the Godly Eye in the sky. The blurry, golden light was covering him, and the willpower shock was becoming stronger. Such a strong willpower shock, Luo Feng said, feeling anxious. I can already feel the great intense pressure. It must be at the level of a senior true god of void space now. Luo Feng kept staring at the icy mountain in the distance. The characters continued to arise. He was reluctant to have his willpower crumble before finishing that volume. Vigorous pressure weighed on his willpower. It felt like a mountain. And it was becoming heavier, slowing down Luo Feng's thinking. The 5th volume. Quick, Luo Feng was nervous. Another 15 seconds passed. The contents of the 5th volume were shown in their entirety on the ice mountain, and a new volume started to emerge on yet another ice mountain. The 6th volume, said Luo Feng. He could sense that the technique was emerging faster and faster. In truth, the godly eye technique was indeed emerging at a gradually faster pace with each volume. Ah! Luo Feng's face went pale under that horrifying mental shock. His body trembled, yet he was still staring at the ice mountain in the distance. He continued memorizing the material of the 6th volume. Hung. Luo Feng couldn't help falling to the ground. No, said Luo Feng. He knew he had reached his limit. He was not in the space of inheritance to sharpen his willpower. If the willpower shock got stronger, he would pass out. No. Luo Feng desperately desired to read more about the godly eye technique. I can't fall down. At least 6 volumes. I must finish 6 volumes. Luo Feng was roaring inside. Each second felt like an era, which made it feel as if the characters were emerging too slowly. I must finish it. I must do it. It was Luo Feng's only thought to finish the first 6 volumes. He had to finish them. He had to. Luo Feng could sense that his willpower was crumbling, but he was still pulling through. He stared into the distance and wondered why the characters were emerging so slowly. Why didn't they appear all at once? Finally, all the characters of the 6th volume of the godly eye technique appeared on the ice mountain at the same time. The 7th volume started to emerge on the mountainside of another ice mountain. However, Luo Feng couldn't hold on any longer. After enduring the 6th volume, he blacked out without reading the 7th volume. Hung. A pillar of light appeared and covered Luo Feng, who was unconscious. Finally, he left the 7th floor. All 4 leaders went quiet. They were staring at the screen, collectively holding their breath. At a crucial moment, the characters emerged faster and faster. There wasn't any time gap between volumes, and the longer Luo Feng could persevere, the more material he could read. He could tell that it was difficult for law masters to improve when they reached the limit, which was why the godly eye technique emerged faster and faster. The 5th volume is done. The 6th volume was also finished. Soldier Milky Way fell. Luo Feng disappeared from the screen. The 4 leaders felt relieved. 6th volume. Unfortunately, he fell before the 7th volume was finished. However, it's all blurred, so we can't see anything. It's not surprising that he couldn't finish the 7th volume after all. His Majesty, the Godly King, only gave us the first 6 volumes. Milky Way is only a law master, yet he was able to complete the first 6 volumes. He's more impressive than us. The 4 leaders were chatting with each other. There was nothing on the screen. Let's take it back, said the towering leader. Okay, said the Black Mist leader. The screen disappeared from the palace. After all, even the 4 leaders couldn't see anything on the 8th and 9th floor, which was why they had no idea what hazards waited on the 8th floor. Or what kind of secret His Majesty, the godly king, had left behind on the ninth floor. Wait. Yes, we can only wait if that soldier Milky Way can get the inheritance successfully. The sealing task will disappear automatically. There was only one task for law masters, and if someone succeeded, the task would disappear and wouldn't show up again. Can this soldier succeed? The Black Mist leader was worried. One soldier made it to the 8th floor, but he failed in the end. We asked him about the 8th floor when he exited, but he couldn't remember anything about it. There's got to be a huge secret on the 8th floor, said the silver-armored female leader. Otherwise, His Majesty the godly king wouldn't have erased his memories. Just wait and see. The leaders were indeed curious. They had been born in the world of Jin, so they were absolutely loyal to His Majesty the godly king with one order: they would die for the godly king without hesitation. However, they were also curious. They had been in Godly King Valley for a long time, and their job was to find the peerless talent sought by their godly king. His Majesty, the godly king, eagerly sought this talented individual. What was there on the 8th and 9th floors of Wuqi Tower? Luo Feng saw that the time and space around him were twisted, and he was transported to the 8th floor. Even after Luo Feng appeared on the 8th floor of Wuqi Tower, he was still mesmerized by the scenes on the 7th floor. It's indeed difficult to make a breakthrough in willpower on the 7th floor. My willpower is strengthened, and I should reach the level of a top-tier true god of void space. It's close to the limit of true gods of void space. 6 volumes. I got 6 volumes of the Godly Eye technique. Only the first 3 volumes of Duan Mia are suitable for true gods to practice, and these 6 volumes of Godly Eye technique will take me a long time to finish. Luo Feng was quite content. Even Duandong River didn't have Godly Eye technique, which meant it was a powerful technique owned exclusively by Jin. I'm on the 8th floor now, which is the last challenge on Wuqi Tower. My last step to the top. Luo Feng looked around. There was a space around him, and there was a small landform floating in the vast space in the distance. It was so small that it might take Luo Feng 100 steps to finish walking from one end to the other. There was only one landform in the endless space. Luo Feng flew toward it like a streak of light. It appeared to be close, but it took him a long time to reach it. Time and space seemed to be suppressed, so he couldn't teleport. There's a huge secret hidden in Wuqi Tower. That sealed being is extraordinary. Nobody has succeeded in the endless time. What will stand in my way to discovering the huge secret? Luo Feng was curious and worried at the same time. The final challenge was all that stood between him and the huge secret, so it surely wouldn't be simple. The 8th level, it would be the final task, and it awaited him on that small island. So he flew for a long time before landing on the island. It looked arid and desolate. However, on the ground were many ancient characters. Luo Feng took a look. The characters were simple. The 8th level is the final step to the top. Observe the space around you and get one technique. If you can succeed, you'll reach the 9th level of Wuqi Tower. If you fail, your memories will be erased and you'll leave Wuqi Tower. After Luo Feng finished reading the instructions, the ancient characters disappeared. He raised up his head and looked around at the space. Huge characters showed up in the space around him. Each one looked like a star, connecting with each other to form a picture. There wasn't a single comma between the characters. They were all connected. He couldn't tell where the start was or where the end was. Luo Feng stood on the suspended miniature continent and surveyed his surroundings. Looking around the void space, I can obtain one secret technique, and upon mastering it, I can enter the 9th level. If I fail, all my memories will be erased, and I will have to leave Wuqi Tower. Luo Feng frowned. The temptation to enter the 9th level, especially when he was so close to achieving it, was extremely great, but the countless characters suspended in the void space around him left him in a daze. Thanks to their overwhelming numbers, he didn't know where to start. At first glance, they were like a sky filled with stars. Every character was one star, and they were all connected to one another, but because all of them were gathered together, it was impossible to identify where the starting point of this secret technique was, or where its end would be. He did not even know where there could be pauses. To cultivate this secret technique, I must first organize all its contents. Luo Feng looked at the countless characters suspended all over the surrounding void space, but I know nothing about any of it. How am I going to divide them up into phases? If I cannot divide them into phases, how am I going to start the cultivation? Luo Feng was frustrated. Time passed in a blink of the eye. 9 days had gone by. How do I cultivate? Luo Feng wondered aloud. He looked at the numerous characters. Each was emitting light rays that were at times strong and at other times weak. It was like a gigantic scroll whose start and end were connected. It was presented right before Luo Feng, but he could not understand anything about it. The rays of light from the characters were nothing new to him, but he still could not make enough sense of them to be able to comprehend their meaning. Does this mean I have to stop at the 8th level? Luo Feng was very reluctant, but the countless characters on the gigantic scroll seemed so profound, like characters in a holy writ, that he simply could not fathom. Buzz. All of a sudden, Luo Feng, who had been studying the characters, suddenly witnessed all the characters on the gigantic scroll, suspended in void space, lighting up instantly. His consciousness was pulled within the scroll. It was as if he was using a virtual universe sensor so that his consciousness could enter the virtual universe. At that moment, his consciousness entered the scroll. Luo Feng stood on that suspended continent, unmoving, far away in the surrounding void space, on the circular scroll with countless characters that resembled stars. There was an upsurge of light rays that were flashing and shining intermittently. At that moment, it was as though they were following a unique rhythm. Hua. A blurred figure condensed and appeared within the void space. He was garbed in a luxurious robe that had faint black rays encircling it as a blurry shadow. He stood amid the void space as though he was the core of the entire world. On the 8th level, exuding an aura of absolute elegance, he looked far into the distance at Luo Feng, who stood rooted to his spot on the miniature continent he was on. This is the second one, the black figure gently whispered. The previous one, whose consciousness managed to enter the world of scrolls, was quick to fail. Let's see if this one can succeed or not. Perhaps I have been asking for too much. My world of Jin might be vast and mighty, but to give rise to an extraordinary figure who could cultivate this secret technique, maybe it was just too unrealistic. But other than this, what else can I do? What else can I do? My original body has been annihilated. I have no other choice, no other choice, the black ray figure quietly lamented. Among countless lives, there a miracle is bound to be born. The black, ray-like figure looked at Luo Feng from afar with a look of earnest longing on his face. Luo Feng stood rooted to his spot in a dazed manner. His consciousness had already entered the world of scrolls. The world of scrolls. Luo Feng could only feel his consciousness being attracted into the world. It was a feeling similar to entering a virtual world. Everything before him changed, and he arrived before a towering palace that was radiating a faint purple light. This palace was constructed on the peak of sprawling, high mountains. At first glance, the towering palace seemed to be enveloped by the clouds, therefore everything around it seemed to be blurred. Just one glance, Luo Feng could already feel the powerful suppression. He turned to look back into the distance. He could see no end to the vast mountain range. What place is this? I was just looking at those characters in the void space a while ago, and my consciousness was forcibly pulled into this place. This place seemed all the more mysterious to Luo Feng. How powerful was his willpower, and yet those characters within the void space that composed the circular scroll had been able to pull his consciousness here by force. Come in, come in, come in. From within the doors of the towering palace that was radiating faint purple light, sounds of beckoning could be heard, causing Luo Feng to fall into a daze. Right away, moving as though his will was not his own, he walked toward the palace doors right away and entered the depths of the great hall. Luo Feng was abruptly awakened. Immediately, he looked around the place. I am already within the hall. Unknowingly, and without any trace of vigilance, I was pulled under control. This difference in power is much too great. This was an extremely beautiful hall. To the sides, there were numerous exquisite pillars, and on every pillar were carvings of various pictures. A distance away, some decorations were found on the walls. All of these exuded a powerful oppressive force. Luo Feng wanted to take a closer look, but no matter how he tried, he could not see anything clearly. Even the ground beneath his feet was unclear. It was as though he looked at everything through a thick mist. The entire hall suddenly trembled. Luo Feng immediately turned around, and within the same hall he was in, a beast appeared. It was covered entirely with black scales, and its body resembled the form of a lion. On its forehead was a curved purple horn, and both its eyes were filled with purple light. It could be seen walking about the palace hall, and its presence caused the entire hall to tremble. You are Luo Feng looked at the beast. I am the secret technique itself, the purple-horned beast replied proudly. Luo Feng was taken aback. The secret technique itself? Why, even weapons can have spirits. Why can't this secret technique have a spirit too? The purple-horned beast snorted. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Then he went wild with ecstasy. Oh, God, the spirit of a secret technique. If it had been a warrior from the world of Jin, then he might not have understood what was meant by a spirit of a secret technique, but Luo Feng, who had received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, possessed knowledge of the ancient civilization. Naturally, he would understand within the ancient civilization only a few formidable super-existences who stood at the apex of the entire ancient civilization would go to such lengths and spend such a great deal of effort to refine and produce a piece of a treasure of a secret technique for the sake of choosing a suitable heir to inherit the sets of knowledge they took great pride in. To enable a secret technique to contain a spirit was a very stringent process. That involved combining a secret technique and a spirit from the pulse of Duandong River. Only the 3 generations of ancestors could have achieved that. No heir from the other generations had been successful. When a secret technique had a spirit, it would be able to choose a master that truly suited it if other great beings vainly attempted to rely on their strong powers to forcibly seize this secret technique. They were bound for failure, and if the secret technique was unable to recognize a master, any attempt to kill its spirit would be impossible to achieve. After all, only a master could easily eradicate the spirit of a treasure. In other words, a particular super great being would naturally be able to destroy the spirit of a treasure. When he destroyed that treasure, however, out of all those who could refine treasures of secret techniques, were there any who were not super existences from the ancient civilization? Even for the 3 generations of ancestors who could come up with the spirit of a secret technique, even when it came to the ancestors themselves, if the spirit of a treasure they created did not recognize them as masters, there was no way they could destroy the treasures even if they were the creators of these treasures. So, destroying such a spirit of a secret technique was difficult, but to meet the requirements and acquire the set of knowledge that these peak existences were so proud of was even more difficult. Exactly what sort of secret technique would specially require a spirit of a secret technique? Could this be something that His Majesty the Godly King created? Luo Feng mumbled to himself. Even from the pulse of Duandong River, only the 3 generations of ancestors could achieve this. Facing this purple-horned beast, Luo Feng obediently sat beside it and listened. After all, even the 3 generations of ancestors could not use force against it, so everything had to be done according to the rules determined by the creator of this spirit of a secret technique. For you to be able to enter the world of scrolls, you must have a solid foundation, the purple-horned beast said. However, whether or not you can obtain this secret technique depends on your skills. Look carefully. The purple-horned beast's sharp horn suddenly shot out 4 beams of light. Rays. Hong 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 hong. 4 rays of light bombarded in 4 different directions within the hall, and all of a sudden, 4 huge rolls of scrolls appeared on each of the 4 walls within the hall simultaneously as the scrolls unrolled during descent. Countless characters could be seen on the scrolls. However, 3 out of the 4 scrolls contained characters that were blurred. Only one of these scrolls was different, and that was the one suspended in midair before the palace doors. Every character on that scroll was crystal clear. Luo Feng could finish reading it without trouble. These 4 scrolls, the purple-horned beast said, before your eyes is the only one you can see clearly. This is the acceptance guide of the secret technique. Acceptance guide of the secret technique. Luo Feng nodded. Acceptance guide of secret technique for the existences of the ancient civilization who stood at the peak. It was never easy to find an heir. Getting killed during the maturing process was not a big deal, but after a warrior was killed and one's memory was being searched, if the super secret technique it took such great pride were to be leaked out into the open, there would be big trouble. This was why they would usually deploy many means of precautionary measures. The inheritance imprints of the pulse of Duandong River were one such example. Under the restraint of the inheritance imprints, Luo Feng was unable to leak out anything about it. Even if he had been killed and his memory had been searched, the inheritance imprints would break up and destroy everything. So it was impossible for the enemy to find anything. Of course, there were many groups of powers, like His Majesty the Godly King of Jin, who, when handing over to someone under his command, would also follow the progress of his subordinate. If his subordinate's abilities grew stronger, then gradually, he would impart more profound knowledge. This was because the more powerful his subordinate was, the more difficult it would be to search his memory. If it was not truly an inheritance of a pulse, and he was not imparting it to a subordinate, then he would use methods like the spirit of a secret technique to cast the net and search for an heir, usually an acceptance guide of a secret technique would be used, and once this acceptance guide of secret technique was mastered, the truly powerful secret technique would be accepted and guided in to become internalized by then, even if one's memories were searched, under the influence of the acceptance guide, there would be no way the true secret technique could be found. The acceptance guide of a secret technique not only had the function of protecting the secret technique, it also had the ability to choose an appropriate heir. This secret technique would be fraught with difficulties, and only those who managed to fulfill the various requirements would be able to master this technique. Mastering the acceptance guide of a secret technique would naturally mean that one could master this secret technique, therefore, he would be accepted and guided into it. Everything would be completed. The more powerful a secret technique is, thought Luo Feng, even for a true god of void space, an eternal true god, or someone higher up in rank, all of them would still have to go through cultivation. I am merely a law master, so I will certainly not be able to master the entire secret technique now. If I were able to master it all, then it would mean the secret technique carried no value at all. So, the significance of the 8th level of Wuqi Tower, regretfully, is to master the acceptance guide of a secret technique and, thereafter, to completely internalize this powerful secret technique within one's own soul. Upon memorizing it, one would be considered to have succeeded. If the acceptance guide of a secret technique is never fully mastered, then the result will be failure. Luo Feng was quick to pick up on understanding the true significance of the 8th level of Wuqi Tower. Upon mastering the acceptance guide of the secret technique, he would be able to obtain the entire secret technique. After that, he would be able to enter the 9th level of Wuqi Tower. This would be the final barrier to overcome. This acceptance guide of secret technique must be very difficult, otherwise there would not be so many obstacles still to face ahead, and since long ago there has been no one who has succeeded within the world of Jin. Luo Feng started to look very carefully at that scroll suspended before the palace doors at his side. The purple-horned beast was still speaking. This acceptance guide of a secret technique is very stringent, it said. The cultivators should ideally be law masters, and as for the highest level, one could, at most, be a true god. Any higher than that, and it would be impossible to achieve success in cultivation. Luo Feng concentrated all his attention, reading the picture of Na'in technique. There were countless characters on the picture, but fortunately, Luo Feng had an incredible memory, so he was able to memorize all the characters instantly with only one look. Na'in. Luo Feng pondered the material of that technique in silence. He wanted to get a deeper understanding of it, and he needed to train on the basis of the material later. There was a saying that sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay the cutting of firewood. This was definitely a crucial moment for Luo Feng, so he needed to be patient. He couldn't rush it. This Na'in technique is very demanding, the purple-horned strange beast said. Since the time when I was created by my master, countless peerless talents have tried to get it, but nobody has ever succeeded. Luo Feng glanced at the purple-horned strange beast and was shocked. Countless peerless talents. He didn't think countless peerless talents had made their way to the 8th floor. As for you, you might fail. The purple-horned strange beast took a look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng concentrated all his attention on the picture and kept analyzing and pondering it. He soon knew the detailed steps for practice, and as soon as he understood all the procedures, he immediately started to practice. The purple-horned strange beast was a bit surprised. He started just like that, without any signs, but I bet he might fail in the end. The beast bent its hoofs and lay in the palace. It had its head lowered, and it was waiting beside Luo Feng, waiting for him to fail so he could send him out. Once Luo Feng started the training, his entire body and all of the bodies he had couldn't help being immersed in the techniques he read before. The Earthling original body, Golden Horned Beast body, Masha body, and Remote Ocean body all started to practice. Hua. In the primal universe, in the primal secret region of the human territory, the enormous remote ocean suddenly became tranquil, and there was a trace of white light glinting across the entire ocean. They were fires, each emitting white light indiscriminately. At the same time, the white light gave off mental shocks that were being enhanced gradually, waves of which permeated remote ocean. Some of the undying fighters and sector lords and spaceships flying above remote ocean felt a horrendous willpower shock sweeping through them. Hung. They all passed out instantly. Remote ocean was vast, and it was the most important place in the primal secret region. Many universe masters from the Hung Alliance gathered here, and with the willpower shock permeating from the tumbling, endless remote ocean, many sector lords, undying fighters, and even universe knights passed out. This shocked many great beings in the primal secret region. What happened to the remote ocean body of Milky Way Horde leader? Why is there white light everywhere? The willpower shock is terrific. Even universe knights couldn't withstand it. Such a strong willpower shock, even I feel pressured. Universe masters from the Hung Alliance stood on the edge of remote ocean, staring across the vast waters. Some human universe masters also appeared. Where does that willpower shock come from? Ice Mountain Master asked with a frown. I don't know, it just now happened, said a universe master of another race, who was clearly inferior. Ice Mountain Master had obtained some guidance of the ancient civilization from Luo Feng, so he had reached level 5 quickly with the first level of godly power burning technique. His power was greatly improved. There was shining white light everywhere in remote ocean, and the willpower shock pervaded. Even universe knights can't resist it. Everyone was astounded, but nobody was sure what had happened. They could only speculate. Many universe masters from the Hung Alliance transmitted their voices. Milky Way Horde leader is in the world of Gene. Did he get some powerful technique there, so he's practicing it at the moment? Hua. A being showed up, giving out endless power. It was Primal Chaos City leader. He was a universe supreme master, so everyone showed him great respect. Relay my orders, Primal Chaos City leader yelled. Take away all those who are unconscious, and stop any great being from entering remote ocean. Yes. Yes. 8 universe masters answered the order from Primal Chaos City leader, and they immediately went to make arrangements. Primal Chaos City leader was gazing at endless remote ocean. He looked worried, but he immediately hid it. What happened to you, Luo Feng? I tried to transmit my voice to you, but you didn't reply at all. Where does that willpower shock come from? Primal Chaos City leader was concerned. The primal secret region wasn't the only place affected. Milky Way Holy Land was also trapped in waves of indiscriminate mind shocks. On the 8th floor of Wuqi Tower in the world of Jin, Luo Feng stood still. On that floating island without moving a single muscle, his body was bathed in white light. Waves of mind shocks emanated from his body, and each trace of godly power in his body was covered by a white engraving picture. The pictures penetrated the life imprint on each slice of godly power. It was the ultimate test for souls, yet also the most fundamental. During the test, Luo Feng's mind naturally merged with his godly body. Normally, a great being's willpower was attached to nothing. Once the great being died, his godly body wouldn't produce any willpower shock. However, Luo Feng's willpower was gradually being combined with each trace of his godly body. His willpower had a foundation now, and only after that could he perform the willpower technique, as it was the prerequisite for all willpower techniques such as godly eye technique. After that, even if a great being died, a drop of blood, a hair, a tooth, each part of his body would contain incredible willpower. It took a long time. After more than 900 years, the white light shining on Luo Feng's body turned blue. Hung. The willpower shock in remote ocean surged. Some of the universe masters waiting in the distance were irritated. Only those with strong willpower could withstand it easily, yet the mediocre ones had a hard time bearing it. What happened? Why does the willpower shock grow stronger? In the space on the 8th floor of Wuqi Tower, the being surrounded by black light and clothed in a luxurious royal cape looked at Luo Feng standing in the distance. He's already entered phase 2. The being in black light shook his body. His eyes glinted with excitement. A talent was born in the world of Jin. Even I didn't expect this. That picture was widely spread. Many peerless talents entered the picture, yet few of could make it to phase 2. Can he succeed? He must. The being in black looked anxious and worried. Inside the picture world, the purple-horned strange beast had its head lowered originally, but it now looked at Luo Feng, who was practicing, in awe. He's entered the second phase. It said there are 3 phases in Nain technique, and he's entered phase 2. Since I was born, many talents from all powers came in before. Some had invaluable inheritances, and some received incredible training from birth. However, the number of those who could make it through phase 1 to phase 2 was less than 50. Who is this kid? Where does he come from? Is he a supreme talent cultivated by Jin's godly king? Days went by. Luo Feng had no idea what he had caused. Pain, torture, agony. Those words described how Luo Feng felt. He knew that Nain technique had 3 phases. After he started training, the first phase was easy for him, but after he started the second phase, each inch of his life imprint started to go through the worst torture in the world. It was like a needle piercing each inch of his life imprint, or it was like being dropped into the middle of a wildfire. It was just as painful as the Time Star Tower had recognized him as its master. Fortunately, Luo Feng was much stronger than he had been when Star Tower recognized him as its master, so he could bear the pain on his life imprint. Even though he was able to bear the pain, his life imprint itself might not be able to bear it, as that was a totally different scenario. Luo Feng could easily bear the pain on his life imprint. However, if the life imprint itself couldn't bear the pain, and it broke, Luo Feng would die. Is it dangerous to practice Nain technique? Regardless, he was already practicing, so there was no turning back. It's phase 2 already. The purple-horned strange beast was watching. If only he can enter phase 3, since it was seized by Jin godly king. Nobody Under him is able to enter phase 2. You brat, just try to enter phase 3. If you can, well, you'll die if you fail at that stage. However, if you succeed, you'll be second only to the godly king in the world of Gene. The purple-horned strange beast was looking forward to it. Its destiny was to find the suitable inheritor. Once the inheritor was found, the spirit of technique would disappear. However, it didn't care about what happened after the face from birth. Its sole purpose had been to find the inheritor. The being in the black light stared at Luo Feng in the space on the 8th floor. Enter phase 3. Enter phase 3. Only about 10 peerless talents have ever entered phase 3. From all the powers combined, only 3 of them survived, while all the others died. The first and second phases were safe. However, when someone entered phase 3, they would either succeed or die. Of course, there were many ways to survive in the ancient civilization. Even though all the peerless talents failed at phase 3, 3 had managed to save their lives. However, my original body is already dead, so I can do nothing to save your life. If you can survive phase 3, be grateful for me. If you can't, the black light being just shook his head. 300 years after the blue light appeared in the primal secret region of the human territory, Hong, the blue light became purple, and the purple light connected to form a giant, mysterious ancient engraving picture. Hong. The shock of willpower from remote ocean surged. Ah! Most of the universe masters in the Hong Alliance fainted and fell down. Only 2 universe masters remained conscious. The entire human camp was astounded. The willpower shock that spread indiscriminately from Milky Way Horde leader knocked 37 out of 39 universe masters unconscious, and only Boyd Gold Master and Buhuan Master were still awake. The entire Han Alliance was dumbfounded, and the shock had been outspread. If it were to be concentrated, it would be horrific. Does that mean the willpower shock from Milky Way Horde leader could finish off almost all universe masters? Even universe supreme masters might suffer losses if they're not careful enough. The seniors of Han Alliance were all thrilled. Primal Chaos City leader gave a strict order: nobody in the Hong Alliance is allowed to leak this news. Only universe masters in the Hong Alliance can know about it, and if anyone dares to leak the news, he'll be treated as a traitor. Milky Way Holy Land and the Primal Secret Region were heavily guarded. Everything was concealed. Although many sector lords and undying fighters had lost consciousness, they didn't know how terrific the willpower shock of Luo Feng was. Primal Chaos City leader stood on endless remote ocean, looked too afar, and thought, Luo Feng, come back safely no matter what. He understood that it was not easy to become so incredibly skilled. It could be inferred that Luo Feng might be in grave danger, as he was totally cut off from the outer world. On the 8th floor of Wu Chi Tower in the world of Gene, purple light shone on Luo Feng's godly body. Giant purple images were ingrained in each trace of his godly power. Hong. The willpower shock was spread everywhere. Phase 3. He has entered phase 3. Only one creature in the world of Gene entered level 8, yet he failed instantly after the first try. I never expected such a miracle to happen in world of Gene. A Law Master entered phase 3. He's only one step away from the final success. If he succeeds, I've been waiting for this moment for an infinite amount of time. The being in the black couldn't help but be excited. However, he was also anxious. Don't fail. It's the last phase, don't fail, a miracle has already happened, will there be a second? He understood that the possibility of a creature in the world of Gene succeeding was almost zero, the so-called ceiling task was only a dream, he was just there waiting for a miracle, but now, the miracle was happening. Many talents had tried and failed, this was indeed a miracle. Inside the picture world, the purple-horned strange beast looked at Luo Feng. It could tell that this law master was going through a nightmare. This is the bottom line, my master created this technique, and it's very demanding on souls. If you can't reach the bottom line, you'll die, brat. The purple-horned strange beast grew anxious. Please, keep it up, if you can go through this, you'll be led to a new world. Time flew, and during Luo Feng's practice of Na-Yin technique, especially at the third phase, he felt that his soul was being crushed. It was nearly annihilated. However, when he couldn't hold it anymore, his soul morphed a bit. During the third phase, his soul could quickly adapt every time it hit the limit. Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder every time when he reached a limit, am I naturally fit for this technique? Maybe it was like Star Tower recognizing him as a master and resisting the willpower shock from the godly eye. However, learning Na-Yin technique didn't have much to do with willpower. After all, there were many supreme talents in the ancient civilization. Some of them had managed to attain the willpower level of eternal true gods, yet they had still failed. Willpower was only a part of Na-Yin technique, the soul itself was more important. Luo Feng's soul was being crushed under Na-Yin technique. He quickly adapted and felt much more relaxed against the agony he had felt at the start. Comfortable, thought Luo Feng, he started to enjoy practicing the third phase. After 90 years of practice, everything was finished. Who? Luo Feng opened his eyes with a smile. He felt incredibly comfortable. The purple-horned strange beast lay directly in front of Luo Feng. Its giant face startled Luo Feng when he opened his eyes. Spirit of techniques, what are you? Luo Feng took 2 steps back. The purple-horned strange beast stared at Luo Feng and whispered, I'm just looking at where you come from. How did you succeed? For what it's worth, congratulations that you're qualified to practice the technique created by my master. The purple-horned strange beast smirked. Who's your master? Luo Feng couldn't help asking. Was it His Majesty, the godly king in the world of Gene? It didn't feel like it. Humph, listen carefully, said the purple-horned strange beast. Even though my master doesn't know who you are, he gave you the technique. Remember the name of my master. My master was called Yuan. He was a real supreme being who wasn't bound by any powers. Yuan. Luo Feng remembered the name. Okay, you finished Na-Yin technique, and you fit all the requirements. You're qualified to get the mighty technique created by my master, the purple-horned strange beast sighed. I've lived for such a long time, and now, I can finally go back to the technique itself. Hua! The entire purple-horned strange beast disintegrated into light, flooding Luo Feng's mind. Mountains of information were injected into Luo Feng's brain. In the space of the 8th floor of Wuqi Tower, the being in black looked around anxiously. It had been almost 90 years, but he was finally relieved. When the light around Luo Feng withered away and the star characters in the space rushed toward Luo Feng, he smiled in peace. I'm worth it now, said the being in black. Then he smiled and disappeared. Luo Feng was the only one left on the floating island. He stood there, still. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The floor on the 8th level. Luo Feng looked around. The characters had already disappeared from the space. Around him after learning the information, Luo Feng now understood that those characters were scripted into his body. Yuan Luo Feng recalled the information about the technique he had just gotten, and he couldn't help but admire that being. The technique was called Lai Yuan Technique. It was an unremarkable name. Yet it belonged to a supreme being in the ancient civilization, Lai Yuan. Technique was also a willpower technique, but it was totally different from the Godly Eye Technique. Godly Eye Technique required willpower at the level of a true god of void space, so Luo Feng was able to practice it. Now Lai Yuan Technique required willpower at a consecrated level. Godly Eye Technique was relatively inferior, and it was useful to true gods. True gods of void space, and eternal true gods. As for Lai Yuan Technique, it could drive even godly kings crazy. It was an exceptional technique. If His Majesty, the godly king in the world of Jin, could practice Lai Yuan Technique and achieve something, his power would surge, while Jin would suppress other powers. It was a technique that could change the power dynamic. However, it had been created by Yuan, who was removed from power struggles. The technique had led to countless battles in the ancient civilization. Even though godly king of Jin couldn't practice it by himself, he had tried to let the talents under him practice it. They had all failed until Luo Feng showed up. Hong. A pillar shot down and covered Luo Feng, then he disappeared from the 8th floor of Wuqi Tower. Luo Feng arrived at the 9th level. This meant he had succeeded. He would gain Wuqi God and be sealed. Luo Feng stood in a square palace. There were ancient sculptures on the wall, which were of a special style unique to the world of Jin. This is the 9th floor of Wuqi Tower. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Other than being sealed and gaining Wuqi God, Luo Feng's other goal was to learn the secret hidden behind all this. Suddenly, a voice came from the silent area in front of him. Come in. Following the ancient and solemn passage, Luo Feng advanced along the secluded path. It was composed of numerous huge, squared stone slabs. Every slab had a different carving. No two sculptures were the same. Each was carved to so called perfection. Even Luo Feng himself could not help but admire these sculptures. Every time he lowered his head toward the slabs, what might have looked like normal roads and courtyard walls were, in fact, rich with hidden luxuries. Turning the corner, he saw a door that had been left open. With a single glance, Luo Feng looked beyond the door and saw that inside the room, there were some automaton components and weapon parts placed about. Casually and in a messy manner, Luo Feng walked to the door and saw a man wearing a beautiful robe. He was looking intently at several different automaton components placed beside him. The man in the beautiful robe turned and looked toward Luo Feng. Then he smiled. Since you are here, do take a seat first. Up ahead was an exquisite black throne. Luo Feng did not say a word. Obediently, he went to the throne and sat down. Since it was His Majesty, the godly king, who had created Wuqi Tower and had designed so many difficult obstacles that had caused countless elite warriors of the world of Jin to perish one after the other, he must have had a goal in mind. This man, Luo Feng, took a careful look. Strange, even the virtual consciousness of the previous Duandong River carried an air of oppressive force. How could he not have even the slightest bit of oppressive force? It was as though Luo Feng was still a child and had run into an elderly old grandfather from his neighborhood. He looked at the man before him and could not help but feel a sort of amicable nature toward him. He had no fear. Instead, he felt very much at home. Impressive Luo Feng was secretly shocked. Even with the strength of my willpower, I am still unable to control myself. I have already developed good-natured feelings for him. The man wearing the beautiful robe looked toward Luo Feng. You must be very curious. Why did Godly King create this Wu Qi Tower? Why design so many difficult obstacles now? Let me tell you why first. I have to tell you my identity. I am the Godly King of this world of Jin. Luo Feng was astonished. His Majesty, the Godly King. He might have guessed as much, but he had not dared to believe it. This common-looking man, who bore the look of an ordinary grandfather from Earth, was His Majesty, the Godly King. Technically, I am the virtual consciousness left behind by His Majesty the Godly King after he was gone, said the man in the beautiful robe as he looked at Luo Feng. Virtual consciousness in his heart, Luo Feng was secretly shocked, but things were just as he had guessed. His Majesty, the Godly King, had truly died. You don't seem to be overly surprised, said the man, still looking at Luo Feng. Seems like everything is within your expectations. I may have observed you from afar, but there is nothing else I can tell about you. But now I know. You are not a life form from my world of Jin. Luo Feng was inwardly shocked. He almost wanted to self-destruct right away. But on the outside, Luo Feng maintained a calm composure. I am not exactly indifferent, he said. I do still feel shocked, but everything you just said was simply unbelievable. That is why I still maintain a dubious attitude. You say you are His Majesty, the Godly King, then you say you are the virtual consciousness left behind by the Godly King after he died. The noble Godly King is very far from me, and how could it be possible for him to die also? You mentioned that I am not a life form from the world of Jin. What do you mean? Haha, the man wearing the beautiful robe laughed joyfully. No need to put up your guard against me. There is no need for worries. He laughed again and said, I will tell you everything in detail, then you will understand. Luo Feng listened carefully. Back then, a hint of recollection flashed in the eyes of the man in the robe. It was a long, long time ago. I chose a hopeless road that seemed to lead to nowhere but doom, so before I set off, I created this Wu Qi Tower in my world of Jin and left the mission to receive a title. Even if I failed, then perhaps I would still have a shot at reversing the situation. Then I left, but only after I left a virtual consciousness here, one that had all my memories and thoughts. It was almost my essence in its entirety. The only difference was that it was not a true life form, of course, even though I am this virtual consciousness. In my subconscious mind, I still think of myself as the Godly King. Luo Feng nodded to indicate his understanding. After all, this virtual consciousness did possess all the memories and thoughts of that His Majesty, the Godly King of Jin. After the Godly King left, I truly have no idea what kind of dangers he encountered, continued the man in the robe. After all, I was unable to establish contact with him. He sighed. Through my understanding of the world of Jin, I eventually found out, on a particular day, that the Godly King had been annihilated. Wu Qi Tower has a total of 9 levels, he continued. The 9th level is where one can connect to the core of the universe, origin of the entire world of Jin. I frequent the core of the origin of the world of Jin, and the annihilation of Godly King inevitably led to a major change to the core. He looked at Luo Feng. Besides, I have concluded that you are not a life form from my world of Jin, because the moment you entered the 9th level, the core of universe origin that the 9th level was connected to did not acknowledge Your presence, if you were a life form from within the world of Jin, then you would be regarded as a child of the world of Jin, being acknowledged as one is. Automatic. Furthermore, you would also be unquestionably loyal to His Majesty, the godly king, willing to die for him. Luo Feng understood it was just like how the life form's 9 remoteness master created paid absolute loyalty to him. The same theory applied here. Life forms within the world of Jin would be absolutely loyal to His Majesty, the godly king. The 4 great commanders were no exception, just one order from the godly king asking for them to sacrifice themselves, and they would comply without hesitation. Oh well, since you are aware of this, how do you wish to proceed? Luo Feng was growing increasingly wary. Killing him would be far too easy. Given his opponent's ability, there was no questioning this, but for a high and mighty godly king to spend so much time telling him all these details, he must have had an agenda. You only need to take an oath, said the man in the beautiful robe, laughing light-heartedly as he spoke. In the future, when you become a great being at the level of a godly king, you must do your utmost best to kill the other 3 pinnacle existences. Luo Feng was taken aback. An oath. The ancient civilization certainly had many oaths that reached deep within the soul. If an oath was broken, total destruction of body and soul would be the only outcome. It was absolute annihilation. When I become a great being at the level of a godly king, Luo Feng was shocked into a flustered state. I am merely a lawmaster now. Which is why you have no cause for concern, said the robed man, shaking his head. At the moment, all this is still far beyond your reach. You are unable to render any help to my world of Jin. This will just be a promise you give to me, a promise to be realized when you become a godly king. Fret not. Once you have given your promise, there are only good things awaiting you. If you choose to reject it, and choose to self-destruct, the moment you do so, I will have to annihilate your soul. I know that most life forms from outside my world of Jin have the ability to divide bodies. Luo Feng was dumbstruck. It seemed His Majesty, the godly king, here had a great understanding of many things. I know more than you might expect, said the man as he gazed at Luo Feng. Make your choice then, to promise or to reject. Luo Feng laughed in a resigned manner, then said, Do I even have a choice? What a joke! This had been left behind by a godly king. Luo Feng had to believe it was true. Even if he chose to self-destruct, the moment it happened, his soul would probably be annihilated, and his various other bodies would be annihilated at the same time. That meant absolute death. Moreover, the promise in question would only have to be fulfilled after he became a godly king. A godly king, indeed. How distant that was! It would mean rising above an eternal true God. Luo Feng himself was not even sure he could cultivate to that level after all, based on all the bits of information he had gathered. He had hypothesized that a godly king was likely comparable to the 3 generations of ancestors. I must verify that you mean everything you promised, said the man in the robe, and that your oath is true. After all, I am only a virtual consciousness. If I am cheated by you. He laughed, then pointed to the surroundings far in the distance. Instantly, up in midair, many strands of law engravings started appearing. In a short moment, the surroundings were encapsulated by a giant cage, composed of countless law engravings. Hung. Misty cyan-colored light moved over to enshroud Luo Feng. This way, I will be able to track any trace of change in your soul, the robed man said with a smile. If you are not truthful, I will also. The man in the beautiful robe suddenly stood up wearing a look of surprise. Luo Feng was taken aback. The man appeared awestruck as looked at Luo Feng and said, You. What about me? Luo Feng was filled with doubts. Ha 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 ha. The man in the beautiful robe laughed loudly and without any inhibitions with an incomparable satisfaction, he laughed. Luo Feng felt all the more uncertain what was the matter. Disperse, the man wearing the beautiful robe pointed in midair, and the countless law engravings that were originally suspended in the void space completely dispersed. Your Majesty, godly king, didn't you want me to swear an oath? Luo Feng said, at a loss. There's no need to, said the man in the beautiful robe. He smiled at Luo Feng, since you have already finished the cultivation of the 9-volume manual, there is no need for you to take an oath. The 9-volume manual. Luo Feng was greatly taken aback, so stunned that he lost all composure. The 9-volume manual. This was the manual that had truly changed his destiny. It was all thanks to the 9-volume manual that he was able to make it this far along his path as a great being. If not for the 9-volume manual, perhaps he would still have become a great being, but not to the extent of his current achievement. The 9-volume manual, according to teacher Sitting Mountain Guest, was a creation he had created, and it could only be imparted to a single cultivator. This chosen one had to be a life form from the pulse of the earthlings in order to be able to cultivate it. What is the Luo Feng's mind seemed about to burst with an overwhelming surge of thoughts gushing in endlessly. Only an earthling could cultivate the 9-volume manual, and only one cultivator was allowed to cultivate it. If Sitting Mountain Guest had created this manual, how did His Majesty, the godly king, know about it? Yes, Luo Feng had been suspicious, even long ago, that the 9-volume manual was simply too formidable. Its creation was something that other true gods could never have achieved. Even Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, as well informed as they were, had never conceived of the creation of such a formidable manual, and yet, Sitting Mountain Guest had created it without ceremony. What is it about the 9-volume manual? Luo Feng pressed on. Ha, this 9-volume manual, the man in the beautiful robe said with a laugh, was a set of lost knowledge from my world of Jin that should never have been revealed. Upon cultivating it, not only will one's godly body undergo a rapid change, but it will also be a great deal of help to the soul. It is a super set of knowledge that will bring about an absolute change in one's talent in the area of comprehension. So long as one has cultivated the 9-volume manual, he would be the true core of my Jin nation. You have cultivated the 9-volume manual, so naturally, you belong to the pulse of my Jin. When you rise in the future, if you do not kill the other 3, they will come after your life instead. So, most certainly, there is no longer a need for you to take an oath. No wonder teacher Sitting Mountain Guest hadn't contacted him since he entered the world of Jin. Neither had he asked him about the world of Jin. Sitting Mountain Guest hadn't even entered the world of Jin. All great beings in Universe Ocean are curious about the world of Jin, and there are no exceptions. Primal Chaos City Leader and other great beings from the Hong Alliance are all curious about it, and lots of them ask me questions. Yet teacher Sitting Mountain Guest has never asked me about anything. I've been confused about how teacher Sitting Mountain Guest was able to create the 9-volume manual and Star Tower as only a true god. Luo Feng felt that he knew a bit more about Sitting Mountain Guest now, even though he still hadn't figured out much about the mysterious Sitting Mountain. guessed, he at least knew now that he was somehow related to the world of Jin. As for the core of Jin country was destroyed, and the godly king was dead. Those supreme beings who followed His Majesty, the godly king, might have already died, without a doubt. Sitting Mountain Guest was a true god, however. Did Sitting Mountain Guest obtain an inheritance like me? Did he get the inheritance from His Majesty, the godly king, or from a supreme being under the godly king? Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind, and he temporarily pushed back the confusion. At least he knew more about Sitting Mountain Guest now. Luo Feng's mind raced, yet he was still able to talk with the godly king. Normally, Your Majesty, who are the three supreme beings you talked about? I need to know about them first. Of course, said the man in the luxurious cape, they are the three country masters of another superpower, Sure Country. Masters of Sure Country. Luo Feng nodded, but was confused. Where are they now? Could it be was Sure Country destroyed? The remains he had found about the ancient civilization all concluded that they were from a destroyed civilization. Only the world of Jin was still intact. Destroyed? The man in the luxurious cape looked befuddled, then he sighed. Yes, it has been a very long time. Sure Country may have been destroyed. Luo Feng couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, if they're still alive, how am I supposed to find them? Universe Ocean was too mysterious. Nobody had ever inspected the edge of it. That giant object that looked like the body of His Majesty, the godly king, could have flown from a remote area of Universe Ocean. Could there be other creatures in the remote area of Universe Ocean? Were there other powers he didn't know? To true gods, Universe Ocean was unfathomably large. If they wandered too far, chances were they would get lost. There's no rush, the man in the luxurious cape smiled. When you become stronger, you'll know more secrets. As for whether Sure Country has been destroyed or not, even if it has been, it's impossible for all the three country masters to have died. Luo Feng memorized his words. Look, the man in the white cape pointed at a ground close to him, and a machine appeared. What? Luo Feng said, looking at the machine carefully. It had a smooth body, shaped like a monkey, with a flexible tail. It sat there in silence. The power made Luo Feng's heart race. The man in the luxurious cape said casually, This is the true god machine Wu Chi God. It's one of the beast true god level machines, and it only allows one great being to use it. It's definitely a top-tier true god machine that can fully utilize your power. The only downside is that it consumes a great deal of energy. You already have an enormous body, but you still need to be careful. Don't use too much godly power at once, otherwise, it'll take you a long time to recover your body. Luo Feng nodded, looking at Wu Chi God with eyes gleaming. A long time to recover? What a joke. He had endless remote ocean. If you finish the sealing task and become a sealed great being, you're qualified to get Wu Chi God. This Wu Chi God is yours now, said the man in the cape. Mine, but the military credits, Luo Feng said, looking at the man in the cape. Wu Chi God required 30 million military credits. Haha, for every task finished, you receive military credits, laughed the man in the cape. This sealing task is strenuous, so the prize is 30 million military credits. Do you really want some other valuable instead of Wu Chi God? You can make your own decision if you want. No, of course I will, said Luo Feng. So, this was how it worked. The prize for the sealing task was 30 million military credits, which meant the final prize was to give the great being Wu Chi God. Wu Chi God. Luo Feng looked at the machine in front of him. Universe Ocean is In chaos now, especially after the 4 lands of extremis, besides, the original mind guided us to this land, great Thunder Star Master performed a form of power completely different from godly power. There must be a secret behind all these events. Luo Feng felt that a storm was coming. The more powerful I become, the better I can cope with this situation. Besides, I journeyed through Wuqi Tower, and I got many machine-type valuables and true god-level armors on the 3rd floor from those soldiers. I can go back and exchange them for military credits, then exchange them back for some valuables fit for my human race. He was only one man, so he only needed several valuables, especially after he became a true god. He would only have one body, so he only needed a few powerful valuables. As for the majority of the machine-type valuables he obtained, he did that because he needed to think about the future of the human race. Of course, he wouldn't just give them away for free. Nobody could get anything for free. Hong Luo Feng strolled to Wuqi God and sealed his life imprint in it. Hua. This machine-type valuable, which looked like a black monkey, merged with Luo Feng's body immediately, transforming him into a human-shaped monkey with a tail, but the face was still Luo Feng's face. So complicated. Luo Feng studied it a bit and could tell that the engravings were intricate, much more so than Bib Bird and Golden Claw God. This is a true god-level machine, and it's one of the most top-tier machines, said the man in the cape. If you want to maximize its power, your comprehension of laws needs to be top-tier at true god level. Of course, even though you're only a law master, you can still use it. The power of this machine is divided into 3 levels. Luo Feng smiled. There were 3 ways to use it, yet even the first way was more complicated than Bib Bird or Golden Claw God, let alone the 3rd way. Perhaps he could only utilize the 3rd way after becoming a true god. Put your Wuqi God away, said the man in the cape. I don't want those soldiers to know the secret behind this sealing task. That was why I used Wu Qi God as a shield to tempt those law masters and true gods. Actually, it's no valuable. Luo Feng didn't argue. It was true to the great godly king. A true god level machine was nothing, even if it was a top-tier one. However, he was a law master, so while he was a law master or a true god, Wuqi God would be his best valuable. It might still be handy even after he became a true god of void space. Since I hope you'll become a godly king, I'll give you the practicing methods. The man in the luxurious cape shook his head. However, I'm proficient in valuables making, but apparently you are not. As for those fighting-type techniques, I'm not good at it. I prepared an inheritance for you. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. An inheritance, the more, the better. Start comprehending it yourself. The man in the cape threw out a crystal glowing with black light. I'm the only godly king in Jin country, so I can't give you the best inheritance in fighting. This is a combination of all the techniques obtained by me and the great beings working for me by killing others. It'll help you become a godly king. Luo Feng nodded and strolled to the crystal. It would take him a long time to receive the inheritance, though, so he would have to study it after leaving Wu Qi Tower. You need time to study the inheritance, said the man in the cape. Though Wu Qi God is very helpful, you could die if you come across a true god of void space, which is why I shall grant you the strength of a world in the world of Jin. Strength of a world, said Luo Feng, dazed. You finished the sealing task, said the man. You're at the same status as the 4 generals, but only on the surface. The generals know that you are now the most important individual in the world of Jin. You have absolute authority in the world of Jin. If anyone dares to cross you, you can use the strength of a world to deal with him. Luo Feng looked pleased. How powerful is this strength of a world? You can suppress eternal true gods and kill any true god of void space, said the man in the luxurious cape, but don't slaughter. Luo Feng nodded. I understand. The godly king of Jin treated him so kindly, all because he had gotten Lai Yuan technique, and he counted on him to kill the 3 country masters of Sure country. After all, the godly king of Jin had already died. He gave Luo Feng such authority because he had placed his hopes in Luo Feng, at least in the world of Jin. So I can use the strength of a world in the world of Jin. Luo Feng was pleased. Then the lives of all those great beings in Universe Ocean who entered the world of Jin are in my hands. The godly king had only told him not to slaughter. That meant he could kill a reasonable number of beings. I've already given you everything I can, said the man in the cape. I am already dead. All this is everything I can offer you. You're on your own from now on. It's time for you to leave Wuqi Tower. Luo Feng bowed to show his gratefulness. After all, the godly king had helped him a lot. Hong. A light pillar arrived and hit Luo Feng. Luo Feng disappeared from Wuqi Tower and was transported out. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time, ever since His Majesty the godly king left Wuqi Tower. Their sole purpose had been to find that peerless talent, which was more important than their own lives. It disappeared. The sealing task disappeared. The sealing task of law masters have disappeared. He succeeded. That soldier Milky Way must have reached the top of Wuqi Tower. The 4 leaders in the palace were watching carefully. At every moment they could see the tasks in the 4 armies and godly King Valley, but after Luo Feng entered the 8th floor of Wuqi Tower, they didn't know what had happened. However, Luo Feng had been in there for a long time without coming out. Their expectations were aflame. They were all staring at the task list, and they all cried out at once. Shwa 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 shwa. The 4 beings disappeared from the palace and arrived at the ground floor of Wuqi Tower. Some of the true god guards around Wuqi Tower were startled. It was quite rare for all the leaders to come out all together. The leaders. It's the leaders. All 4 leaders are here. The 4 leaders were looking at the front door of Wuqi Tower. Why he hasn't come out? He should have come out now. The 4 leaders were transmitting their voices and waiting eagerly. Little did they know was that the task had been rescinded when Luo Feng finished the 8th floor, and Luo Feng was talking with His Majesty the godly king on the 9th floor. After a long time, Hong Long, the towering door was opened, and a soldier walked out. He has walked out. In the endless time after Wuqi Tower was created, the soldiers who survived were all transported out, and no one walked out of the front door. Besides, all the other soldiers were transported out a long time ago, yet this one stayed inside for a long time. Did he actually make it to the top? The 4 leaders are greeting him. He must have succeeded. The true god guards had seen many soldiers go inside before, so they also knew something about Wuqi Tower. They were indeed shocked. Luo Feng saw 4 beings when he came out: a cloud of black mist, a towering male being, a silver-armored female being, and a strange beast, great being. 4 of them stood shoulder to shoulder and looked at him, elated. Luo Feng looked at those 4, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't Know any of them? We are the 4 leaders of Godly King Valley. We've been guarding Godly King Valley under the order of His Majesty the Godly King. The voice of the towering leader rumbled also. We've been waiting for a peerless talent who can make it to the top of Wuchi Tower. Milky Way Jean, we're really glad that you were able to succeed. Milky Way Jean, please come inside the palace. Luo Feng nodded. Then he followed the 4 leaders and walked toward the Silver Palace. The true God guards couldn't hear their conservations. The towering leader glanced at those guards. Say nothing about today. Yes, leader, all the soldiers answered respectfully. On the first floor of the Silver Palace, Luo Feng spoke with the leaders. He was surprised at how excited and enthusiastic they were. They're way too excited, he thought. The cloud of black mist condensed into a blurry human shape. We've been hoping for someone to reach the top of Wuchi Tower for a long time, it said. We've waited for this moment for an eternity. It has been a great burden on us, and it has been pressuring us for such a long time. Every time we think about this, we just feel so sorry for His Majesty the Godly King. Now that you've succeeded, Milky Way, we can finally enjoy a sense of relief. The silver-armored female leader was sitting there, and there was a tear in her eye. It's been too long, she said. Just wait here a bit, Milky Way. We've informed the 4 generals that you just made it to the top of Wuchi Tower. The towering leader explained. The 4 generals are mighty, so they will be able to arrive here in a very short period of time, just like us. For an eternity, the 4 generals have been wondering about the best way to screen and cultivate a peerless genius who could make it to the top of Wuchi Tower. The 4 generals will also be excited and happy when they know that you have succeeded. They'll want to meet you. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. I've known about the 4 generals for a long time. I've always wanted to meet them, but I've never gotten a chance. As a sealed great being, especially someone who got sealed by reaching the top of Wuchi Tower, he was at the same level as the generals, at least on the surface. Actually, he was superior to the generals and leaders. Just as Luo Feng was talking with the 4 leaders, Hong 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 Hong, 4 beings entered the palace. Luo Feng saw 2 tribal great beings and 2 strange beast great beings. They were all suppressing their powers, yet Luo Feng still felt pressured by the invisible forces. Milky Way, this is the General Harmonious Snow from the East Army, the towering leader said, introducing him. Harmonious Snow was the gentlest one out of the 4 generals. He had snowy skin, and there were green patterns beside his ears. He looked elegant in that white armor, and there was a pupil between his eyebrows. He looked elevated and gazed at Luo Feng with all his eyes gleaming. We've been waiting for this moment for too long. We've finally lived up to His Majesty the Godly King. Introduce me now, roared a giant strange beast with 6 faces, all 6 ugly and ferocious faces. Then smiled at Luo Feng. I'm North. No need to rush, I'll introduce you all one by one. Luo Feng finally realized how keen the generals were. The 4 generals and leaders had been waiting for this moment for an eternity, and their sole purpose was to find a peerless genius that could reach the top of Wuchi Tower. That purpose trumped their own practicing, even their own lives. They were all excited to find out that Luo Feng had arrived. Milky Way, you can go train yourself, but the world of Jean is enormous, and your power, you might not be entirely safe. I'll arrange some true gods of void space to protect you in secret. Milky Way. The 4 generals kept talking. They literally treated Luo Feng as if he were an invaluable treasure. They feared something bad might happen to this precious commodity. After half a day, Luo Feng left Godly King Valley. The leaders and generals Luo Feng said they even wanted to escort me back to the East Army. They treat me like their children, and they're willing to give me anything I want. Luo Feng could feel from the conversation that the generals and leaders were treating him like the inheritor of the godly king. Back to the East Army. Luo Feng sat in the silver boat and flew away. When Luo Feng finished the Na-Yin technique of Lai Yuan technique, both remote ocean body and Masha body stopped spreading the willpower shock and became conscious primal chaos city leader, True Yan Knight, and others who were concerned about Luo Feng all contacted him. Luo Feng then briefed them on what had happened and made them understand the issue behind that, but of course, Luo Feng couldn't share the big secret. Teacher True Yan has the training guide from the ancient civilization, thought Luo Feng, and he's already reached the level of a limit universe knight. He's only one step away from becoming a universe master. I'll have to give him a huge present after he becomes a universe master. True Yan Knight was Luo Feng's teacher, which was why he gave him many resources, so True Yan could improve himself fast. Luo Feng was closest to True Yan out of all his teachers, followed by Primal Chaos City leader, followed by Sitting Mountain guest. True Yan Knight treated his disciple like family, while Chaos valued Luo Feng because he was a great treasure to humans. As for Sitting Mountain, he had other plans, of course. All of them were teachers for whom Luo Feng was genuinely grateful. He wanted to pay them back, but Sitting Mountain guest had never told him anything he needed. True Yan, Big Brother Hong, and Second Brother Thunder God are all still undying. Luo Feng thought, for all these years, I've been fighting for the human race, but I need to care for the Earthlings and my family now. Luo Feng left Godly King Valley and raced toward the East Army. It was a long way to go, and all the while, Luo Feng was studying Wu Qi God. There were 3 levels of Wu Qi God. The first level was superior to Golden Claw God and Bib Bird. As for the third level, it was stronger than many machine-type valuables of true gods of void space, which was why it was the ultimate true god machine. It has taken me almost a day to fully understand how to use this Wu Qi God. A day was almost 10 years in the space of inheritance. Luo Feng wore Wu Qi God, and his entire body looked like a monkey clad in armor, though it still had Luo Feng's face. It turned black, and its tail was slashing. Burn, burn. Luo Feng immediately burned his body and performed the second volume of Duan Mia. At the same time, his energy surged and extended to the entire Wu Qi God. 16 cores of Wu Qi God were transformed at once, and each of the 4 formed an engraving picture. All the engraving pictures combined to form a virtual core inside Wu Qi God. Hung. Gleaming golden light filled Wu Qi God. So. Millions of phantoms of Luo Feng were left in the palace of Boat of Mausoleum. Then they disappeared. It's too powerful. Luo Feng was amazed. With this Wu Qi God, I can give away both Golden Claw God and Bib Bird. With this valuable, those universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean won't be my match even if they can get a machine-type valuable. Luo Feng was confident, but he added in a whisper, Wu Qi God indeed consumes godly power very fast. He was flying swiftly under the second volume of Duan Mia, and combined with driving Wu Qi God, it devoured his godly power. If he was still the same Luo Feng, who only had a godly body of 100,000 kilometers, it might have been gone. Instantly, fortunately, he had a large enough godly body now, but he still didn't dare to fight for too long. No wonder His Majesty, the godly king, told me it consumes lots of power even. When he knew I had a giant godly body, Luo Feng sighed. Finally, after 3 months, Luo Feng arrived back at the East Army. Within the military camp of the East Army, where Python River Army was stationed, Luo Feng was leisurely flying in the sky above the lake as he passed by it to head toward his own island. On an island beneath Luo Feng, 2 warriors were in the midst of a conversation when they raised their heads and saw him flew by. "Look, it's Milky Way." "He is Milky Way, I heard the captains of the 6 troops are all afraid of that Milky Way." Warrior Milky Way had made his way back to the military camp, and news spread rapidly within the 6th troop under the 1st main team of Python River Army. "Warrior Milky Way from your 6th troop is back. My friend has heard of his name from way back then and would like to get acquainted with him. He just got back to his own island." A red-faced warrior from the 3rd troop of the 1st main team of Python River Army made a brief tour and soon caught wind of the news that Warrior Milky Way had returned. It was common knowledge that it was impossible for warriors within the military camp to spend all their time only on cultivation. Making friends and sparring with others were also extremely important, especially for warriors from special army troops who were highly reputable. Many great beings would be more than willing to befriend such warriors, because warriors of this caliber had high chances of becoming true gods of void space. The red-faced warrior quickly left the military camp of Python River Army and headed for the military grounds of another special army troop. "Chingmu Chingmu." The red-faced warrior looked down as he sent out a voice transmission that swept through the vast expanse of forest beneath him. From a huge wooden house, constructed entirely of numerous large, sturdy trees, a double-faced, four-armed man flew out. He was clad in a suit of cyan armor, and raised his head to look. The moment he saw his visitor, he smiled and said, "Chu Hua, I was just about to go look for you, and here you are. I just cooked something delicious, come and try it." Chingmu, the red-faced warrior, dashed down from where he was. "Haven't you been looking for that warrior Milky Way from our Python River Army?" "Yes," the green-armored man replied right away. Then he excitedly asked, "Is he back in camp?" "Yes, he just got back not long ago," the red-faced warrior replied with a smile. The green-armored man revealed his delight. "I have long wanted to meet him. But whatever it is, nothing matters more than eating." Good, good, good. The red-faced warrior was suddenly filled with anticipation. Universe Ocean, within Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. In the palace hall, Purple Moon Ancestor sat in silence with his eyes closed, as though he could just sit there for endless eras. Beneath him, also in cross-legged positions, were various figures that took the form of either other bodies of gods or avatars sustained by godly powers. All of them were universe masters who had entered the world of Jin suddenly. From amongst them, a double-faced, four-armed man opened his eyes and shot to his feet. Ancestor, the cyan-clothed man reported with great reverence, "I have received news that warrior Milky Way just returned to the military camp of the East Army right now. He is at Python River Army's military grounds." The moment this was said, the other universe masters around him opened their eyes in shock. Seated above them all, Purple Moon Ancestor opened his eyes. A trace of Coldness flashed in his gaze as he looked down at the crowd beneath him. If that is the case, then we shall all need to start preparing to act together. Yes, Ancestor. The numerous universe masters beneath all responded positively to his orders. Within the military camp of the East Army in the world of Gene, the universe masters of Purple Moon Holy Land who had joined the East Army were preparing for action. Within Purple Moon Holy Land universe, a number of universe masters below started to speak up. Ancestor, it is confirmed Luo Feng is indeed in the military grounds of the Python River Army. Ancestor, we are already standing guard by the wormhole transportation point. Outside the military camp, the moment he comes out, we will all know right away. Ancestor. Very well. Purple Moon Ancestor looked down and nodded with satisfaction. Since this Luo Feng has already entered the military camp of the East Army, if we are to strike, we must make sure this one move will exterminate him. Qingmu, it's up to you now. Rest assured, Ancestor, Qingmu Master replied deferentially. Purple Moon Ancestor nodded in silence, but in his heart, he was silently saying, Luo Feng, even if you have the legendary inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, so what? East Emperor, that old fellow, he is not qualified to vie with me, and you do not stand a chance in a fight against me either. Regardless of how impressive a talent you are, if dead, you are nothing more than useless. World of Gene, military camp of the East Army. In the vast forest found within the land where the Special Army Troop Swan Queen Army was stationed, the red-faced warrior was incredibly carefree as he swayed about in the form of flowing light. This is so delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious before when I was in the tribe. If I could frequently enjoy such delicious fare, I would prefer to spend half the time I spend on cultivation on eating instead. Qingmu, the next time you create such a marvelous dish, do remember to call me. That's for sure. Qingmu Master tilted his head and laughed. After the red-faced warrior left, Qingmu Master's expression suddenly became quite stern. Are we going to activate the killer trap? Qingmu Master was feeling an intangible pressure as a universe master who had made it into a special army troop. Purple Moon Ancestor had handed a heavy responsibility over to him. I have given up every hope for a future in the world of Gene just to see to your death, Luo Feng, and you should be proud of that. Qingmu Master's heart was filled with resentment. He had long been familiar with the three most dangerous lands of Universe Ocean, but this world of Gene, since the moment he first entered, he had been completely mesmerized. He truly did not want to leave. However, the moment the deadly trap was activated, he, Qingmu, would no longer be able to come to the world of Gene again. Let's begin. Qingmu Master hesitated no further. Transforming into flowing light, he flew out. The vast piece of forest was the military ground of the Swan Queen Army. The Swan Queen Army was divided into two major groups. One consisted of law masters, and the other consisted of true gods. Both sides were completely isolated from one another. Right in the center of the military camp was a towering godly palace. Before the godly palace were a few guards. This godly palace was where the commander of the Swan Queen Army resided. Within the army, those who could assume commander positions of special army troops were all true gods of void space. Outside of the army, they would all have been overlords. There were 6 guards. Before the godly palace, 2 were true gods, and the other 4 were law masters. Stop. Stop, this is the commander's residence. Trespassing is prohibited. The moment Qing Mu Master descended, he said, "I seek an audience with the commander regarding an important matter." Warrior, a true god guard, shouted out, "You think our commander is someone you can meet so easily? Quickly take your leave. I have something very urgent that needs to be brought to the commander's attention," Qing Mu Master said with great urgency. Seeing how persistent he was, the two true god guards could not help but look at one another as they hesitated. After all, this warrior who had come forth was also a fellow warrior of their Swan Queen army. "Let him in," a cold voice resounded. "Yes, Commander," replied the two true gods standing guard outside the palace. The guards looked toward Qing Mu Master enter. Qing Mu Master heaved a sigh of relief and entered the godly palace. The palace seemed to be like a maze. The corridors were full of twists and turns, and there were chambers everywhere. Qing Mu Master could only follow the path as he made his way forward. After a short moment, Qing Mu Master saw a garden. There were countless lovely flowers within the garden, and there was a beautiful lady with 9 feathery tails that were green with a tinge of gold. There were exquisite feathers all over her head, but her face was so striking that it stole Qing Mu Master's breath away instantly. "Is she the legendary Swan Queen?" Qing Mu Master said to himself. The Swan Queen army had been created by this Swan Queen to be able to establish a special army troop. One had to be a true god of void space over a long period of time. Some true gods of void space might break through to become eternal true gods so naturally. The true god of void space, who was next in line, would take over their place. However, a breakthrough was too difficult, so the majority of the true gods of void space would usually continue in their positions as commanders. This was how it was like for this Swan Queen. "Qing Mu pays his respect to Commander," Qing Mu Master said, bowing deferentially. "What matter could be pressing enough for you to come here to see me?" Swan Queen's eyes were radiating green light as they gave Qing Mu Master a once over. "If you cannot tell me something that is really pressing, then you shall be dealt with the military way. You will be fed to my children." Qing Mu Master showed no hint of fear. He replied right away, "Commander, I have chanced upon a big secret." "A big secret?" Swan Queen was still speaking in a casual manner. "That warrior, Milky Way, from the 6th Troop of Python River Army's main team," Qing Mu Master said in a highly anxious manner. He is actually from another powerful group from the outside world. He has snuck his way into our world of Gene. After I caught wind of this news, I was afraid that I would be annihilated. Thus, I did not dare to expose the truth. It was only after I returned to camp that I dared to report to Commander about what I found out. The outside world, entering my world of Gene. Suddenly, there was a surge of murderous intent bursting out from Swan Queen's eyes. Any life form from the world of Gene would show absolute loyalty to the world of Gene and pure hostility to life forms from the outside world. Swan Queen stared at Qing Mu Master. "Are you sure you are not lying to me? My world of Gene has not had life forms from the outside world visiting here for a long, long time." "I would never dare to lie to Commander." "How could I dare to lie about something like that?" Swan Queen stared hard at him. "You must have evidence." Qing Mu Master started to get flustered. "I saw it with my own eyes, but evidence? What evidence could I possibly have? Based on nothing but a casual comment from you. I am supposed to investigate that warrior, Milky Way," Swan Queen retorted coldly. Despite her words, deep in her heart, Swan Queen had her suspicions. Even if this warrior under her command dared to lie to her, he would not tell such a Preposterous tale, who knew there might have been truth to what he had said. Regardless, she needed to find some time to investigate and verify. I Qingmu Master, was very anxious, Commander. I truly saw it with my own eyes. Swan Queen snorted coldly. I shall spare you of your sin this time around. Take your leave. Qingmu Master was going crazy as he said through gritted teeth, I saw him with my own eyes. He is a warrior from the outside world, Commander. You just have to execute your hypnotizing methods and make him fall into an illusion. Then naturally, he will tell you everything willingly if there is anything untrue to what I saw, or he does not admit that he comes from the outside world even when he has fallen into an illusion, then I am willing to die. Illusion. Swan Queen was growing impatient as she said, I don't think I need you to teach me what to do. You may take your leave. Commander, everything I say is the truth, nothing but the naked truth. If you are kind enough to spare him, you will put our world of Jin at a great disadvantage. Qingmu Master was so frantic with anxiety that he started to glare. Whatever I say, I am willing to die to prove the credibility of my words. Hong. Suddenly, Qingmu Master exploded in his entirety. His godly power was annihilated completely, and thereafter, he was reduced to nothingness. Swan Queen was shocked to have witnessed the entire scene. Self-destruction. Using his death to prove his loyalty. I simply can't believe this warrior could be loyal to such a degree. Through the years, there were many such warriors who were incomparably upright. She herself had come across quite a few. There were also quite a few who chose death to prove themselves, but this was the very first time she had witnessed a scene of self-destruction unfolding right before her very eyes. What a loyal and upright warrior, such a pity. Swan Queen shook her head with a sigh, then her green eyes started to sparkle. Could it be that there are truly life forms from the outside world in my world of Jin? So Swan Queen vanished into thin air. Outside Python River Army were two soldiers talking with each other beside the lake. They seemed to be at ease. One had 3 faces and 8 arms, while the other had 1 face and 2 arms. Hong. A gleaming trace of green light suddenly slashed the sky. There was a trace of dim, golden light hidden in that green light. It sparkled like a rainbow in the sky. It's Commander Swan Queen. The two soldiers gave each other a look. Both appeared pleased as they transmitted their voices to talk. Qingmu did it. Swan Queen came to Python River Army. Tell our ancestor now. In Purple Moon Holy Land in Universe Ocean. Purple Moon Ancestor looked down and gave an order. Keep waiting. Once Luo Feng dies, tell me immediately. Okay, answered both Universe Masters. Purple Moon Ancestor smiled and thought, the true gods of void space who can be the leaders of special armies, especially those true gods of void space who were capable of creating brand new special armies, are all exceptional. It's been a long time since Swan Queen created her special army, and all the precious inheritance in the army was provided to her among the true gods of void space. She is definitely one of the top-tier beings. Besides, she is also known for her proficiency in illusions in the army. With her power, even I can't rival her. True gods of void space like these, who are skilled at illusions, must have had their willpower reach the level of eternal true gods, maybe even consecrated. No matter how powerful a law master is, he'll be trapped in the illusions. Luo Feng indeed came from the outer world, so it's easy to determine his true identity. Once this is revealed, his soul will be annihilated, which means he'll be dead forever. Luo Feng, if you were less powerful, or if you were a true god, I wouldn't care. Unfortunately, you have the inheritance from Duandong River, which poses a great threat to me. You can only blame yourself for that. Purple Moon Ancestor smiled. Those universe masters realized that the ancestor was joyful because he knew Luo Feng was about to die. In the world of Jin, the rainbow light was breathtaking. It was the symbol of Swan Queen. It's Commander Swan Queen. It's Commander Swan Queen. Outside the palaces of Law Master Team and True God Team, 2 True God guards and 4 Law Master guards were on patrol, and they immediately identified the light. After all, the commanders in the special armies had lived for a long time. In the world of Jin, those commanders weren't afraid of anyone but the generals, so their temperaments changed. Some were low-key like ordinary soldiers, some were reckless and aggressive, some were brutal, and some just loved attention. True gods who had been in the special armies long enough all knew the temperaments of their commanders, so they didn't dare to mess with them. After all, the commanders were far superior. They could just kill the true gods. Hong. A rainbow arrived. It was Commander Swan Queen. She had a mesmerizing face, and her tail was exquisite. The 2 True God guards greeted her. Commander. Commander. Fire polishing Wu. Commander Swan Queen raised her head, glanced at the guards, and stopped caring. After all, she always abused the soldiers working for her. She would punish them according to military regulations if they crossed her. Why are you here, Swan Queen? A voice came out. Swan Queen heard the voice, then she walked toward a palace close to her. She had notified the commander first as a means of showing respect, even though she, as Swan Queen, was aloof and looked down upon true gods and law masters. She treated other true gods of void space, belonged to the special armies, with respect unless they were foes. Swan Queen, said a being wearing fiery armor. All 6 of his eyes bore fiery patterns, and his eyes looked like scorpions. You've only been here twice since I became a commander. The first time was to congratulate me for becoming a commander, and the second time was when you punished my soldiers. Why are you here again? Did one of my soldiers cross you again, so you want to punish him? It's only a soldier. If you wish to punish him, you don't need to come here personally. That's not the case, said Swan Queen. Oh, said Fire Polishing Wu. What kind of issue are you referring to? They both held extremely high status. Even true gods of void space masters of North True Ocean and 9 Smoke Marsh had to respect them. After all, this was the military, and they were commanders in special armies. No ordinary true gods of void space could reach that level. They roamed the world of Jin without fear, so almost nothing was a major issue to them. Listen to me. A soldier under my command, Qing Mu, came to me, and Swan Queen then described what had happened in a casual way, which got Fire Polishing Wu thinking. A creature from the outside. Fire Polishing Wu was shocked. Some creatures did enter here a long time ago, but I wasn't even born yet, and nobody has set foot in here from the outer world since then. Could it be? Are you sure? I found it ridiculous at first. Swan Queen sighed. However, the same soldier killed himself to prove he was serious. He was so worried about the world of Jin that he committed suicide, although I'm also not certain yet. I reckon we need to inspect it carefully. Fire Polishing Wu nodded. It was indeed a serious issue. If a soldier had killed himself over it, how could they just let it go? I have the soldier Milky Way under me. Fire Polishing Wu nodded and closed his eyes. I'll check where he is. Follow me. Fire Polishing Wu went out, followed by Swan Queen. There were islands in Python River Army, and each island only allowed one owner. Fire Polishing Wu was the commander of the Python River Army, so he could easily check on which soldier corresponded to each specific island. He quickly found the island Luo Feng had selected. On the island, Luo Feng sat on the rooftop of the stone house, and there was grape wine beside him. He appeared quite relaxed as he sipped at it. Although he looked relaxed, his mind was focused entirely on Masha Body. Masha Body was currently studying Shi Wu Wing back when Luo Feng was fighting that white-caped man during the task he took in Wu Chi Tower. Luo Feng had created the blade technique at top-tier level 7, 9 days path. Luo Feng thought that he could fully comprehend the third level of Shi Wu Wing now. The first level is time and space and chaos, and the second level is golden country. How about the third level? Luo Feng thought. Wu Chi God was different from Shi Wu Wing. Shi Wu Wing was for assistive use. It didn't make attacks directly. Besides, Wu Chi God and Shi Wu Wing could be used simultaneously as long as he wore a pair of wings. When wearing Wu Chi God, he only needed to wear a pair of wings. Wu Chi God and Golden Claw God were exclusive with the armor. Anyone wearing Wu Chi God and Golden Claw God couldn't wear true God armors. However, Shi Wu Wing and those machine-type valuables were mutually exclusive. Luo Feng wore Force armor and Shi Wu Wing at the same time. Just when Luo Feng was studying Shi Wu Wing with the strength of a world bestowed by His Majesty the Godly King, he suddenly felt too powerful. Ripples coming from the sky. Luo Feng looked up. Hong Hong. Two beings appeared in the sky. One of them was elegant and colorful, and the other was wicked and fiery. Luo Feng looked up and saw two pairs of eyes. One pair looked high and mighty with even trying, and the other pair was green and seducing, glinting with hostility. Hong Long. A power force arrived. The area was blocked, and the space around the island was surrounded by void. Luo Feng frowned and thought. One thought created a void space. Are these two true gods of void space? Two true gods of void space showed up in the army. They might be commanders. Are they from the ordinary army or the special army? All soldiers wore uniforms, so it was easy to tell which army they belonged to. However, commanders wielded a much higher status, so they wore casual garb. Luo Feng hadn't been qualified to meet commanders from the Python River Army before. Hong Long. The powerful forces irritated Luo Feng. Fortunately, he had strong willpower. Otherwise, he would have been kneeling already. What do these two commanders want? Luo Feng wondered. He was in a different status, with different power now, so he had a different attitude. If a normal soldier from the special army saw two commanders, they would have revered, not even daring to breathe loudly. After all, the commanders could kill soldiers recklessly and at will. Hong Hong. Two of them landed on the island and glanced at Luo Feng. He jumped off the stone house. Hump Swan Queen said coldly. Fire Polishing Wu, look at this soldier of yours. A lawmaster doesn't show any respect to us two commanders. Swan Queen was upset by Luo Feng's attitude. Normally, soldiers greeted them with utmost veneration. However, Luo Feng was indeed a superior being in the world of Jin. Even the four eternal true God generals treated him as the center of the universe. Other than His Majesty the Godly King, he had the highest authority. With such high authority, Luo Feng wouldn't just greet these two commanders with respect. That soldier is impetuous. Fire Polishing Wu felt upset as well, and he yelled, Milky Way, We're commanders, have you forgotten what you're supposed to do? His voice rumbled in Luo Feng's ears. Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu were on their high horse. Luo Fen frowned. But he understood why they were so overbearing. They didn't do anything wrong. The hierarchy was pretty strict in the army. And the gap between a law master soldier and a true god of void space commander was considerable. The commander could easily get away with killing a law master just because the law master offended him. Ah, I brought this upon myself, Luo Feng thought. After Luo Feng completed the sealing task, he had been automatically sealed, which was strictly confidential. Even the 4 leaders from Godly King Valley had only confirmed that Luo Feng had succeeded after seeing the sealing task disappear from the list. Apparently, they couldn't find any news that Luo Feng had been sealed. His Majesty, the Godly King, didn't want everyone to know about it. While Luo Feng was still in Godly King Valley, the general of the East Army, Harmonious Snow, asked, Milky Way, you were sealed now, do you want to publicize it? If you do so, all 4 armies will know about it, and everyone will venerate you. No need. Luo Feng rejected the offer without a second thought. In Luo Feng's opinion, he was only a guest in the world of Jin, and he would leave this world silently without coming back. There was no need to inform all 4 armies about him being sealed. Besides, his enemies were those in Universe Ocean, whom he could easily deal with on his own. Thus, Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu had no idea who Luo Feng was. They had already been hostile toward him before coming here, and they were further upset by his attitude. There is no need to talk with him, said Swan Queen, transmitting her voice. He seems to be a creature from the outside world. If we hesitate, we might not be able to catch him. I'll perform illusions and lure him out. If he is not a life form from the outside, but actually a life from our world of Jin, we only need to punish him for being disrespectful. But if he's a creature from the outside world, the consequences will be catastrophic. Okay, Fire Polishing Wu said, transmitting his voice. Do it, Swan Queen. The 2 commanders soon decided what to do. Commander, said Luo Feng, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Hung. Invisible yet mighty godly power immediately surrounded Luo Feng, trying to drag him into an illusion. It was a top-tier skill of true gods of void space. So no matter how impressive Luo Feng was, he wasn't able to resist it. Fortunately, he held a different status in the world of Jin now. Wang. The strength of the world of Jin could be easily manipulated by Luo Feng. With control over this strength, he instantly sensed the godly power coming right at him. Luo Feng was shocked that the commanders had attacked him without any pretext. Luo Feng was infuriated. Break, he yelled. Hung. The strength of the world of Jin around him trembled, annihilating the incoming godly power instantly. Luo Feng was furious that the 2 commanders had attacked him without warning. He had originally desired to talk with them in a calm and reasonable way, but now, he aborted that plan. Instead, he waved his hands furiously. Suddenly, a giant palm formed entirely by the strength of a world appeared directly above the 2 true gods of void space. Gray air flowed around that palm, and the patterns were visible. Fire Polishing Wu and Swan Queen were dumbfounded at the sight. How? Just as the commanders attempted to dodge it, Pung! The giant palm slapped down. Fire Polishing Wu and Swan Queen felt like the entire world was pressing against them, rendering them defenseless. He's only a law master. How? The 2 true gods of void space were smashed into the ground, creating 2 Holes. Get out, Luo Feng yelled. Hong Hong. The two beings flew out from beneath the palm. Commander Swan Queen, who had been mesmerizing, now had her feathers ruffled. She was tied by the ropes formed by flowing air. Fire Polishing Wu was also in a sorry state, similarly tied up by ropes formed of air. The two of them felt utterly restrained. They couldn't even struggle. How Commander Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu fell to the ground and shared a terrified glance. Luo Feng had been able to defeat them instantly. He must have been Luo Feng, an eternal true god, at least, perhaps a top-tier eternal true god. That soldier Milky Way seems to be a law master, but can it be that he is actually an eternal true god? That's right, only generals are able to tell a real eternal true god from others. A noble eternal true god is willing to disguise as a lawmaster. He must be on to something. Chances are he's a creature from the outer world. Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu concluded there were only a certain number of eternal true gods in the world of Jin. Even if someone had just become an eternal true god, they had to become so from a true god of void space. They, as commanders, should have known them as. For this soldier Milky Way, they didn't know who he was, yet he was able to defeat them instantly. Why are you here? Luo Feng looked at Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu coldly. And why did you attack me? Why did you try to kill me just because I wasn't respectful enough? When that blurry godly power rushed toward him, Luo Feng didn't know whether they wanted to attack him with illusions or annihilate his soul. He didn't want to gamble. Who are you? Swan Queen said. A law master can't be this powerful. Is there really a great being this powerful in Python River Army? I had no idea, said Fire Polishing Wu. They were both trying to stall time. As soon as they were defeated, they had sent a message to the general of the East Army, Harmonious Snow. At the same time, they thought that since they were in the East Army camp, and General Harmonious Snow was also in the camp, he could arrive here instantly. They only needed to stall for time until Harmonious Snow arrived, then they could capture the spy. Luo Feng frowned, looking at the void space in the distance. Even though the two commanders were captured and thus the void spaces were broken, Luo Feng still blocked the surroundings around them with his strength of a world so that the soldiers outside couldn't see anything happening inside. Hua! A door appeared in the void space, and a being flew inside. He wore silver armor and looked elegant. He had white skin, and he was flying toward the island. The aura of power around him was far stronger than that of the two commanders. Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu, who were tied up and kneeling on the ground, were exhilarated to see the general. General, they both yelled. General Harmonious Snow. Luo Feng turned around and smiled. Milky Way. Harmonious Snow smiled and landed. He saw the two commanders tied up on the ground and yelled, Swan Queen, Fire Polishing Wu, why are you here? Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu were stunned. They thought that General Harmonious Snow would surely fight the spy from the outside world once he arrived, but they seemed to talk with each other like friends. General Harmonious Snow yelled, Swan Queen, this soldier, Milky Way, might be a spy from the outside world. Be careful. Be careful, General, don't be fooled by him, said Fire Polishing Wu. He has the power of an eternal true god. No matter how good his story sounds, don't trust him, please. We have to check on his past, from when his birth, to him becoming a lawmaster. Up until now we can only identify him after that. Don't trust him so easily. General Harmonious Snow glanced at Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu instantly. Shutting them up, I don't need you to tell me what to do, he said coldly. Do you think you're qualified to know who Lord Milky Way is? You have dared to cross Lord Milky Way. Let's just hope he doesn't kill you. Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu were baffled. Lord Milky Way. Of course, they immediately understood that Lord Milky Way held a high status and could kill them easily. However, they thought that generals were the noblest beings in the world of Gene. What kind of being was so revered by the generals that they called him Lord? Suddenly, both Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu realized that they had encountered some fundamental secrets. This Swan Queen and Fire Polishing were terrified. They could tell that General Harmonious Snow and Milky Way were chatting with each other, but they couldn't hear a word they said, which made them even more terrified. They were afraid that Lord Milky Way might kill them. Milky Way, said General Harmonious Snow, you should have listened to me and publicized your true identity as a sealed great being. No one will dare to disrespect you. No need. Luo Feng shook his head. The world of Jin's godly king had high expectations for him, so he needed to be careful. What are you going to do with them? Asked General Harmonious Snow. To the world of Jin, two true gods of void space were nothing. Nobody could stop Luo Feng if he really wanted to kill them both. Ask them why they came after me first, said Luo Feng. Okay. Harmonious Snow nodded. He then transmitted his voice to the two commanders, who quickly explained how it had happened. General Harmonious Snow turned around and looked at Luo Feng. A lawmaster soldier from in Swan Queen's army, Qingmu, said that you're a creature from the outside world. He went so far as to kill himself to prove it. General Harmonious Snow didn't suspect Luo Feng whatsoever. He knew that this soldier had been affirmed by His Majesty, the godly king, after a string of procedures. The godly king was certainly intelligent enough not to let a spy be an heir. Qingmu thought. Luo Feng. Qingmu Master was a universe master from Purple Moon Holy Land. Purple Moon Holy Land must have thought that Luo Feng was a nobody in the world of Jin. They hadn't even changed their names. Beings from Purple Moon Holy Land. Luo Feng became aggressive. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill everyone from Purple Moon Holy Land in world of Jin. Purple Moon Holy Land had been treating him with such hostility time and again previously. They had intervened in the primal universe internal war, seeking to uproot and destroy the humans' foundation once and for all, and now they wanted to destroy him in the world of Jin. Luckily, I have received a title. If not, I would be caught unprepared, being able to self-destruct, to destroy my other bodies to ensure my survival is already more than what I can ask for. Luo Feng was a little intimidated during the aftermath of his situation. If he did not receive a title, there could be two possible outcomes. One was to be directly killed by Swan Queen, which would be a true death without any second chance for revival. The other outcome was that with his own willpower, he would have to grasp the few seconds he had to self-destruct before he fell into the illusion. If he could self-destruct, at least he could protect himself from death even if his two other bodies were destroyed. However, the treasures that he had brought along, such as Blood Ghost Blade and Boat of Mausoleum, would be gone, especially the Boat of Mausoleum, since there was a space of inheritance inside. Of course, only an heir would be able to enter the space of inheritance. The space of inheritance was under the control of his other energy body, so even if it was seized by his opponent, that other party would still be unable to enter however, while the other party was denied entry, his own earthling. Original body would also have no chance of entering, only his other energy. Body could continue to remain within this space of inheritance, and this space of inheritance was lost on the outside. Harmonious Snow looked toward Luo Feng Milky Way, those two commanders, Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu, how do you intend to deal with them? Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu. Luo Feng frowned. It was clear that he was feeling some anger. Harmonious Snow responded right away, the two of them were not aware of your true identity beforehand. They took you to be an ordinary warrior, which was why they were that Milky Way. Would you, slightly Harmonious Snow, Luo Feng interrupted him. You may rest assured that I am not so extreme as to go after their lives, however, for pressing their luck and trying to go over my head. There is no way I can let them off easily. He nodded. The punishment for them is very simple. Luo Feng had gone through the punishment once, but what he said made Harmonious Snow blink in disbelief. It was almost unimaginable for someone like Milky Way, who was a godly king, to come up with such a handling method. Do you get it? Luo Feng asked. Fire Polishing Wu and Swan Queen were in a sorry state. They were both bound by ropes composed of condensed airflow, so there was no way they could move whatsoever. Both lay on the ground. On the surface, they were already a sorry sight, but in their hearts, they felt all the more anxious and flustered. The two could see Luo Feng and Harmonious Snow, who were not far away. Even if they could see the two in conversation, they could not hear a single word that was being discussed. Swan Queen, you really got me into deep trouble this time around, said Fire Polishing Wu, raging and furious. I am also in bitter trouble, too, said Swan Queen, also unable to hold back her emotions. How would I have known? From what I know, the four generals were the highest and most powerful of our world of Gene. Now, this Lord Milky Way has appeared out of nowhere. Our world of Gene is obviously not like what it appears to be. The surface, it is much more mysterious. I just did not expect us to have to be the ones to chance upon this mysterious side. Fire Polishing Wu shook his head in agony. The Jin dynasty might have fallen, but out of those formidable great beings who had followed His Majesty, the godly king, out to battle back then, there were quite a few who were much stronger than the four great generals perhaps. This Milky Way was one of the super great beings who had followed His Majesty, the godly king, out to war and managed to survive. Let's wait and pray we are spared. Fire Polishing Wu and Swan Queen lay down, feeling hopeful at that moment. General Harmonious Snow approached them from afar. General! General! Both pairs of eyes lit up. They had been under his command for a long time, so they believed they should have a chance of surviving. General Harmonious Snow walked over, looking at Fire Polishing Wu and Swan Queen, who were both lying on the floor. He said without further ado, the two of you are lucky. Lord Milky Way does not want to take your lives. Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu let out sighs of relief. So long as they were spared, how good it would be to stay alive. If this had been a war with other powerful groups, losing their lives would not have been a big deal, but to die in their own territories would be a grievance too great to bear. Both of you might be exempt from the death penalty, but certainly not spared. The Rod General Harmonious Snow looked them both in the eyes. You both have accumulated a tremendous amount of military credits over countless years, and have quite a number of treasures in your possession. Now you shall be stripped of all your military credits and treasures as a form of punishment. Both pairs of eyes widened in shock. Heavens, how could this be? This was simply. Did you not hear me? General Harmonious Snow frowned as he ordered, leave your treasures behind. Why aren't you both leaving? The ropes, composed of condensed airflow on fire polishing Wu and Swan Queen, automatically broke down and dispersed. If you are not going to leave your treasures and depart, does it mean you intend to give your lives instead? There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as General Harmonious Snow spoke. How different Milky Way's status was. He was an heir highly regarded by his Majesty the godly king. For his majesty, sacrificing a warrior was not a loss worth lamenting, but the situation would be different for an heir too. Miserable true gods of void space, still hoping to bargain for more than their worth. Yes, 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 fire polishing Wu said, first to respond. Thank you, Lord Milky Way, for your benevolence. Thank you, General, for your help. Hua. All of a sudden, a pile of treasures appeared beside him within an instant. All of fire polishing Wu's automaton-type treasures, soul treasures, armors, weapons, and all other materials appeared before them. He kept none at all. Even the so-called suit of armor on his body, which was, at that moment, merely godly power in its condensed form. Harmonious Snow looked at Swan Queen. Although she was most reluctant, Swan Queen was unwilling to die. I will leave mine, too. Within a short moment, Swan Queen and fire polishing Wu had left a pile of treasures. Then, now in a sorry state, they flew off. Their manner as they flew was no longer mighty, as it had been before. Swan Queen no longer left that compulsory streak of flowing, rainbow light she always had while flying. Instead, she flew off wordlessly in a most forlorn manner. No other warriors were around to witness such a scene. They are gone, General Harmonious Snow said. The Luo Feng walked over and looked at all the treasures on the ground. He nodded and with a single wave, putting away everything before him. As for the military credits that they both accumulated, I will arrange for those to be transferred over to you. General Harmonious Snow lamented with a sigh. What a ruthless hand you dealt. For law masters and true gods, they are still able to earn military credits through the missions assigned by the army. But the moment they become true gods of void space, there are no such army missions anymore. If they want to earn military credits, it is incomparably difficult. Yet you took everything that they had painstakingly earned over the countless years away so swiftly and quickly. Luo Feng merely smiled. Of course, he knew this was the reality in the world of Jin. Law masters and true gods were all assigned army missions, but to assign true gods of void space, who were commanders, with missions, for what could they possibly be assigned to kill other true gods of void space of the world of Jin? This was why they were not assigned any army missions unless there was some foolish true god of void space who dared to provoke the army. Then a few true gods of void space would be deployed to settle the situation. This was when a certain amount of military credits would be given out. But to provoke the army, how many of these true gods of void space would be foolish enough to dare to provoke the army? This was why, generally, the only way for true gods of void space to earn military credits was to command, lead, teach, and guide troops. Commanding itself was a contribution of service. Naturally, every different level of command would bestow these true gods of void space with different amounts of military credits. However, accumulating military credits in this way was far too slow. General Harmonious Snow left, too. Luo Feng headed toward the military point. Just as he entered the hall, the world suddenly changed. Hua. A figure accompanied by a beam of golden light appeared before Luo Feng, and, most deferentially, he greeted, "My greetings to Lord Milky Way." Luo Feng smiled. Every warrior coming in here would have met this figure with golden light in the past. This figure bathed in golden light was completely hard-hearted, yet now, it was incomparably reverent. There isn't a single warrior around. Luo Feng looked around. The surroundings were void of everything. Apparently, Luo Feng had been led to an isolated domain. Lord Milky Way, this is the ring of the military point. The figure bathed in golden light flipped his hand, and in the middle of his palm an exquisite ring appeared. Lord Milky Way may make use of this ring of the military point to enter the world of military arms anytime you wish, so long as you are within the world of Jin. You may enter the world of military arms. There is no need for you to personally come down here to the military point. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. The authority of Lord Milky Way begins the moment you receive this ring of the military point. The ring flew from the figure over to Luo Feng. With arm outstretched, Luo Feng received the ring. I would like to look at information on all the warriors who are law masters and those who have joined the 4 major armies in the recent 3 eras, he said. Also, would you be able to simulate the auras of these warriors? Of course, said the figure bathed in golden light. The life form's aura is indeed the most accurate identification method to determine their identity. Of course, we can do a simulation. Lord Milky Way has enough authority for such a request. Suddenly, hua hua hua. In the empty space beside him, figures started appearing one by one. All these were simulations of the warrior figures who had joined the 4 major armies over the recent 3 eras. At first glance, all of them made a mighty sight. That's quite a big number, Luo Feng muttered to himself. Luckily, it is only 3 eras. Luo Feng was considered to be from one of the earliest batches since he had entered the world of Jin. Only slightly more than 2 eras had passed. Warriors sent by Purple Moon Holy Land could certainly still be found within this time span. Let's begin. Luo Feng quickly started checking through how fast could the speeds of conscious calculation and godly power response of a great being be. Merely a moment had passed. He had very quickly made his selection. A total of 96 from Purple Moon Holy Land joined the 4 major armies, Luo Feng said quietly. In fact, Purple Moon Holy Land had sent more than what he had calculated. However, to be accepted into the army, the Universe Masters needed to first join the selections. No matter how amply prepared Purple Moon Holy Land was, there was no way it could ensure a 100% entry rate. These 96 of them, Luo Feng contemplated. If I want to kill them all, I must do it in one swift move. I cannot afford to take my time. The moment they are alerted, they will escape very quickly. That's not right. Just as Luo Feng was deliberating on how he should kill these 96 Universe Masters from Purple Moon Holy Land, his expression registered a slight change. If I kill them all this time around, won't I be alerting Purple Moon Holy Land? Then, when the next era comes, will Purple Moon Holy Land still send Universe Masters in here? Primal Universe, Primal Secret Region, in the endless remote ocean. Teacher, amidst the mighty waves, a lone figure appeared. It was none other than Luo Feng. Luo Feng, said Primal Chaos City leader, looking at him. You mentioned you have the authority to kill all the Universe Masters of Purple Moon Holy Land who are within the world of Jin. Luo Feng nodded. The Wuqi Tower mission, the deal between the godly king and himself. It was highly unlikely that Luo Feng would tell anyone else about these or several other factors. This Purple Moon Holy Land has always pitted itself against us humans, Luo Feng said in a low voice, if not for the fact that I am of a different status and authority level within the world of Jin, I'm afraid I would nearly have been played nearly to death by them this time. I must take my revenge well. Let them, Purple Moon Holy Land, be unable to regain their strength and vitality within the next few reincarnation eras. But I was thinking, the second era has yet to end, only a part of it has passed, so I'm guessing they will likely send in another big group during the third era. Now that the third era is nearing, when the time is right, I will cast the net and wipe them out once and for all. Primal Chaos City leader's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Great, they used the first era to find out more about the place. The second era, they only sent in a portion of their universe masters. When the third era comes, they will send in another batch. By then, within our universe ocean, almost half of every group will be considered as having entered the world of Jin. To make a move, we do indeed have to wait until the third era. Also, not only do we have to make a move against Purple Moon Holy Land, but we also need to make a move against the United Forces Alliance, which always seem to be fighting the Human Alliance. We may have the upper hand now, but to truly gain the absolute advantage, who knows how long that will take. Now that you are in the world of Jin, let's finish off those in the world of Jin with one blow. The power of the demons, the bug soldiers, the automaton race, and several other races will definitely weaken eventually. They will no longer have the ability to resist. Primal Chaos City leader's eyes were sparkling with madness and anticipation. That's right, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Then we humans will have many more eras to develop ourselves. If the human team and the United Forces Alliance kept fighting each other, the humans wouldn't have any advantage for billions of eras. Which is why, Luo Feng, a great responsibility now falls on your shoulders, said Primal Chaos City leader, and this time, we have to make sure that we succeed in one shot. He nodded. The original universe period is the most important period for a race. After all, only the original universe can breed Universe Supreme Masters. Once this universe era is over, no Universe Supreme Masters can be born. Luo Feng was excited by what Primal Chaos City leader had just described. If they could succeed, the bug race, the automaton race, the demon race, the prison race, and the crystal race would have to give up lots of territories. Then the humans would become the #1 race in the original universe. At the Python River Army, in the East Army of the world of Jin, Luo Feng left the military point and went back to his stone house. Military point ring. Luo Feng took out the delicate ring that had been bestowed to him at the military point start. Luo Feng infused his godly power. Hua! The surroundings in the stonehouse changed, and a vast world showed up. A golden being arrived. Lord Milky Way, said the golden being respectfully, I am here at your service, Lord Milky Way. You can contact the core of the world of Jin. Lord Milky Way, I need to tell you first that I don't have any valuables, but this military point ring can form a military point world. I only have some information inheritance. If you want weapons or machine-type valuables, it will take some time for the valuables to be transported here through space transportation. Luo Feng nodded. Space transportation was akin to God country transportation. However, it was impossible to enter a god country while in the world of Jin. So god country transportation was impossible. "Let me check my military credits first," said Luo Feng. "Lord Milky Way, your military points are 661,500, said the golden being. "Also, you have high authority, so you can get the maximum military credits. For example, if you received 100,000 military credits in exchange for a weapon, you can also get the weapon back for 100,000 military credits." Luo Feng smiled ordinarily. The military point was unfair in its rates. A weapon that granted the contributor 80,000 military credits might cost 120,000 military credits to buy back. However, Luo Feng held superior authority, so the military point wouldn't pocket the difference. As for the 6 million military credits, those were left by Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu. They're true gods of void space, and this is all they've got. Luo Feng shook his head. "Let's see how much these valuables are worth." Luo Feng threw out a large number of valuables: armors, weapons, machine type. Valuables used to recover godly power, and so on. They were all valuables left by Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu. Hua. The golden produced a trace of light that shone upon the weapons and armors. "You can get 56,208,000 military credits in total," said the golden being. Oh, Luo Feng smiled. "More than 50 million military credits, just as I expected." Those commanders exchanged their military credits for valuables. However, all they have combined is only slightly more than the value of Wu Qi. God, not impressive. Luo Feng's comment, which he utterly so haphazardly, would have infuriated any true god of void space. After all, only law masters and true gods could earn massive military credits. Once someone became a true god of void space, it would take them a long time to accumulate military credits. They could only gain military credits periodically as commanders while they were still law masters or true gods. They could gain military credits quickly through catastrophe level or incarnation level tasks. Ordinary tasks only gave them valuables enough to recover their godly bodies. Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu had accumulated over 10 million military credits. After all those tasks, they had become true gods of void space, and they had accumulated these military credits, subsequently exchanging them for valuables. Yet everything had been seized all at once. "Lord Milky Way," said the golden being, "with your authority, you can read all the information you want. As for valuables, you need military credits to get them." Luo Feng nodded. "Give me the list." He had more than 60 million military credits. He could get lots of valuables. He immediately ordered many true god-level valuables. 20 true god-level palaces, 20 true god-level armors, 20 true god-level weapons, 20 true god-level domain type valuables, 20 true god-level soul type valuables. Wait, Luo Feng was irritated. Valuables, there were only a limited number of supreme true treasures in Universe Ocean. Was it because there were no supreme true treasures? No, many great beings from the ancient civilization had died, and there were countless warriors in Universe Boat. That meant there should have been many valuables and weapons left by the deceased great beings. It was to be expected that over 1,000 supreme true treasures had made it out of the world of Jin. However, there were always only a very limited number of valuables in Universe Ocean. Always a limited number, Luo Feng thought. Does the original mind keep it under control? If this is the case, the original mind might do something if I bring too many valuables back. Luo Feng then shook his head. Wait, this can't be the case, the original mind guided us to the world of Jin. Apparently, it wanted us there. We are great beings from Universe Ocean, so naturally, we came here for the inheritance and the incredible valuables, which means the original mind wants us to get the inheritance and the valuables. Luo Feng was baffled. The original mind kept the balance before, so there were only a limited number of valuables and inheritance. Why? Why does it want us to be stronger? Is there a common enemy? Luo Feng wondered about this. After all, the original mind couldn't make any attacks on its own. Nobody had ever seen the original mind make any attacks personally. Apparently, the original mind followed a specific operation law. Luo Feng decided to only get 100 true god-level valuables. He was intimidated by the original mind, so he decided that he wouldn't give those valuables away easily. I'll keep some of them in storage, and I'll give some to the top beings in the human race, thought Luo Feng. Besides, I need to leave some for the Earthlings, and I also need to prepare a small number for my family. Not only was Luo Feng a member of the human race, but he was also the leader of the Earthlings, which was a more important role for him. With the potential the Earthlings had, it would easily account for 1/50th of the power of the human race. If Luo Feng helped them enough, it was likely that the Earthlings could count for 1/10, 1/8, or even 1/7 of the total power of the human race. Luo Feng was happy to see that, of course, the Earthlings needed to fight for themselves, and every accomplishment they would achieve would depend on them. He could only give them opportunities and inheritances. It only took Luo Feng around 3 million military credits to get 100 true god valuables. As for the remaining military credits, he was in no rush to spend them. Luo Feng could sense that the original mind had deliberately guided them into world of Jin, and if there was really a danger coming, he would get valuables. Based on how dangerous the situation would be. After all, he only had a certain amount of military credits, and once he used them all, he couldn't just threaten another true god of void space or ask the godly king for help. Milky Way Holy Land in the original universe. This Shiwu Wing remote ocean. Luo Feng was sitting there, and the 10 wings were floating in front of him. Remote ocean. Luo Feng infused his godly power into Shiwu Wing, and he was studying carefully. Haha, I finally understood it. The third level is indeed complicated. Normal great beings might only be able to utilize the third level after becoming true gods. Luo Feng sighed. Not every law master was as powerful as him. The third level of Shiwu Wing. 2 traces of red light shot out of his eyes, shining upon the 10 wings. Drive. White mist permeated from the 10 pairs of wings and centered around remote ocean body and around the dimming black mist an area of 120 square light years was covered by the mist. The white mist permeated, blocking the area from the outer world. This is remote ocean. Luo Feng looked dazed. Is this one thought void? Space burn. Remote ocean. Luo Feng was exhilarated. He tried to maximize the power. Hong. He kept burning godly power by using the second volume of Duan Mia, so that the void space around Shiwu Wing surged under Luo Feng's control. The area could be enlarged and narrowed. This is one thought void space, a simplified version of void space with a single thought. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Even though it was a simplified version, it was still much more powerful than a domain supreme true treasure, which made Luo Feng incomparably excited. A support-based valuable could be very helpful. After all, it was a new level of power added to his own power. Besides, domain-type valuables were better at group attacks. Golden Country was only slightly weaker than Domain Supreme True Treasures, but the third level of Shi Wu Wing was much stronger than Domain Supreme True Treasures. What name should I give it? Luo Feng wondered aloud. Just as Luo Feng was trying to comprehend the third level of Shi Wu Wing, on the shore of the vast lake of Python River Army Camp in the East Army of the world of Jin, two soldiers lay on the grass, looking frustrated. They stared at the sky without blinking. Where is Swan Queen? We can't find any trace of him. We've waited here for 6 days. It is said that Swan Queen always leaves a rainbow behind if she flies by. There's also no news that Milky Way has died. What should we do? Our ancestor is waiting for the news. Purple Moon Holy Land. Go and check whether Luo Feng is alive or not. Purple Moon ancestor looked down and yelled. Ancestor, said a white-caped universe master, groveling. No soldiers from Purple Moon Holy Land are in Python River Army. Other soldiers aren't allowed to be in Python River Army Camp. Although we're friends with two soldiers from Python River Army, we can't just ask them to go to Luo Feng's place. Ancestor, Qingmu self-destructed, so there are no soldiers in Swan Queen Army anymore. Nobody can check whether Swan Queen is back or not. Ancestor. The universe masters were all telling the ancestor how difficult it would be to find out the answer to his inquiry. After all, it was the world of Jin. Even though there were almost 100 universe masters in the army, they were like drops of water in the ocean. It was impossible to find out anything. Humph! Purple Moon ancestor snorted. Suddenly, a female with 3 eyes and 8 arms opened her eyes and said, Ancestor, a piece of news just came from the original universe. Tell me. Purple Moon ancestor yelled. The female answered respectfully. It's confirmed that the endless remote ocean is still lively. Apparently, that Luo Feng is still alive. Still alive? Purple Moon ancestor looked irritated. In his opinion, it should have been easy to kill a universe master. He hadn't expected any failures. He turned to look at Qingmu master nearby. How? Qingmu master replied, Ancestor, we don't have a solid foundation in the world of Jin. Besides, all of us are law masters, so we have a low status. It's difficult for us to check news or set someone up. We can't find out why Luo Feng is still alive. After all, none of us are qualified to talk to Swan Queen. Purple Moon ancestor nodded. He understood that although Purple Moon Holy Land was a holy land, the number of universe masters sent to the world of Jin was smaller than that in a tribe in the world of Jin. How can we kill him? Purple Moon ancestor considered. Luo Feng entered from the outside. How did he earn the trust of the locals? Purple Moon ancestor was perplexed. There must be a reason behind this. Time flew by. Luo Feng had originally thought that Purple Moon Holy Land would strike again, yet they didn't do anything. Eventually, the third era arrived. Finally, said Luo Feng, standing atop endless remote ocean. The third era has come, said Primal Chaos City leader in a low voice, but his voice was trembling. Luo Feng, can you really kill that many universe masters in the world of Jin in only one shot? Those universe masters might be in different places, and if some of them die, other universe masters might panic, which means they'll try to get away, or even self-destruct. Self-destruction was a method for universe masters who had multiple bodies to escape. Primal Chaos City leader rarely questioned Luo Feng, but it was indeed a big deal this time. Have faith in me, teacher, said Luo Feng. Okay, Primal Chaos City leader felt relieved. Other than the humans, many other races have also joined the Hong Alliance. Some of them joined voluntarily, but others were forced by us. Besides, the inheritance from the ancient civilization we offer is nothing compared to what is offered in the world of Gene. 36 universe masters from the Hong Alliance went in last time. And after those universe masters bring back news from the world of Gene, many more want to go, and there's no way we can stop them. Perhaps over 100 universe masters will go in this time. Luo Feng nodded. Subsidiary races were after all other races. Although they followed the humans, they would also seize any chance to improve themselves. The world of Gene was a great opportunity. The United Forces Alliance Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Many from the United Forces Alliance have entered the world of Gene, and many more will go in this time. I understand. Teacher Luo Feng nodded, and his eyes glinted wildly. This issue determined race territories. He couldn't be soft. The bug race territory. Empress. Empress. 20 beings were standing in the palace, while the noble Empress was seated. Even the humans can't control the races under them. Bug Empress looked down and smiled. The great beings from other races in the Hong Alliance also long for this, so many of them will enter the world of Gene. We of the United Forces Alliance can also get in without any trouble. Then she added slowly, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. There are many supreme true treasures in the world of Gene, and there are also wonderful machine-type valuables. Once we have those, we'll be much stronger. The competition in the world of Gene will determine which team in the original universe wins, which means you must get as many inheritances and valuables as possible in the world of Gene. Yes. 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 All the 20 universe masters of Bug Race were enthusiastic. It was a tempting realm, this world of Gene, a world that belonged to them. Demon Race territory. Shock Demon Ancestor's voice rumbled and echoed in the space. Our United Forces Alliance is always being one-upped by the human team. We will eventually fail if nothing changes. The world of Gene is our only chance to turn things around. Compared to the world of Gene, the valuables we have now are a joke. In the world of Gene, there exist valuables thousands of times more precious. There were towering beings in the surrounding area. Some were from the demon race, and some belonged to other races in the Demon Race Alliance. Hell. World of Gene. Machine-type true treasures. Everyone was howling. Go, said Shock Demon Ancestor, go get those valuables and inheritances. The entire United Forces Alliance had reached a consensus that the world of Gene was their only chance to turn things around, and besides that, the world of Gene was tempting to begin with all the powers in the United Forces Alliance. The Bug Race, the Demon Race, the Automaton Race, the Prison Race, the Crystal Race, the Northern Territory Alliance, and the remaining members of the Freedom Alliance all entered Universe Ocean, marching toward the world of Gene. This is our chance. The world of Gene is the chance for Space Beast Alliance to have more universe Supreme Masters. The old beast god looked down. No matter how the United Forces Alliance fights the humans, we shall help neither. All we need to do is utilize the world of Gene to make us stronger. Ooh. Ah. Stronger. All the space beasts were filled with expectation, although they had chosen to stand with the United Forces Alliance when the human race was fighting them. They didn't have any territorial conflicts against the humans. The old beast God had negotiated with the humans several times, and he had even leveraged his past relationship with Luo Feng, hoping to gain forgiveness. The Space Beast Alliance had compensated the human race, Luo Feng had thought, back to his past relationship and considered the fact that he had a golden horned beast body. The humans and the Space Beast Alliance were at peace now. The Space Beast Alliance decided not to interfere anymore, opting to compensate humans to the humans they had fought alongside the United Forces Alliance, mainly for territories. After all, the human race had long been at an advantage, so their opposition had no chance to occupy their territory. They were fighting because they wanted more territories, particularly some core territories. The Space Beast Alliance, however, didn't need territories at all. There was no reason to keep up the fight as for the demon race and the automaton race. The only means of negotiation were for the demon race and the automaton race to give up all their territories and be left with only a small area in the remote region of the original universe. After all, the demon race, the automaton race, the bug race, and the humans occupied the best territories in the original universe. Just as the great beings in the original universe were all rushing toward Universe Ocean, 3 ancestral gods sat on thrones in Ancestral God Palace in the Ancestral God Secret Region. Wang. A dim light filled Ancestral God Palace, and a giant whirlpool rotated above it. 3 light pillars enveloped the 3 ancestral gods. All the guards outside kneeled down as they realized that it was the great original mind sharing a piece of information. This is the time. Go live or die. Only war-destined incarnation. Messages kept being sent to the 3 ancestral gods beneath the whirlpool. Eventually, everything faded away. The 3 ancestral gods, who had their eyes closed, gradually opened their eyes. They looked at each other, terrified. So this is what's going to happen, the youngest ancestral god said, shaking. Last time, I was confused as to why the great original mind had allowed that giant object to show up and why it guided them. Without the great original mind, countless great beings will die before they even find a way to enter the world of Gene. This is the reason behind all these. It shows up in our incarnation era. The double-faced ancestral god was also shaking. This is a disaster. I've known for a long time that Universe Ocean was mysterious, and it's difficult to inspect it. There's too much we don't know. I can't believe it's this catastrophic. Even Hugh Jack's founder was killed instantly. Let's hope they got much stronger in the world of Gene and got more valuables to face this apocalypse. Let's go. Let's go tell all the powers in Universe Ocean. In the vast Universe Ocean, where the chaotic airflow was incredibly thick and dense, a 9-story tower suddenly appeared amidst the chaotic airflow. Within the tower, the 100 Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance had gathered, regardless of whether they were plant life forms with countless lush branches and leaves or rock life forms surrounded by flames all over. These Universe Masters from the various powerful races were all part of the Hong Alliance at the moment. They were engaged in conversation with one another. Ahead is where that humanoid massive life form is. We will be there very soon. In the frontmost area of the tower, Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader were standing side by side. The other Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance did not dare disturb. The world of Gene will be the greatest opportunity for the rise of the human race. Primal Chaos City leader looked far out into the outside world, beyond Universe Ocean, and let out a sigh. He said, previously, when Hugh Jax was annihilated, I thought my fellow humans would face a daunting future. Who Would have thought to see a silver lining among the clouds after we achieve this feat, our humans will well be on the rise, and there will no longer be anyone to stop us. Luo Feng nodded. Hua. Star Tower quickly flew right through the middle of the lips of that massive creature. Outside the miniature universe of the world of Jin, numerous palace-type true treasures were suspended, all of which were troops of various groups of top powers within the universe ocean. A 9-story tower also made its way over its Star Tower. Milky Way Horde Leader Star Tower, the humans are here, too. Milky Way Horde Leader. Various powerful groups suddenly redirected their attention. Luo Feng stood within the tower as his gaze swept over the crowd outside. He whispered, "This is a little more than the previous time with the Third Era. The number of universe masters seeking to enter the world of Jin is far more, I guess." Luo Feng was surprised as he looked into the distance. "That is Primal Chaos City," Leader said, also looking over the Ancestral God School. Luo Feng was shocked to see that, amidst the void space in the outside world, where it was relatively nearer to the miniature universe of the world of Jin, there were 3 figures. These 3 were none other than the 3 ancestral gods from the Ancestral God School, and all 3 of them each exuded endlessly oppressive power that was strong enough to overpower any true god. "Why are the 3 ancestral gods here?" Luo Feng asked with a frown. Beside him, even Primal Chaos City Leader was solemn as he replied. Previously, during the initial entry into the world of Jin, these 3 ancestral gods appeared to advise the various groups of powers on how to enter the world of Jin. Now, all 3 are here again, and judging by the oppressive force they are exuding, apparently, they are still in the favor of the willpower of the primal universe origin. They must be here under the orders of the willpower of the origin. Luo Feng nodded slowly as he stared at the 3 ancestral gods in the distance. After that, numerous troops arrived to realize that the 3 ancestral gods from Ancestral God School had appeared. The 3 ancestral gods. Why are they here? Judging by the oppressive force they are exuding, they must be representing the willpower of the primal universe origin. The only thing we are unsure of is what they intend to do. The various powerful groups were filled with doubts. No one was afraid of the willpower of the origin, but neither did anyone initiate any provocation. After all, they had never heard of the willpower of the origin killing anyone independently. As long as they avoided provoking it, however, none of them dared to take this situation lightly, nor any piece of information about the willpower of origin. After all, even the most senior of Universe Supreme Masters found the universe ocean mysterious and unfathomable. Time passed, and during this Third Era, various groups of top powers naturally made their way over as soon as they could. As if of one mind, everyone had made it a point to arrive slightly early, because the period of time when the membrane walls of the miniature universe of World of Jin remained white was not long. It was necessary for them to arrive as early as possible. Attention, all the 3 ancestral gods stood amidst the void space. The aged ancestral god slowly spoke, and his voice resonated in every corner of the void space. At this moment, almost all the representatives of the 3 reincarnation eras and 2 holy lands from the universe ocean have made it here. Suddenly, from within the numerous palace true treasures far away, many figures flew out. They were all great beings varying in appearance and form. There were thousands of universe masters, and a portion of them were universe supreme masters. All of them were gathering into scattered groups, looking at The three ancestral gods from afar. What do the three ancestral gods want? Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader stood beside one another, and behind them there were over 100 universe masters from the Hong Alliance. The various powerful groups were filled with doubts. The three ancestral gods' gazes swept through the surroundings as the aged ancestral god continued, "We are here on the orders of the willpower of the origin, and we have something very important to inform you all. Do you know why this miniature universe, the world of Gene, which lies within the body of this massive creature, suddenly appeared in Universe Ocean?" Silence. Everyone was listening intently. "This," said the aged ancestral god, "this was orchestrated personally by the willpower of the primal universe origin. It led this massive creature here. All the way from deep within Universe Ocean, it was led here by the willpower of the primal universe origin." Suddenly, there was an uproar. "What? Led all the way here?" Even Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader wore shocked expressions. This massive creature had flown all the way here from deep within Universe Ocean. And it had, in fact, been led all the way here by the willpower of the primal universe origin. Was this for real, or was it just a ploy, a deception? Those who were present were all top-notch existences from Universe Ocean. They would never trust such words so easily. Previously, while you all may have discovered this massive creature, you were all clueless about how you could enter, said the aged ancestral god. If the willpower of the primal universe origin had not led the way, who knows how much time would have been spent, who knows how many great beings would have to be sacrificed in the body of this massive creature before the final destination could be found. Everyone nodded. Luo Feng was also in agreement. After all, it was indeed a very vast area in the body of that massive creature. Without guidance, there would surely be a great deal of places they needed to explore, even if they did discover the world of Gene, after hundreds and thousands of attempts, always resulting in failure and annihilation. There would come a time when they would have to stop trying, albeit temporarily. No one would have known that entry was only possible when the membrane of that miniature universe was white. If there was no guidance, the powerful groups would certainly suffer some degree of loss, and the time required would be much longer. The willpower of the origin followed the universe law, said the aged ancestral god. When a catastrophe occurs, it will take it upon itself to beseech any glimmer of hope of survival for all life forms. This world of Gene is the place where the vitality of every living soul of the various groups of top powers from Universe Ocean can be found. Catastrophe occurs. What catastrophe? Catastrophe. That word alone was enough to rouse the attention of the various groups of powers, the first and second reincarnation eras, and all the great beings from the primal universe era were looking intently at the three ancestral gods. The youngest of the three ancestral gods added in a loud and clear voice, "The primal universe breeds all life forms and all living souls in this vast world. There are two sides to everything. If there is a primal universe that breeds all life forms, then, on the contrary, there will also be an existence that destroys all life forms." The young ancestral god's gaze swept across the surroundings. This existence is called Sector Beast. All the great beings fell silent. Gradually, they began muttering to themselves as doubts ran through their minds. Sector Beast. The primal universe breeds all life forms and living souls, and the Sector Beast destroys everything. Even Luo Feng was filled with doubts. Sector Beast, seriously, why have I never heard of its existence before? The three ancestral gods seemed to know that the various great beings were. Stumped by this piece of news, they paused for a moment to allow the numerous great beings some time to process this information. In one quiet corner, among the great beings from the various groups of top powers from the universe ocean, a lone figure appeared. This lofty elder was seated atop a cyan-colored mountain peak. He was none other than Sitting Mountain Guest. Sitting Mountain Guest had never entered the world of Gene, neither was he the least bit concerned. However, the three ancestral gods had come forth, so here he was, too. Sector Beast. Sitting Mountain Guest flashed a strange expression as he vaguely recalled Sector Beast. Could it have been born soon? If it was born, then, indeed, this is a major catastrophe in the making. Come to think of it, Sitting Mountain Guest whispered softly, this is quite ridiculous. Sector Beast, what a pity. Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head. The three ancestral gods' gazes swept across the surroundings, and double-faced ancestral god spoke up. Sector Beast is known to be the most terrifying life form that could be bred by Universe Ocean. Unquestionably, the most terrifying life form. It was an existence that contradicted the presence of the primal universe. After an immeasurably long period of time, a single Sector Beast would emerge, and when this happened, there would be a great catastrophe for countless eras within the entire universe ocean. Why were there only two Holy Land universes? Double-faced ancestral god looked toward the various powerful groups. Suddenly, every great being present started speculating about why this was. Luo Feng's heart stirred. How true. Over the course of countless eras, there should have been births of extraordinary talents. Two Holy Land universes were simply too few to start with. Could it be? All of you are right, double-faced ancestral god said, nodding solemnly. All the earlier Holy Land universes were destroyed by Sector Beasts. When a Sector Beast completely emerges, it will destroy all the universes it comes across, regardless of whether it is a Holy Land universe, a miniature universe, or even the primal universe. Ah! What? All the miniature universes, even the primal universe, too? Everyone was shocked. The universe itself is not resilient and can only withstand attacks. Passively, double-faced ancestral god continued. Every living soul will undergo extermination, so naturally, everything within the universe will eventually be exterminated. However, the extermination of the primal universe is only temporary. It will be transformed back to its origin. Then, in the future, everything will again undergo evolution to become the primal universe again. In the Purple Moon Holy Land universe, as the three ancestral gods were talking to the various powerful groups, Purple Moon Ancestor immediately jumped out of his throne upon hearing the news. Sector Beast, he said. The three ancestral gods mentioned that a Sector Beast is about to be born. How could it turn out like this? Ancestor. The dozen universe masters kneeling beneath Purple Moon Ancestor were all perturbed with trepidation. Get out, all of you, Purple Moon Ancestor shouted. Fearfully, everyone departed. Purple Moon Ancestor could hardly hide his anxiety as he said, how could it be? It should be tens of thousands of reincarnation eras, or even more, before a Sector Beast is bred. I just became a true god of void space not too long ago. How could I be so unlucky? What a timely coincidence to meet with the birth of a Sector Beast. I must make good use of time and quickly cultivate to become an eternal true god. Once I become an eternal true god, I will be able to fight against the Sector Beast, so at least my miniature universe will not be destroyed. Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor were both very flustered. In the void space outside world of Gene, the three ancestral gods were still speaking. The sector beast is still very small and weak now, while it is still small and weak, we should strike and kill it. This is the best opportunity for us. Once it grows up, all life during the period when it reaches maturity will be exterminated. Not a single survivor will be left. Even the primal universe will be temporarily destroyed and transformed back into its origin. The world of Gene will help you increase your powers and collect more powerful treasures, then you can use these to exterminate the sector beast. It must be within this reincarnation era. No delay can be allowed. You all see that universe boat. Why was it created? It was for the purpose of dealing with that sector beast. The ancestral gods' voices resonated within the minds of thousands of great beings from the various top groups. Sitting Mountain Guest sat in a corner in the distance. He was listening to the story of the three ancestral gods, but he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. They're mixing lies with the truth, and they're trying to scare all those beings from Universe Ocean. They claimed that Universe Boat was built to defend against sector beasts. What a joke. Luo Feng and the thousands of great beings from all the powers in Universe Ocean were indeed terrified. Universe Boat had been created to defend against sector beasts. Of course, as for matured sector beasts, said the young ancestral god in a clear voice, sector beasts have two periods. The first period is an incubation period, and the second is a growth period. During the incubation period, Universe Ocean will breed 1 billion sector beasts. What? 1 billion sector beasts? Isn't there only one sector beast? All the great beings were shocked. They had surmised that there must be only one sector beast. The young ancestral god continued, Universe Ocean will breed 1 billion sector beasts, and they'll fight and kill each other, eating each other. The process will decrease the overall number of existing sector beasts. Eating other sector beasts will make the remaining sector beasts stronger and stronger. Finally, when all the other sector beasts are dead, one sector beast will survive the whole process. Everyone held their breath. Luo Feng was terrified. 1 billion sector beasts fought each other, and only one was left. That sector beast would be a catastrophe. The sector beast who survives in the end represents destruction. It's a real nightmare, said the aged ancestral god. If that sector beast enters this phase, it'll be in the growth period. None of you from the three universe eras and 2 holy lands will be able to stop him now. Once a sector beast enters the growth period, it can still devour everything. But it has a sector inside its body, which can breed creatures. Once it's entered growth period, it can breed one powerful warrior after another. The aged ancestral god sighed. It'll be truly invincible. We must kill them during their incubation period. Though there are many sector beasts at incubation period, they're comparatively weak, and they can't breed powerful warriors as well. This is the best time to kill them, said the aged ancestral god solemnly. Go kill as many sector beasts as possible so that they don't have a chance to eat others, then they won't become stronger. According to the great original mind, when this universe era ends, there'll be only one sector beast left, and it's the sector beast at growth period, the invincible sector beast. We must kill them all before this universe era ends. Everyone turned silent. Thoughts flooded their minds. However, said double-face ancestral god, sector beasts are still terrific. During the incubation period, universe masters can't go otherwise. You're Just being suicidal, only Universe Supreme Masters can go. Universe Supreme Masters. What? Universe Masters can't go. Everyone was dazed. Almost all of the thousands of great beings who gathered here were Universe Masters. However, according to the three ancestral gods, Universe Masters were qualified to fight the sector beasts. Besides, double-faced ancestral god continued, even if you are a Universe Supreme Master, you need a Supreme True Treasure armor and a Soul-type Supreme True Treasure to fight the sector beasts, otherwise, you're being suicidal. Of course, the best-case scenario is that you can get some machine-type valuables from the world of Gene, then your power will be significantly improved. Remember, Soul-type Supreme True Treasures and Supreme True Treasure armors you must have both, otherwise, even Universe Supreme Masters can't go. Listening to the ancestral gods talk made all the powers panic, including the Hong Alliance. The Universe Masters conversed among themselves, and they were all scared. How powerful are these sector beasts, and they are this powerful during their incubation period? Only true gods can go fight them, and even true gods have to have soul and armor, Supreme True Treasures. We're not their match, we can't do anything to help. So terrifying, we didn't plan to go in the first place, and since we're not powerful enough, we won't risk our lives. If even true gods needed soul and armor, Supreme True Treasures, to protect themselves, who would dare to go? Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader gave each other a look. Someone had to go. If no one went, then it would be destined that when all the sector beasts destroyed each other and only one survived, that one would breed a great many powerful warriors. It would take all the warriors it had bred to roam Universe Ocean. Such an event would be truly apocalyptic for Universe Ocean. Even the Holy Lands would be annihilated, so even if they could transcend incarnations before this universe era ended, it would be of no use, as the Holy Lands would be destroyed anyway. Someone had to stand up. Suddenly, a thick voice said, "Where are the sector beasts?" The young ancestral god glanced around and answered, "They reside in the core area of Tilted Peak Sector, the Land of Darkness. It's there. It's in the core area. None of us Universe Masters would dare to go there. No wonder nobody is ever able to get out of the Land of Darkness. It's where those sector beasts reside." Everyone memorized the name, Land of Darkness. As for the Hong Alliance, Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader were stunned. Huge Axe died in Land of Darkness. It's in the Land of Darkness. That's where the sector beasts live. Luo Feng was terrified. He now understood why Huge Axe had died so quickly. After all, Huge Axe hadn't had a Supreme True Treasure armor or a soul type Supreme True Treasure. He didn't even have a palace type Supreme True Treasure. The only thing he had was his godly axe. Sector Beast Primal Chaos City leader stood next to Luo Feng, his eyes gleaming with hostility and fury. Huge Axe had been like a brother to him. He was enraged to realize that Huge Axe had been killed by sector beasts. "It's in the Land of Darkness," said the aged ancestral god. "You have to go through the areas around the Land of Darkness if you want to transcend incarnations, which means that if you go transcend incarnations, you'll be stopped and attacked. Besides, even if one of you can successfully transcend incarnations, your holy lands will be destroyed by sector beasts in the future. Anyway, if they stay alive, none of you can transcend incarnations. All of you will die. They have to die," the aged ancestral god continued. "Now, go to the world of Gene, improve your power, and get as many true treasures and machine type true treasures as you can. The more powerful you become, the greater the chance that you can survive fighting sector beasts, or maybe even kill them. The more sector beasts you kill, the more you contribute to the original mind. For that, the original mind will bestow you with powerful valuables from the ancient civilization and ancient inheritances. You can get as many as you desire, as long as you kill enough sector beasts. The three ancestral gods looked at each other. They then went into the true treasure palace and flew away. The three ancestral gods left, however. All the great beings from all the powers in universe ocean were in an uproar. The tidings brought by the three ancestral gods were just horrendous, and the news made them realize that there were truly horrifying beings living in universe ocean 1 billion sector beasts, and only one of them could survive. Sector beasts had sectors in their bodies that could breed powerful warriors. It's not just a sector beast, it's a world, Luo Feng whispered. Once it enters its growth period, it can breed many warriors, and those warriors could destroy everything. If it enters the later part of its growth period, it might take all of universe ocean to destroy them. Python River Army Camp of the East Army in the world of Gene. The earthling original body of Luo Feng was still sitting on the island. Hua Luo Feng used his military point ring. The time and space in the stone hall changed, and a golden being appeared. Lord Milky Way, the golden being said with a bow. Luo Feng nodded. I need information about sector beasts. Sector beasts. The golden being thought for a moment, then lots of characters appeared. Luo Feng turned around. He had no doubt that the world of Gene was the remains of the ancient civilization. It did have the information about sector beasts. However, it was brief. Sector beasts are very cruel and horrendous creatures. The birth of sector beasts represents destruction and annihilation. They have a powerful, dark sector in their bodies, where their bodies can keep breeding powerful warriors. The warriors produced are good at speed, good at defense, good at attacks, and highly skilled at self-destruction, and there are countless powerful warriors. The more powerful a sector beast is, the more powerful the warriors bred in its body will be. When a sector beast truly matures, it is a real apocalypse. Even the entire Gene country at its prime couldn't defend against a mature sector beast and the army it leads. It's born for destruction. Every time one is born, it is either annihilated during the early period, or it destroys many powers, forcing the remaining powers to cooperate to destroy it. It's the enemy of all powers. It has to be killed as soon as it's discovered, otherwise, it'll exact an even larger price. As time goes by, the information was brief, dating back to when the world of Gene was first established. It had never come across a sector beast at its true prime, so it didn't know much about sector beasts. There were only some legends about them. Luo Feng was petrified, so terrifying. The world of Gene had His Majesty, the godly king, and there were lots of great beings, countless eternal true gods, and true gods of void space, an army of countless true gods. It even had a machine type, valuable, that needed 10 million true gods at the same time to operate it, yet it still couldn't defend itself against a mature sector beast. It only documents sector beasts at their growth period, rather than the incubation period, thought Luo Feng. The growth period ranges from weak to mature. However, even during the weak period, we can't resist them. We have to kill them all during their incubation period. In the space outside the world of Gene, true treasure palaces were floating around whether they wanted to enter the world of Gene for transcending Incarnations or to kill sector beasts for survival, they all needed to gain inheritance and valuables to strengthen themselves from the world of Gene. Suddenly, the membrane of the miniature universe changed to white. The color has changed. We can go in now. Let's go in. Let's go. All the true treasure palaces entered the miniature universe of the world of Gene from every direction.